Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories. The bridge was quiet, but the silence carried a tension that could almost be felt as a physical weight. The faint hum of the failing life support system buzzed beneath the footsteps of Julia as she walked along the corridor to the viewport. Outside, the planet spun slowly beneath them, a swirling ball of green and blue that shimmered under the distant sun. It seemed impossible that something so perfect could exist, yet there it was, waiting for them. Julia pressed her face against the glass, feeling a twinge of awe and unease all at once. "Breathtaking," she whispered, letting the word hang in the air. Brett didn't look up. His hands were busy at the console, tapping and twisting knobs, monitoring readings that flickered and jumped erratically. "We're lucky we even made it here," he said flatly, his voice carrying a hint of humor that didn't quite mask his exhaustion. "We risked our lives so the company could save a few credits. This ship, this hunk of metal, was never space-worthy to start with." Julia turned to him, forcing a small smile. "You've been awake for 2 years. I've been in stasis most of the way. We made it." "That alone is proof that things weren't as bad as you think." Brett didn't lift his eyes. 2 years awake. 14 major system failures. Life support shutting down twice. AI going offline for 6 months. And don't forget the comm array falling off somewhere in warp. 2 years managing chaos while everyone else snoozed away in stasis. And now we're orbiting a perfect planet in a ship that's one repair away from total disintegration. The weight of his words made Julia swallow hard. This wasn't just frustration. This was the reality of their situation. She had tried to focus on logistics, on getting the crew ready, on waking them from stasis, and moving the essential cargo down to the planet's surface. But now, seeing the tension writ large across Brett's face, she realized how thin the line between survival and disaster really was. "Wait until we land," she said, attempting calm, though the words barely masked her growing anxiety. "Then, we'll see what we're up against." Brett shook his head slowly, the muscles in his jaw tight. "This ship isn't landing anywhere. Repairs are barely holding it together. Atmospheric entry alone could tear it apart. We don't have landing gear. Nothing. Every last bit of cargo has to go down in the shuttles. There's no alternative." Julia's stomach sank. "Are you telling me we can't go back? That we're stranded?" "Very likely," Brett replied. "Orbit will degrade over a few months. The colony ship is our only ride home, and that won't arrive for at least a year. This isn't a 5-year expedition with leisurely exploration. 2 years to get here, 2 years to get back, 1 year to set up the base. That's reality. Your contract doesn't change. But the work ahead just got far more complicated. Shuttle trips, more labor, less margin for error." Julia nodded, forcing herself to absorb the enormity of it. She had known this mission wouldn't be easy. But reality had a way of being harsher than any prediction. She left the bridge quietly, her mind racing with plans, calculations, contingencies. Brett remained, hunched over the console, muttering to himself about the repairs that never seemed to end. Behind her, the crew murmurs had escalated into arguments. "Brett, you can't just strand us," Fred yelled from the back, a mixture of panic and indignation in his voice. Brett spun, eyes flashing. "I said the ship is not going back. I didn't say we're not going home. We'll hitch a ride on the colony ship. That's it. That's the only choice. End of discussion." Jonathan muttered under his breath, clearly unsatisfied. Brett shot him a glare. "Company put me in charge. I've been awake for 2 years while you lounged in stasis. Learn patience. Or at least learn to stand still for more than 5 seconds without whining." Julia reached out to touch his arm, a calming gesture she'd used before. "We need to prioritize the cargo, habitats, food, equipment. Make the calls, give us instructions, let's get it moving." Brett softened slightly, letting her hand linger. "Okay. Habitats first. Make sure Leo brings the robo-repair bots. They'll help set up on the surface. Food comes second. Equipment later. Clear?" Julia nodded. She could see Brett's tension. The long hours, the constant repairs, had worn him thin. But his presence, his knowledge, was indispensable. The first shuttle trips were grueling. Half the crew complained about the effort required. Brett's frustration grew with each half-hearted attempt to load cargo, with each careless movement or misplaced box. Julia stayed at his side, offering instructions, soothing the more stubborn crew members, and occasionally helping lift or guide heavy equipment herself. The dust from the ship's cargo bay coated their uniforms, mixing with sweat and the faint tang of recycled air. By the 4th day, most of the crew were permanently stained in dirt and grime. Habitats were in place, equipment partially sorted, but the compound was a mess. Brett marked items with a large X, indicating what could be salvaged for surface use. His hands were black with paint and grease, his shirt damp with sweat. "Brett," Julia said quietly, drawing closer, "we may have a problem." He looked at her, eyes narrowing. "What now?" "The crew, they're exhausted, sluggish. Even Fred and Leo. Something's wrong." Brett raised a brow. "Lazy?" "No," Julia said firmly, voice low. I ran tests. DNA irregularities. The longer they're here, the worse it gets. It's like their bodies are changing. Something in the environment is affecting them. Brett's jaw tightened. Computers? Julia tilted her head in confusion. Computers? They're biological, Julia. Protein-based. If this is affecting the crew, it could affect all synthetic systems, everything that runs on biological circuits. If it's here, and it spreads fast. That's why the DNA anomalies. And that's why our instruments will start behaving strangely too if we don't act fast. Julia shook her head, trying to comprehend. I don't know what we can do. I've never seen anything like this. We need to monitor, isolate, and possibly leave. But I don't know if leaving is even enough. Brett took a slow breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. We move fast tomorrow. No distractions. Habitats, labs, testing fields. Everything that must be functional before it gets worse. No excuses. We survive, or we fail. Clear? Julia nodded. A mixture of fear, determination, and exhaustion written across her face. Clear. The bridge was quiet, but the silence carried a tension that could almost be felt as a physical weight. The faint hum of the failing life support system buzzed beneath the footsteps of Julia as she walked along the corridor to the viewport. Outside, the planet spun slowly beneath them, a swirling ball of green and blue that shimmered under the distant sun. It seemed impossible that something so perfect could exist, yet there it was, waiting for them. Julia pressed her face against the glass, feeling a twinge of awe and unease all at once. Breathtaking, she whispered, letting the word hang in the air. Brett didn't look up. His hands were busy at the console, tapping and twisting knobs, monitoring readings that flickered and jumped erratically. We're lucky we even made it here, he said flatly, his voice carrying a hint of humor that didn't quite mask his exhaustion. We risked our lives so the company could save a few credits. This ship, this hunk of metal, was never space-worthy to start with. Julia turned to him, forcing a small smile. You've been awake for 2 years. I've been in stasis most of the way. We made it. That alone is proof that things weren't as bad as you think. Brett didn't lift his eyes. 2 years awake. 14 major system failures. Life support shutting down twice. AI going offline for 6 months. And don't forget the comm array falling off somewhere in warp. 2 years managing chaos while everyone else snoozed away in stasis. And now we're orbiting a perfect planet in a ship that's one repair away from total disintegration. The weight of his words made Julia swallow hard. This wasn't just frustration. This was the reality of their situation. She had tried to focus on logistics, on getting the crew ready, on waking them from stasis, and moving the essential cargo down to the planet's surface. But now, seeing the tension writ large across Brett's face, she realized how thin the line between survival and disaster really was. Wait until we land, she said, attempting calm, though the words barely masked her growing anxiety. Then we'll see what we're up against. Brett shook his head slowly, the muscles in his jaw tight. This ship isn't landing anywhere. Repairs are barely holding it together. Atmospheric entry alone could tear it apart. We don't have landing gear. Nothing. Every last bit of cargo has to go down in the shuttles. There's no alternative. Julia's stomach sank. Are you telling me we can't go back? That we're stranded? Very likely, Brett replied. Orbit will degrade over a few months. The colony ship is our only ride home, and that won't arrive for at least a year. This isn't a 5-year expedition with leisurely exploration. 2 years to get here, 2 years to get back, 1 year to set up the base. That's reality. Your contract doesn't change. But the work ahead just got far more complicated. Shuttle trips, more labor, less margin for error. Julia nodded, forcing herself to absorb the enormity of it. She had known this mission wouldn't be easy, but reality had a way of being harsher than any prediction. She left the bridge quietly, her mind racing with plans, calculations, contingencies. Brett remained, hunched over the console, muttering to himself about the repairs that never seemed to end. Behind her, the crew murmurs had escalated into arguments. Brett, you can't just strand us, Fred yelled from the back, a mixture of panic and indignation in his voice. Brett spun, eyes flashing. I said the ship is not going back. I didn't say we're not going home. We'll hitch a ride on the colony ship. That's it. That's the only choice. End of discussion. Jonathan muttered under his breath, clearly unsatisfied. Brett shot him a glare. Company put me in charge. I've been awake for 2 years while you lounged in stasis. Learn patience. Or at least learn to stand still for more than 5 seconds without whining. Julia reached out to touch his arm, a calming gesture she'd used before. We need to prioritize the cargo, habitats, food, equipment, make the calls, give us instructions. Let's get it moving. Brett softened slightly, letting her hand linger. Okay. Habitats first. Make sure Leo brings the robo-repair bots. They'll help set up on the surface. Food comes second. Equipment later. Clear? Julia nodded. She could see Brett's tension. The long hours, the constant repairs, had worn him thin. But his presence, his knowledge, was indispensable. The first shuttle trips were grueling. Half the crew complained about the effort required. Brett's frustration grew with each half-hearted attempt to load cargo, with each careless movement or misplaced box. Julia stayed at his side, offering instructions, soothing the more stubborn crew members, and occasionally helping lift or guide heavy equipment herself. The dust from the ship's cargo bay coated their uniforms, mixing with sweat and the faint tang of recycled air. By the fourth day, most of the crew were permanently stained in dirt and grime. Habitats were in place, equipment partially sorted, but the compound was a mess. Brett marked items with a large X, indicating what could be salvaged for surface use. His hands were black with paint and grease, his shirt damp with sweat. "Brett," Julia said quietly, drawing closer, "we may have a problem." He looked at her, eyes narrowing. "What now?" "The crew, they're exhausted, sluggish. Even Fred and Leo. Something's wrong." Brett raised a brow. "Lazy?" "No," Julia said firmly, voice low. "I ran tests. DNA irregularities. The longer they're here, the worse it gets. It's like their bodies are changing. Something in the environment is affecting them." Brett's jaw tightened. "Computers." Julia tilted her head in confusion. "Computers?" "They're biological, Julia. Protein-based. If this is affecting the crew, it could affect all synthetic systems, everything that runs on biological circuits. If it's here, and it spreads fast. That's why the DNA anomalies, and that's why our instruments will start behaving strangely too if we don't act fast." Julia shook her head, trying to comprehend. "I don't know what we can do. I've never seen anything like this. We need to monitor, isolate, and possibly leave, but I don't know if leaving is even enough." Brett took a slow breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We move fast tomorrow. No distractions. Habitats, labs, testing fields, everything that must be functional before it gets worse. No excuses. We survive, or we fail. Clear?" Julia nodded, a mixture of fear, determination, and exhaustion written across her face. "Clear." By mid-afternoon, the sun had climbed high enough to bathe the alien landscape in a harsh, washed-out green light that made shadows long and wavering. The crew, still uneven on their feet, gathered around the edge of the landing zone, eyes squinting against the unfamiliar glow. Julia had insisted on a preliminary survey before any further cargo movement or exploration. She needed to understand the terrain, the hazards, and most importantly, how the crew was coping. Leo trailed slightly behind, fingers brushing the grass as though testing for its authenticity. "It's real," he murmured, almost to himself, eyes wide. "It's really real." Julia followed him, careful not to speak too loudly, letting him adjust to the sensation of touch. Every small movement seemed to astonish him. Every smell and sound felt new. "Don't dawdle," Brett snapped from the front of the group, his hands planted firmly on his hips. "We have a schedule. Move. Eyes up. Take notes. Take measurements. Don't just wander like you've been dropped in a park." Sarah, however, had stopped completely, staring at a distant cluster of trees that shimmered strangely. She tilted her head, squinting, as if expecting the trunks to shift or melt into something else. Jason grumbled under his breath and tugged at her sleeve. "Come on, stop spacing out. We're not here for sightseeing." "I'm not spacing out," Sarah muttered. Her voice was soft, but the tension was clear. She took a cautious step forward, then another, still measuring the distance with her eyes. "Something's different." "Everything's different," Julia said. She was already jotting notes in a small field pad, observing their reactions more than the terrain itself. "And the more you notice it, the more your brain will try to rationalize it. That's normal. Stay close, stay alert, and report anything odd." The team continued forward, moving past the shuttle pods toward a ridge that offered a sweeping view of the surrounding valley. The vegetation was unlike anything cataloged in their databases. Grass with a faint phosphorescent glow, flowers with petals that moved independently of the wind, and a thin mist that seemed to hover over the ground without a source. The smell was sweet but vaguely metallic, an aroma that set nerves on edge despite its beauty. Fred had pulled out one of the handheld scanners, waving it slowly over the grass. "Readings are stable. No radiation spikes, no toxic gases, but the atmosphere isn't purely breathable. The mix is fine for short exposure, but extended activity without the habitat mask is risky." Brett barked an order. "Pair up, grid the ridge, start mapping. Julia, you take Leo. Make sure he doesn't touch everything on the way down the slope." Julia glared at him, though inwardly she understood the logic. Leo's curiosity was like a live wire, unpredictable and dangerous if allowed free rein. She grabbed his arm gently. "We're surveying, not harvesting," she said. "You touch only what I say, got it?" He nodded, but his eyes betrayed him. He wanted to explore, to feel, to understand everything at once. Julia let him pick up a small rock, gray, with pink striations, letting him examine it under his palm. "Just this," she cautioned. "Just this one." The others fanned out, moving like soldiers trained to ignore wonder, their eyes scanning, instruments ready, hands jotting measurements or snapping photos. Every now and then, a leaf would twitch in the mist, a shadow would cross the slope, and every member of the crew flinched reflexively. Julia noted it all. Their reflexes were slow, but their awareness was sharp. They were physically sluggish but mentally alert. An imbalance that might get someone killed if not managed. See that? Brett's voice cut across the ridge. He pointed toward a series of jagged outcroppings that glimmered unnaturally. Those aren't rocks. The surface is moving. Slowly, but it's moving. Document it. Julia squinted, adjusting the field glasses. The rocks shimmered, subtly, like light reflecting off liquid glass. It's alive? She asked quietly, more to herself than anyone else. Brett didn't answer immediately. He merely adjusted his gloves, tapped on a scanner, and barked. Observe first. Don't theorize. You don't know what it is, so don't call it alive yet. Just take readings. As they descended the ridge, the air grew heavier, almost viscous, clinging to their lungs. The mist thickened, rolling over the grass in thin waves. Sarah stumbled, catching herself on a strange, fibrous vine that seemed almost metallic to the touch. This isn't normal, she muttered, brushing her gloves across it. Fred leaned down, scanning the vine. It's reacting to touch. Bioelectric response. Could be defense mechanism. Could be communication. Hard to say. He straightened, eyes darting over the mist. Stay cautious. Don't provoke it further. Julia was already marking the coordinates, noting textures, reactions, anything unusual. The valley stretched below them, vast and almost impossibly still, except for the occasional twitch of foliage or glimmering ripple across the strange rocks. They moved slowly, methodically, each step deliberate, as though the planet itself required reverence or punishment for carelessness. Leo, stay close, Julia warned again. He was crouched, hands hovering over the glowing grass, eyes wide with wonder. He picked up a blade of grass and it bent almost willingly, like it acknowledged his curiosity. A shiver ran through him, involuntary, and Julia tightened her grip on his arm. The rest of the crew were spread out, documenting, arguing, murmuring to themselves as they adjusted to the peculiar physics of the valley. Jason muttered complaints about the lighting, about their instruments, about how the scanners couldn't make sense of the readings. It's like the whole valley is alive, he said finally, frustration leaking into his tone. You think the scanners lie? Brett snapped. It's a sensor reading. Numbers. Numbers don't lie. Interpret them correctly. If you can't, don't touch them. A sudden vibration underfoot made the entire crew freeze. The grass rippled like water, faint pulses moving outward in concentric circles. Fred bent down, carefully placing his scanner to the ground. Seismic activity minimal, he said, voice low. But something's interacting with the surface. Could be the flora, could be deeper. Hard to tell. Julia felt her pulse spike. Every sense screamed caution. The planet was subtle, patient, observant. Each movement, each step, seemed to be measured. She caught Leo's glance. His fascination was tinged with fear. She let him touch another blade of grass, this time guiding his fingers to a flower with delicate pink petals that quivered under his palm. Sarah knelt beside her, whispering, It's responsive, almost intelligent. Maybe, Julia said carefully, maybe not. Now, observe. Do not touch. Document. Step back when necessary. Hours passed. The crew navigated the valley in a methodical sweep, instruments in hand, taking samples only where absolutely safe. The sun shifted, stretching shadows and turning the mist into sheets of color that seemed to glow faintly under the alien light. Julia's notes grew thick with observations, sketches, warnings, and questions she wasn't sure anyone could answer yet. By late afternoon, fatigue was setting in. The air had a cloying weight. The sun was low. And yet the valley demanded attention. Each pulse of the ground, each quiver of flora, reminded them that this planet was unlike any they had ever studied. The crew slowed, breath heavy, but eyes still scanning, fingers still tracing instruments, pencils still scratching notes. Brett finally called for a break. Hydrate! Rest. Reassemble at the shuttle pods in 30 minutes. Don't wander off. Don't provoke anything. And if anything moves, suspiciously, report it. Julia looked at each member of the team. Leo was hunched over, fingers brushing the glowing grass with a mix of fear and fascination. Sarah and Jason leaned against a tree-like structure, exhausted, muttering observations to each other. Fred was crouched near a rock, scanning, as if leaving now would undo weeks of research. She sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. We're just scratching the surface, she muttered under her breath, and this surface might scratch back. The crew returned to the shuttle pods, slow and deliberate, each step cautious. The valley behind them shimmered under the dying sun, a living tapestry of light, shadow, and subtle movement. Paradise, indeed, lived up to its name. But Julia couldn't shake the feeling that paradise, like beauty, had its claws hidden beneath the surface, waiting. Night fell quickly, far faster than anyone had anticipated. The valley, which had been bathed in that harsh green light all afternoon, shifted to an almost unnatural darkness, punctuated by the soft glow of plants and the occasional flicker from strange insects. Or perhaps something else entirely. Julia watched from the shuttle pod platform as the crew set up temporary lighting, small beams that cut through the mist but did little to banish the shadows that seemed to creep toward them. Brett moved like a general inspecting his troops, flashlight in hand, voice low but sharp. Check your gear, hydration, comms, sensors. Don't lose anything out there and stay on your toes. Darkness here isn't forgiving. Leo lingered near the edge of the platform, squinting into the dim valley below. His shadow stretched unnaturally long, and the mist curled around his legs like a living thing. It's beautiful, he murmured, voice barely audible. And kind of scary. Julia went to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. It is scary, she admitted softly. That's why we take precautions. That's why we stick together. Sarah was already kneeling, adjusting the base of a sensor that glowed faintly under her hands. The readings are odd, she said, speaking more to herself than anyone else. They're fluctuating. Almost like the planet knows we're here. Elf, Jason scoffed, though his jaw tightened. Or your instruments are just sensitive. Everything on this planet is sensitive. That's the problem. You can't trust your eyes, your ears, or your equipment. Fred, crouched near a sample container, shook his head without looking up. Jason's right, but partially. There's definitely responsiveness, bioelectric fields, environmental fluctuations. But we can't know intent. That's dangerous thinking. Julia walked the perimeter slowly, flashlight cutting through the mist. Every step seemed amplified, every crunch of her boots on the strange soil resonating unnaturally. The valley wasn't quiet. It was alive in its own way. Even the mist shifted as if observing, pooling here, curling there, faint ripples dancing in the weak light. Brett finally motioned to the crew. Settle, eat, hydrate, keep eyes open but try not to panic if shadows move. They will, it's expected. Dinner was a muted affair. The crew ate packaged rations, silently observing each other, occasionally murmuring about unusual readings, the strange glow of nearby flora, or how cold the mist felt against the skin. Leo poked at his food, barely tasting it, while Sarah scanned the horizon with a portable viewer, muttering intermittently. Julia sat slightly apart, jotting notes in her pad. The behavior of the team, she realized, was as important as the terrain. Fear had a way of growing unnoticed, and even the strongest personalities could crack. Brett, for all his bluster, was tense, snapping at Jason for minor infractions. Fred moved carefully, meticulous and slow, the lines of his face tight with concentration. Sarah and Leo were absorbed in observation, eyes wide, fingers twitching to interact with the environment. Julia, Sarah whispered suddenly, pointing toward a distant hill. Do you see that? Julia squinted. In the dim glow, she thought she saw movement, a ripple, across the ground, subtle, almost like water moving over stones. Yes, she said, lowering her voice. Stay calm, don't react too quickly, observe first. The ripple shifted again, slightly closer now, and Leo let out a small gasp. He wanted to move, to run toward it, but Julia grasped his arm firmly. No, she said, firm. We do not approach, we document, we wait. For the next hour, the crew alternated between brief observational patrols and periods of rest in the shuttle pods. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the low hum of insects, the faint cracking of what might have been rocks, made their hearts pound. Julia noticed Leo trembling slightly, and she took a deep breath, trying to steady herself too. Do you think it's intelligent? Leo asked quietly, voice trembling. The plants? The everything? Julia paused. I don't know, she said honestly. Maybe, maybe not. But even if it's not, it reacts, it adapts, it's aware in some way. That's enough to be careful. Brett's voice cut across the darkness sharply. All right, everyone, final check. Sensors, lights, barricades. We're not sleeping in comfort here. Keep one eye open, and if anything moves suspiciously, we move as a unit. Fred adjusted a sensor near the mist line. The readings are spiking, he muttered. Minor bioelectric activity, but consistent. Something is out there, interacting with the field, intentionally or not. Sarah knelt beside him, tracing the graphs with a gloved finger. It's coordinated, she whispered. The spikes aren't random. There's a rhythm, almost like communication. Maybe it's trying to send a signal. Or a warning. Blame. Julia felt a chill run down her spine. Thought of an entire valley. Flora, fauna, soil, and mist. Functioning with some kind of collective intelligence was daunting, yet she also knew that their training left them unprepared for subtleties like this. Most of them were built for direct threats. A fire, a storm, a predator. Not this, not subtle, observing, almost playful intelligence. As night deepened, the mist thickened, curling around the shuttle pods, seeping beneath doors, almost tactile in its presence. Leo reached out to touch it, and Julia snapped her head around. Stop, she barked. Do not touch. You don't know what it carries. He froze, wide-eyed, breathing shallow. It's soft, he whispered, almost in awe. It feels alive. It is alive, she said grimly, but that doesn't mean it's safe. The first real movement came shortly after, just past midnight. Something, or several things, stirred in the mist beyond the perimeter. Shadows flitted just out of clear sight, leaving traces of shimmering light across the glowing grass. Jason swore quietly, fists clenching. "I told you," he muttered. "It's watching. Everything here is watching, man." Fred checked the sensors again. "Nothing solid," he said. "But the bioelectric field is intensifying. Whatever's out there is moving closer." Brett motioned for silence, then spoke softly, dangerously. "Weapons off unless necessary. Lights low. We don't know its intent, but we make no mistakes tonight. Stay alert." The crew huddled together, uneasy, senses heightened. Julia walked slowly around the perimeter again, counting steps, checking for anomalies. Each time she looked up, shadows seemed to shift, and the glowing vegetation pulsed faintly as though breathing. Even the mist moved with purpose, curling around obstacles and retreating, as if acknowledging their presence. Hours passed, measured in tense intervals, punctuated by the occasional flinch or gasp from someone who thought they saw motion where there was none. Julia's own exhaustion pressed against her, but she forced herself to remain vigilant. One misstep, one lapse in attention, could result in disaster. When the faint light of dawn began to bleed into the valley, it was a muted, pale green, not the harsh light from the previous day. The mist was lighter now, rising slowly, revealing a landscape that seemed unchanged yet subtly different. Tracks of some sort led toward the crew's camp, delicate impressions in the glowing grass, curved and patterned, as if created intentionally. Brett frowned, stepping forward to inspect them. "It's not animal tracks. Nothing we know. Deliberate, but small, precise, almost artistic." Julia bent down, examining the impressions carefully. "They're not dangerous, not directly," she said, "but they're messages of some sort. Signs of awareness, caution, observation. We are not alone, even in this paradise." Leo touched one faintly, finger tracing a curved pattern. It's trying to talk to us," he whispered, awed. Julia nodded slowly. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just curious. Either way, we adapt. We survive. That's all we can do." The first night had tested them in ways they hadn't anticipated. It had shown beauty, danger, and intelligence, far beyond any manual or training simulation. As the crew regrouped, shivering and exhausted, Julia realized this planet would challenge them at every turn, mentally and physically. And she also realized something else. This was only the beginning. The morning light struck the surface of paradise with an almost artificial brilliance, casting a crisp, clear glow over the sprawling camp. The habitat pods, still unanchored and half-dusted with the fine dirt of the landing, glinted in the sunlight. Brett stood at the edge of the landing pad, surveying the chaos, a clipboard in one hand and a water bottle in the other. His shirt was already damp from the exertion of organizing the first round of cargo off the shuttle. Sweat ran down his temple, and yet he felt a grim satisfaction. At least they were on the ground. The real challenge was only beginning. "All right, people," Brett bellowed, his voice carrying across the makeshift compound. "This is not a drill. We're moving everything that isn't nailed down to the surface. And I mean everything. Habitat pods first, then the supplies, then the rest. Get your asses moving." From the shadows of the shuttle, crew members began to emerge, rubbing their eyes, stretching limbs stiffened from months in stasis. Leo wandered slowly, barefoot, squinting at the sun, as if it were a personal affront. Fred, still heavyset and groggy, staggered toward the cargo, muttering complaints about needing just 5 more minutes of sleep. The contrast between the well-rested Brett and these half-awake humans was stark, and he didn't bother hiding his frustration. Julia appeared beside him, hands on her hips, her hair tied back neatly. "Brett, try to take it easy. They've only just woken up. We need them functionally, not completely stressed out before their first task." Brett shook his head. "Functional is a relative term, Julia. If they don't start now, we won't get a third of this unloaded before the sun sets. Do you want to sit here all night watching them nap?" He glanced at the cargo bay doors, which had been flung open for the morning unloading. Crates, habitat modules, and various supplies sat like a miniature city waiting to be dismantled and moved. "We don't have the luxury of a slow start," Julia sighed, pulling her medkit strap over her shoulder. I know. Just try to be patient." Brett's patience had already been tested to the limit during the ship's final days in orbit. He'd been awake while the others remained in stasis for 2 years. 2 years of repairs, broken systems, and constant vigilance had honed his work ethic, but shredded his tolerance for laziness. Watching these people stretch and yawn, as if their lives depended on someone else moving the cargo, was infuriating. Still, he let Julia stay close. She was the only one who could keep him from snapping at everyone and risking morale entirely. The first set of habitat pods was lowered carefully from the shuttle via the cargo lifts. Brett assigned teams to each pod, insisting that each module be carried to its designated site and anchored before proceeding. 2 people per pod, minimum, he barked, waving at the groggy crew. "And don't drop it. I don't care if your arms feel like lead. Don't drop it." Ed, Jason grumbled from the back. "Why is he yelling at us already? We've been awake less than an hour." Fred chimed in, rubbing his eyes. Yeah, give us a minute, man. We're not machines. Brett's jaw tightened. Machines get the job done. You, on the other hand, are here to make it happen. He motioned toward Julia. Go on, Doc. Make sure they're hydrated and eating something. Can't have them keeling over on the first round. Julia moved among the crew, handing out protein packs and water bottles, trying to rouse some semblance of enthusiasm. Come on, guys. A little effort now will make the rest of the day easier, she encouraged, though her tone was calm rather than forceful. A few crew members actually smiled, taking a tentative bite or sip, while others merely stared, blank-faced, as though they hadn't seen the sun in months. The first pods were awkwardly maneuvered through the rough terrain. Rocks and patches of uneven dirt made it hard to maintain balance. Brett barked corrections. Left, left, watch the support braces, keep it level. The crew strained under the weight, muscles burning, sweat dripping from brows. Even Julia, though not required to lift, lent a hand where she could, securing straps and making sure the delicate equipment inside wouldn't tip or slam. By mid-morning, fatigue had begun to set in. Leo had collapsed onto the grass once, only to be coaxed to continue by Julia. Fred had stopped twice to catch his breath, muttering about aching backs and sore legs. Brett's eyes narrowed as he watched some crew members slack off entirely, letting others bear the load. Move, people! If you're standing there doing nothing, I'll find someone who will. Complaints grew louder as the day wore on. This is back-breaking work! Leo shouted, brushing dust from his hair. Why didn't we get powered exosuits or something? Jason kicked at the dirt. I knew signing up for this wouldn't be easy, but this is insane. Can't we get a break? Brett strode up, pointing a finger in Jason's face. Breaks are for when the job is done. Right now, your muscles are your warning system. Listen to them. Adjust your stance. But do not stop. Amid the shouting and clatter, Julia moved like a shadow, taking mental notes of everyone's physical state. Observed subtle signs of exhaustion. Flushed skin, shallow breathing, slight tremors in hands, uneven gaits. So far, nothing alarming, just normal overexertion. But it was early yet. She made a mental note to rotate the teams more frequently once they got a rhythm going. Hours passed, and pods were slowly moved into position. Some pods tipped slightly during transit, requiring readjustment. Some crates were dropped, thankfully empty, but each mistake ate into morale. Despite the chaos, small victories emerged. A team managed to anchor a habitat ahead of schedule, eliciting cheers and pats on the back. Brett allowed a brief smile, acknowledging that success, no matter how small, mattered. By mid-afternoon, the majority of food supplies had been offloaded, leaving only the larger equipment and remaining scientific gear. Julia paused to check on Leo and Fred again. Leo was drenched in sweat, cheeks flushed but still standing. Fred had a grimace of fatigue, hands on knees, breathing heavily. Hydrate, both of you, Julia urged, handing them bottles of water. We've still got half the equipment to go, and if you collapse now, no one gets a break. Brett, meanwhile, was attempting to corral the more obstinate crew members. He noticed subtle patterns. Those who had been awake longest during transit were quicker to fatigue. The stasis hadn't equalized physical conditioning entirely. Okay, we're breaking for lunch in 20 minutes, but only if everyone drinks and eats something. No passing out on me. Julia nodded. Agreed. Keep the focus, guys. A good meal will do more than any pep talk. By late afternoon, the last of the pods were near their assigned spots. The cargo lifts were running at maximum efficiency, though exhaustion was visible on nearly every face. Some had minor scrapes and bruises from mishandling or tripping over uneven ground. Brett's patience was stretched, but he allowed himself a measured satisfaction. The bulk of the habitat infrastructure was now on the ground, a tangible sign of progress. The sun was beginning to lower, stretching shadows across the compound. Sweat-drenched and dirt-streaked, the crew finally paused, leaning against pods, sipping water, and panting from exertion. Brett surveyed the scene, clipboard in hand, as Julia checked pulse rates and hydration levels. Not bad for the first day, Julia remarked cautiously. They're tired, but nobody's injured badly, just normal fatigue. Brett exhaled, muscles tense, but a faint grin appeared. We've got to start. Tomorrow, we tackle the remaining equipment and start assembling labs. Today was practice. They learned the terrain, the weights, and the rhythm. I just hope they don't spend the night whining about it. As evening descended, the crew gathered near the first habitat pods, eating rations in silence, some still too tired to speak. The hum of the shuttle engines in orbit above reminded them of what they had left behind. But for now, the reality of physical labor, exhaustion, and teamwork dominated the narrative. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Brett and Julia could feel the day's toll. They had gotten the essential first steps done, but tomorrow would be a new battle. They would need to manage crew fatigue more carefully, coordinate logistics better, and begin the setup of functional labs and systems. Still a long way from being ready for colonists. Brett leaned against one of the anchored pods, rubbing his sore arms. Julia joined him, handing over a small bottle of water. "We did it! First day done," she said softly. "Barely," Brett muttered, though a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. "But done! That's what matters." For a moment, they both watched the planet's horizon, the distant mountains bathed in golden light. Tomorrow, the real work would begin, but for now, they had earned a brief respite. The morning sun had barely warmed the dusty plains of paradise when the crew regrouped at the base of the cargo lift. Overnight, the temperature had dropped sharply, leaving frost clinging to the edges of the habitat pods, which now gleamed pale blue in the morning light. Brett, clipboard in hand, surveyed the site with a precise eye, noting which pods had been anchored and which still required attention. Julia walked beside him, her eyes scanning the crew, alert for any signs of exhaustion or overexertion from the previous day. "All right, team," Brett said, voice carrying across the open compound. "Today's the day we start unloading the bulk of the supplies. Food, water, equipment, lab components, you name it. Get it down here and placed in the staging areas. Move fast, move smart, and don't damage anything." From the shadows of the partially unloaded shuttle, the crew began to stir. Leo stretched slowly, complaining about his stiff muscles, while Fred muttered under his breath about back pain from hell. Brett shot him a sharp look. "Pain is temporary, damage is permanent. Which one do you want to deal with?" Julia stepped in gently, placing a hand on Fred's shoulder. "Brett, maybe we pace them a bit. They've already been through a heavy first day, but they'll pace themselves once they realize the work isn't going to wait," Brett said, already moving toward the first supply crates. His tone carried authority, and yet, he allowed Julia to act as a buffer, softening his commands for the crew. "Grab those crates, team! 2 people per crate. Watch your footing. The ground's uneven, and these aren't light. If you drop something, you'll be picking up pieces for the next hour." The first wave of supplies was moved laboriously, each crate tested for weight and balance. Brett assigned tasks meticulously, pairing stronger crew members with those less physically capable to maintain speed while preventing injury. "Leo, Fred, you're with the comms equipment. Julia, keep an eye on hydration and vitals. Jason, lead the tools section. Move it!" As the crew lifted and carried, complaints began to surface, growing louder with each crate. "This is ridiculous," Leo shouted, wobbling under the weight of a large supply box. "I feel like I'm carrying bricks up a mountain." Fred groaned, leaning against a crate. "I can't feel my arms anymore. How many more of these do we have?" Brett's patience, already stretched thin from the previous day, snapped slightly. "You've got exactly as many as it takes to get the job done. Keep moving." He gestured sharply toward the next set of crates. "And if you can't handle it, fine, switch with someone who can. But don't stand there whining while the rest of us work." Julia stepped forward, her calm voice cutting through the tension. "Everyone, take a breath. Let's focus on teamwork. Complaining isn't going to make the crates any lighter." She handed bottles of water to the nearest crew members. "Drink. Stretch if you need to. Pace yourselves. But keep moving." Despite the interruptions and growing frustrations, some small victories appeared. Jason, usually quiet and reserved, discovered a more efficient way to balance 2 crates at once. Brett nodded, scribbling a note on his clipboard. "Good. That's exactly the kind of initiative I want to see. Keep it up." Leo grunted, still struggling with his load. "I don't see how this is efficient. My back is killing me." Julia moved closer, adjusting his grip on the crate. "Breathe. Shift your stance. You're carrying more weight than yesterday, yes, but your body will adapt. Just keep it steady. Don't fight it." While some crew members adapted, others faltered. Brett noticed a pattern emerging. Those with less motivation were taking longer breaks under the guise of adjusting their gear or checking supplies. He kept a mental list, knowing that these individuals would require more oversight in the coming days. He also observed that fatigue was beginning to manifest subtly. Flushed faces, shallow breathing, and slight tremors in the hands of those carrying heavier loads. Julia, ever watchful, made mental notes. She adjusted rotations, pairing fatigued crew members with the stronger ones to prevent injury. "Let's switch you with Jason for a bit," she suggested to Leo. "He can carry the heavier equipment while you take a lighter load. Pace yourself." Brett circled back, barking orders. "Keep moving. These supplies won't unload themselves. Every minute we waste now is a minute lost in preparation for tomorrow." He stopped at the lab equipment crates, carefully examining the labeling. "Handle these with care. One mistake here, and we've compromised months of research prep." The day wore on, and complaints shifted from physical strain to personal preferences. Leo balked at the order of unloading, arguing that the food supplies should come after the scientific equipment. "Why are we doing this first? We need to get the lab running, not eat." Fred chimed in, exhausted and irritable. "Yeah. Why not let the smart people decide for once?" Brett's temper flared, though he controlled it with a measured breath. "The order was planned for a reason. Musty. Logistics people. You don't get to decide based on what's easier for you. We follow the plan. Period." Julia interjected, softening the tension slightly. "Brett, I understand, but maybe we can consider some flexibility for morale. Let's prioritize essential supplies first, but we can adjust minor items based on crew comfort. Brett's jaw tightened. Fine. Minor adjustments only. Keep it practical. No sidetracking. Even with Julia's intervention, the crew's dissatisfaction simmered, leading to a series of minor disputes over task assignments. Some crew members tried to negotiate lighter loads or swap responsibilities, but Brett remained firm, insisting that efficiency outweighed personal preference. It was a delicate balance, enforcing rules without crushing morale. By mid-afternoon, the crew's fatigue became more pronounced. Julia took careful notes of heart rates and hydration levels, observing subtle behavioral changes. Leo was moving slower than usual, his usual banter replaced by gritted teeth. Fred's complaints were now punctuated by pauses, where he swayed slightly on his feet. Brett, noticing these changes, adjusted task assignments again, ensuring no one was overexerted. "Take 5, Julia announced finally, recognizing the signs of fatigue. "Everyone, sit, hydrate, and eat something. 10 minutes, that's all. Then back to work." The crew sank to the ground, sipping water and opening ration packs. Silence fell for a brief moment, broken only by rustling of packaging and the occasional groan of sore muscles. Brett wandered among them, clipboard in hand, evaluating progress. "Half. The supplies are down. Good work," he said, giving a rare nod of approval. "But we've got the second half to go, don't get comfortable." Julia, meanwhile, circled the crew, checking for signs of dehydration, strain, and exhaustion. She noted the subtle unevenness in walking gait, shallow breaths, and tight jaws. Nothing alarming, but enough to warrant caution. "Adjust rotations," she whispered to Brett. "We can't afford anyone collapsing or hurting themselves. It'll slow everything down." As the afternoon wore on, the physical reality of their environment became more evident. The terrain was rough, uneven, and unforgiving. Equipment was awkwardly shaped, heavy, and difficult to manage. Sweat dripped from brows, arms burned from lifting, and every crate moved required coordination and focus. Complaints continued, though they were now tempered by recognition that the work wasn't optional. By late afternoon, the majority of the supplies were finally off the shuttle and placed in the staging areas. Small victories emerged. Crates had been stacked correctly, lab components were organized, and critical food and water supplies were secured. Brett allowed himself a brief glance of satisfaction. They had managed to move the bulk of the supplies, even if it had taken nearly the whole day. "Tomorrow," Brett said finally, addressing the crew, "we finish the remaining equipment, set up the labs, and begin organizing the functional areas. Today was practice, groundwork, and patience testing. You survived. That's what matters." Julia added softly. "And we've all learned a lot about working together, adjusting to the environment, and managing fatigue. Let's rest tonight, hydrate, and come back stronger." The crew, weary, returned to their habitats, some quietly discussing what had gone wrong, others silently reflecting on the physical toll. Brett lingered, noting the remaining tasks, and thinking ahead to tomorrow's challenges. Julia stayed close, ensuring the crew's health remained stable, already planning adjustments to rotations and hydration schedules. The sun began to dip, casting long shadows over the settlement. Despite the grumbles and complaints, some crew members quietly congratulated themselves on the day's achievements. Small victories mattered, even in the face of exhaustion. Brett and Julia, observing from near the last crates, shared a brief nod of acknowledgement. The first day had been grueling, but progress had been made. And yet, subtle signs of strain and fatigue lingered, a quiet reminder that paradise was unforgiving and that the crew would need careful management to survive, adapt, and continue their work. Dust swirled around the half-finished habitat modules, kicked up by boots and equipment being moved across the uneven terrain. The metallic clatter of cargo being repositioned echoed in the open air, mingling with occasional groans and muttered complaints from the crew. Sweat dripped down foreheads and stained the collars of already dirty uniforms. Brett moved between the piles of boxes and partially constructed frames, clipboard in hand, scanning the work with hawk-like precision. Every minute counted. And already he felt a simmering frustration over the small setbacks. "Brett, seriously, you can't just ignore this," Jason called, gesturing toward a small, flat structure near the center of the compound. "If we don't get the church assembled, morale is going to crater. People need something familiar, some sense of stability." Brett pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a sharp exhale. "Stability? Morale? Jason, the labs are the mission. If we don't get them set up, nothing else matters. Not your feelings, not faith, not anything. We'll be sitting on this planet doing nothing productive while experiments rot in crates." Julia stepped closer, her boots sinking slightly into the dirt, and held her hands up in a calming gesture. "Brett, he has a point. We've all just come out of stasis. Adjusting to gravity, the climate, the workload. It's going to affect people. Spiritual or emotional needs matter as much as physical ones right now." He scowled, shifting his weight. "I get that. I do. But look around. The cargo still isn't fully unloaded. Equipment for the labs is stacked 3 layers high. Every minute spent on non-essential construction is a minute we're wasting." Jason's jaw tightened. Non-essential to you. Faith isn't optional for some of us. You think the contract you drafted gives you the right to rewrite priorities just because you think you know better? Leo, standing off to the side with a faint frown, leaned on a crate and watched quietly. He didn't speak often, but his presence added weight to any discussion. Even in silence, the crew seemed aware that he noticed everything. Julia exhaled slowly, taking a step closer to Brett. We can compromise. Let a small team assemble the church. 2 hours, maximum. The rest of us continue unloading cargo and setting up the labs. Both priorities are addressed without slowing down overall progress. Brett's eyes narrowed. He ran a hand over his face and then down to the clipboard. He scanned the crew, noting who would likely follow instructions and who would shirk. Fine, he said finally. 2 hours. After that, everyone returns to the main tasks. No excuses. Jason's relief was immediate. Agreed. Sarah and Michael, you're with me. Let's get this done before lunch. Julia nodded. Good. And Brett, don't underestimate them. They're capable. We'll have a functional church and the main work will continue uninterrupted. The crew split into their respective groups. The church team cleared space near the center of the compound, dragging panels and aligning frames. Brett moved among the rest, overseeing cargo placement and checking for fragile items, marking some for transport to secondary storage. Julia remained fluid between groups, mediating minor disagreements, redirecting energy where it was needed. Sweat clung to brows and soaked through shirts as the labor continued. The sun climbed higher, highlighting the uneven terrain and throwing sharp shadows across the modules. Even as fatigue began to settle in, Brett moved from one problem to another, muttering under his breath but keeping an eye on the smaller tasks. Jason directed Sarah and Michael with a surprisingly efficient rhythm. His hands flew over the structure, holding panels in place, checking alignment, and giving quick corrections. Julia watched Brett from a distance and saw the faint edge of surprise on his face. Even he couldn't deny that the compromise was producing results. Meanwhile, the cargo team worked steadily. Fred's bulk made him slow but steady, shifting heavy crates with brute force. Leo moved between boxes, adjusting straps and checking stability, his normally detached demeanor masking the careful attention he paid to every detail. Contrast in personal work habits and motivation was stark, but it seemed to balance itself when tasks were properly divided. By late morning, the church structure was nearly complete. The lightweight panels gleamed in the sunlight, stark against the earthy greens and golds of the surrounding terrain. Jason stepped back, wiping his brow, and spread his arms as if presenting a masterpiece. There. Morale safe. Everyone happy? A few murmurs of approval came from nearby crew members, but Brett barely glanced over. Looks fine. 2 hours were supposed to be enough. We've already exceeded that. Julia caught his eye and gave a small nod toward the structure. She could tell he was struggling between professional obligation and the begrudging acknowledgement that the church team had actually made tangible progress. The afternoon heat intensified. Gloves were damp, and the scent of warm metal mixed with the sweet tang of disturbed vegetation. Crew members paused briefly for water, wiping brows and exchanging terse words. Despite the disagreements earlier, the division of labor seemed to keep things moving. Brett kept notes on cargo placement and future assembly sequences, calculating what could be accomplished before the day ended. As the church team finished installing the last roof panel, Jason stepped inside and inspected the interior. Sarah and Michael adjusted seating, securing lightweight benches. The structure, though small, gave a surprising sense of presence, a touch of the familiar in the alien landscape. Jason allowed himself a faint smile before heading back to assist with minor cleanup. On the other side of the compound, Julia guided the remaining crew in organizing supplies. Crates of scientific equipment were stacked and labeled. Habitat modules were prepped for installation. Minor conflicts erupted, someone placing equipment out of order, another complaining about heat, but she handled each quickly, redirecting focus. Brett's eyes darted from task to task, the weight of responsibility pressing down. The compromise had been effective, but he knew the balance was fragile. One misstep, one crew member refusing a task, and productivity could collapse. He observed quietly, intervening only when necessary, cataloging both progress and inefficiency in his mind. By late afternoon, the church module was fully operational. Jason and the others were inside, adjusting benches and placing personal items they'd brought from the ship. Outside, Brett checked the alignment of newly delivered lab equipment. Julia moved methodically between them, ensuring the crew remained focused, hydrated, and attentive. Despite the day's labor, there was a sense that true progress was still partial. Only a fraction of cargo had been fully unloaded and sorted. Habitats were partially assembled, and lab setups were still incomplete. Yet the compromise had worked, proving that the crew could balance personal priorities and mission needs when guided effectively. Brett allowed himself a brief pause, taking in the organized chaos around him. The air was heavy with the scent of sweat, dust, and machinery. Julia's calm presence seemed to anchor the crew, keeping tempers in check and morale steady.
For now, the day was moving in the right direction, but he knew better than to assume this balance would last.
Small victories and minor frustrations mingled in the fading light, painting a picture of both promise and uncertainty. The planet of paradise had been welcoming in its quiet, disconcerting way, and the crew had managed to navigate their first real conflict without disaster. Yet, in Brett's mind lingered a cautionary awareness. This was only the beginning, and the delicate equilibrium of priorities and personalities would soon be tested again. Even as the sun began to drop behind the jagged horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the partially built camp, the crew refused to slow down. Sweat-streaked faces and dirt clung to collars. Yet each person continued in some measure, driven by exhaustion, obligation, or stubborn pride. Brett moved among the habitat frames, checking alignment, recalculating spacing, and marking crates for the next day's work. He didn't speak much, but his presence was constant, like an invisible pulse driving everyone forward. Julia followed at a slower pace, notebook in hand, jotting observations about the crew. She had noticed subtle patterns emerging as the day dragged on. Slight stumbles that seemed beyond fatigue, fleeting expressions that didn't match the work being done, quiet mutterings under breaths. She wasn't alarmed yet, but the details did not escape her trained eye. "Brett," she said quietly, sidestepping a crate of lab components. "Do you see how they're dragging that second habitat frame?" She nodded toward Michael and Fred, their movements unusually jerky, almost mechanical. "That's not just tiredness. Look at their posture, the way their hands keep twitching." He glanced over briefly, frowning. "They're tired. Gravity adjustment, hard day, maybe some lingering effects from stasis. It's normal to be off balance." Julia pursed her lips. "Maybe, but there's more. I can't put my finger on it yet." She paused, scanning the crew as they maneuvered heavy panels. "Leo, too. He's working, but his eyes. He keeps shifting focus, like he sees something out of the corner of his vision." Brett narrowed his eyes. "You're overthinking it. People are exhausted. You'll see. Tomorrow, a night of sleep, and they'll be fine." They moved in silence for a few minutes, stepping around half-assembled frames and scattered tools. Brett made a note on his clipboard. Cargo 65% unloaded. Habitats 40% complete. Lab still partially boxed. Julia scribbled her own notes. Fatigue, irregular movements, subtle behavioral anomalies. The crew itself was fracturing in small ways. Complaints arose over equipment placement, spacing, and lingering heat. Jason snapped at Sarah for positioning a panel incorrectly, and she flinched, muttering a defensive apology. Fred grunted every time he lifted a crate, his breathing heavy and uneven. Small, almost imperceptible signs of tension were threading through their bodies like fine cracks. Brett noticed but did not intervene, cataloging everything silently. Hours passed, dusk approached, and the shadows of the partially constructed habitat stretched longer, creating distorted shapes across the rough ground. The subtle sound of shifting cargo and quiet complaints gave the compound a strange, almost haunted atmosphere. The work slowed, not dramatically, but enough to make Brett glance at the clock and grimace. They were behind schedule. "Brett," Julia said, voice low, "something else." "I noticed it while adjusting the support braces. Their grip strength, temporary, maybe, but some of them drop small tools, even though they're using both hands. It's inconsistent, like a flicker in coordination." He stopped and observed from a distance. For the first time that day, he felt a prickle of unease. "Drop it," he said sharply. "You're imagining things." Julia ignored him, crouching to examine a small scratch on a panel where a dropped wrench had grazed the metal. "It's not imagination. And it's happening across multiple crew members, not just one. Minor. Maybe even negligible now, but..." She trailed off, eyes flicking to Leo, who adjusted a crate with strange precision, then faltered slightly. Brett's jaw tightened. "Fine. But don't start scaring people with it. Focus on finishing what we can today." Even as he spoke, subtle signs grew harder to dismiss. Crew members moved with small but unnatural hesitations. Occasionally, someone would pause mid-step, blink rapidly, or glance sideways, as though responding to stimuli that wasn't there. Julia's attention sharpened, cataloging these moments with increasing concern. By the time they had unloaded the last of the main cargo stacks, the sky had darkened, and the first stars appeared, fainting against the dim light of paradise. Brett and Julia remained behind, overseeing final placements, checking support structures, and aligning equipment for the night. The rest of the crew had retreated to makeshift quarters or small tents, some still muttering about heat, sore muscles, or lingering complaints from the day. "Look at this," Julia said, pointing toward a crate Brett had checked twice already. The lid had been slightly ajar, though she could swear he had sealed it properly. It shifted, though no one touched it. Brett frowned and stepped closer. "Gravity shifts? Uneven ground?" "Maybe. Or something else," Julia murmured. She shivered, slightly, rubbing her arms despite the heat lingering from the day. "I don't know, Brett. I don't like it." He didn't respond, only marked it in his notes. He was starting to see what she meant.
Small, inexplicable disturbances, patterns that didn't add up to human error or environmental inconsistencies. Yet he refused to vocalize the growing doubt, focusing instead on work. As darkness settled, Brett took a final walk through the partially set-up habitat area, flashlight in hand. The beams cut across the uneven ground, illuminating shadows that seemed to shift strangely as he moved. Some crates appeared closer together than they had been, panels slightly angled differently. He shook his head.
Fatigue, he told himself. The crew was tired, the terrain difficult, nothing else.
Julia lingered nearby, eyes scanning the darkened edges of the compound.
Brett, she said softly.
I saw Sarah hesitate by the lab supplies, then step back like she felt something behind her. Not imagination, there's something. He exhaled sharply, frustration and concern battling within him. Tomorrow, first thing, we finish the habitats and labs. We'll deal with complaints and anomalies later. Yet even as he spoke, a chill ran along his spine. The wind carried a faint, almost metallic scent. The night air felt heavier than it should, and in the corner of his eye, he thought he saw movement. A flicker across the ground, where no one was walking, where nothing should have been. Julia noted it as well but remained silent, making a careful mental record. Something subtle, something quiet, was beginning to exert influence on the crew. Nothing dramatic yet, nothing dangerous, just hints.
Flickers in coordination, tiny lapses in focus, odd hesitation, unusual fatigue. By the time the last of the crew returned to the quarters, Brett and Julia had finished their rounds. Everything was in place, mostly stable, but both knew something imperceptible had begun, something that might complicate even the most basic tasks if ignored. Brett exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose. First day down. Not perfect, but we made it. Julia, looking at the faint shadows along the edges of the newly assembled modules, shook her head slightly. It's not just the work, Brett. Something here affects people. I can feel it. Here. He didn't respond, only made a final note on the clipboard, the faint scratching of pen on paper echoing in the cooling air. The shadows lengthened. The planet of paradise had welcomed them fully, and the crew had survived the first day. But subtle signs suggested the planet had already begun to leave its marks. The morning was quiet. A low hum of machinery and the occasional distant thud of shifting cargo, the only sounds breaking the stillness. Julia moved among the crew with her tablet in hand, systematically checking vitals, noting sleep patterns, heart rates, and muscle fatigue. The first night on Paradise had been restless for most. Even those who claimed to have slept reported strange dreams, fleeting disorientation, and unexplainable aches. Brett observed from a distance, clipboard tucked under one arm, while he watched the crew attempt to move panels and assemble frames in the brightening light. Their motions were deliberate, but slower, less precise than he remembered from the training simulations. Each lifted crate seemed to demand extra effort, as though an invisible weight had settled on their muscles overnight. He frowned, tapping his pen against the clipboard. Julia crouched beside Sarah, placing a hand on her shoulder to steady her as she measured grip strength. Sarah, can you lift this? She asked, offering a small weighted tool. Sarah's hand trembled slightly as she accepted it, but she managed to raise it. Julia noted the readings in her tablet. Grip strength is down 10% from baseline, she murmured, tapping the screen. Sarah blinked at her. I feel fine, just tired, I guess. Maybe, Julia said carefully, moving on. Each crew member seemed fine in the moment, yet subtle deviations accumulated. A twitch here, a hesitation there, the way some of them shifted weight unevenly while standing. Small anomalies that, if ignored, could cascade into bigger problems. Brett approached Julia as she moved to examine Michael. Anything serious? He asked, scanning her face for reassurance. She shook her head slowly. Not yet, but it's consistent. Fatigue, yes, but also unusual physical signs. Slight tremors, minor coordination issues, irregular heartbeats. Nothing catastrophic, but something's affecting them. Brett frowned. Gravity adjustment? Heat? Maybe residual stasis effects? I thought of that, Julia said, typing quickly on the tablet. But it doesn't fully explain the variability. Some crew members are fine in certain tasks, but falter in others. Look at Leo, steady on his feet, but fine motor control is off. The reaction times are slower than predicted. Brett's eyes followed her gaze to Leo, who adjusted a crate with care, then nearly dropped it when his hand faltered. He said, tapping his chin. Okay, so environment is affecting them physically. We need to monitor closely, keep logs, note changes hourly, make it routine. Julia nodded, moving to Fred, who had already begun calibrating portable medical scanning equipment. Fred, I want DNA samples from all crew members, today, she instructed. Even if it's overkill, I need a baseline and early detection if anything is shifting. Fred raised an eyebrow but nodded. Fine, I'll prepare the kits. Should I run initial scans immediately? Yes. Compare them with baseline pre-launch data. Watch for anything unusual. Sequence changes, markers for stress proteins, anything that deviates from expected ranges. She paused,
glancing at the crew working slowly in the background.
I don't want to scare them, but we need to be thorough. Every anomaly matters. The crew continued with their morning tasks under Brett's supervision. It was slow going. Panels shifted slightly. Screws tightened and loosened.
Again, repeated attempts at lifting and placement taking far longer than anticipated. Brett noted the differences in progress from Earth simulations and early prep work. The slow pace wasn't just frustrating. It was alarming. If fatigue persisted or worsened, delays would cascade, jeopardizing the mission schedule. Julia moved among them, offering advice on posture, making corrections, taking vitals, and occasionally pausing to observe subtle signs. A slight pallor in skin, shallow breathing, minute tremors, or occasional disorientation mid-step. She began cataloging these changes carefully, noting patterns among individuals and comparing them with their pre-mission baselines. "Brett," she said quietly, pulling him aside near the edge of the habitat zone, "look at this." She tapped the tablet, bringing up a chart of heart rate variability. "These fluctuations aren't random. They're subtle. But look. Michael, Leo, even Fred. There's a shared pattern of irregular
spikes. Nothing drastic yet, but it's not normal." Brett studied the chart. He was cautious, unwilling to jump to conclusions, but he couldn't deny the discrepancy. Could be stress, or just adjustment to the terrain. We've been working long hours, harsh gravity. Don't panic yet. Julia shook her head. It's more than that, Bigga. I can feel it in coordination, in micro movements. Some of them hesitate without reason, misjudge distances, or react slower than their usual baseline. Gravity alone wouldn't do that, not with training like theirs. He frowned, scanning the crew again. "So we watch, log it, and keep going. Any more observations?" "Yes," Julia said, lowering her voice. "They're reporting minor discomforts they don't even realize. Slight tingling in extremities, transient dizziness, sometimes a metallic taste. Small things individually, but collectively, they form a pattern. And there's no clear correlation to workload yet. Intermittent." Fred joined them, carrying the DNA sampling kits in a soft case. "Samples ready," he said. "I'll need volunteers, though." Julia gave him a quick nod. "Everyone, now, this is baseline for safety. Let them know it's routine, just precautionary, no reason to be alarmed." She moved to gather the crew, explaining the procedure in calm tones. Most complied readily, though some hesitated, still tired from the previous day's labor. As the crew went through the sampling process, Julia monitored vitals continuously. Blood pressure, pulse, temperature, oxygen levels, all within acceptable ranges. But subtle deviations persisted, the kind only a trained observer would catch. She noted them meticulously. A twitch in a hand, a subtle uneven gait, a faint pallor. The anomalies were small, but patterns were emerging. Brett moved to the partially assembled habitats, checking alignment and measurements, but he kept glancing back at the crew. Their slowed pace and occasional missteps gnawed at him. The familiar rhythm of human motion seemed slightly off, as if something invisible had begun to interfere. He tapped the clipboard again. "If this continues, we adjust schedules. Safety first." Julia finished running preliminary analysis on a few initial samples, her brow furrowed as she reviewed the automated readouts. "Fred," she said, lowering her voice, "look at this. Minor mutations, subtle but detectable in multiple crew members. Not widespread yet, but changes exist. Could be environmental stress, could be something else. We need to track this hourly." Fred's eyes widened slightly. "That fast? We just landed." "Yes," Julia said firmly. "Something in paradise is already affecting biology, even in small doses. If we ignore this, it could escalate before anyone notices." Brett, overhearing the exchange, walked over. "Slow down. Mutations? Or are we talking full-scale genetic damage? Or minor expression changes?" "Expression changes," Julia replied, flipping through data on the tablet. "But consistent across several crew members. They're subtle, yes, but the pattern is clear. This planet is influencing organic systems in ways we can't yet define." Brett frowned, running a hand through his hair. "We keep it contained. Log everything. No panic, no alarm. I don't want rumors running before we know the extent. They'll follow procedures if we maintain calm leadership." Julia nodded. "Agreed. But we need heightened observation. Anything unusual, any symptom, must be recorded immediately. Even minor deviations matter." The day stretched on, crew moving slowly, DNA sampling completed, vitals monitored, tasks continuing under Brett's supervision. Small missteps, delayed lifts, subtle tremors. They accumulated into a silent chorus of warning that only Julia and Fred could interpret fully. As evening approached, Brett made a final sweep of the worksite, taking note of the slower progress. "Tomorrow," he said, "we push to complete habitat setup. But keep logs and watch everyone closely. Julia, continue health checks. Fred, review DNA results for any new patterns immediately. We can't afford to miss anything."
Julia nodded silently, already preparing for another round of scans, while Fred double-checked the sequencing machines and samples. They moved with quiet urgency, aware that what they had seen in the first few hours could be just the beginning. Small signs, subtle shifts, but enough to suggest Paradise was already influencing the crew at a cellular level.
Brett's gaze swept the camp one last time.
He could sense the weight of the day, the creeping fatigue, the uneven motions, and the quiet tension building. No one else seemed to notice yet, blissfully ignorant of the subtle anomalies affecting them. Only he and Julia understood the magnitude of what was beginning to unfold. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over partially completed habitats, and the first night of careful observation on Paradise began. Quietly, methodically, they watched. Something unseen was at work, and the planet's influence was only starting to make itself known. The air inside the temporary lab smelled faintly of antiseptic and warmed metal. Fred had set up multiple DNA sequencers, their soft hum filling the room as Julia organized the samples from the crew. Each file represented a person, each sequence a unique baseline. Yet she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping along the edges of her mind. Something about this planet, something invisible, was already affecting them, and the data might be the first evidence.
"Ready to start?"
Fred asked, adjusting the scanner lens and tapping the keyboard.
His tone was neutral, but Julia could see the tension in his shoulders.
"Yes," she said. "We run the baseline scans first, then overlay these samples with pre-launch data. Look for any deviations, however. Minor. Don't assume anything is insignificant." Fred nodded and pressed a series of keys. The machines hummed louder, lights blinking as they processed the first batch. Julia hovered over the monitors, reading the sequences line by line. At first, everything looked normal. Minor variations, expected differences in single nucleotide polymorphisms. But then patterns began to emerge. "Fred," she said, pointing to a highlighted section of Leo's sample. "Look at this. Base pair 1, 342, expression differs from baseline. It's subtle, but repeated across multiple reads." Fred leaned in, squinting at the screen. "Could be a sequencing error?" "I thought that," Julia said, "but it's in 3 different samples from independent runs. And it's showing up in Michael and Sarah too. Not everyone, but several. This isn't random." Fred frowned, scrolling through the data. "If it's not random, then it's environmental? Stress response?" "Possibly," Julia admitted. "But typical stress markers don't explain the changes in structural DNA. Something about Paradise is interacting with their biology at a fundamental level." Fred whistled softly. "You're saying mutations already?"
Julia shook her head. "Expression changes, not full-blown mutations yet, but the pattern is concerning. These are alterations in the regulation of key genes: metabolic, neurological, immune. If this continues unchecked, it could escalate quickly." They continued running the samples, cross-referencing with each crew member's baseline. Subtle deviations appeared again and again, minor, almost imperceptible but consistent. Leo, Michael, Sarah, even one of the engineers, Tanya, showed the same small but measurable irregularities. "It's affecting multiple systems," Julia said, tapping at her tablet to overlay charts. "Metabolic enzymes, nervous system signaling, even minor immune markers. Individually, it's nothing to panic over. Collectively, it's a pattern, and the pattern isn't normal." Fred's hands hovered over the keyboard, hesitating.
"Do we tell Brett now, or wait until we understand the scope?" Julia looked up at him, her eyes sharp. "Brett needs to know. He's coordinating the work on the surface. If this escalates, he'll need to adjust schedules and monitor everyone more closely. But we do it carefully. No panic, no alarm, just facts." Fred nodded slowly, typing up a preliminary report as Julia continued examining sequences. They worked in silence for a while, punctuated only by the soft clicks and whirs of the sequencers. Time seemed to stretch. Hours compressed into a series of repetitive scans, overlays, and comparisons. Finally, Julia called out, "Fred, check the anomalies in the crew's telomere sequences. Compare Leo and Michael to baseline. Sarah too." Fred brought the overlay up. "Huh. Telomere shortening, minor but accelerated. Way faster than expected for."
"Just stress or fatigue."
"Exactly," Julia said. "It's subtle, yes, but consistent across individuals. Something about the environment is affecting cellular integrity. Could be radiation? Could be bioactive compounds in the soil or atmosphere? Maybe both. We don't know yet, but we have to assume the worst-case scenario until proven otherwise." Fred's fingers hesitated over the keyboard. "Worst case meaning what?"
"Meaning we're seeing the very first signs of biological alteration."
"Not catastrophic yet, but it's happening. And if it continues, it could compromise health, cognitive function, even reproductive systems, if it persists." Julia swallowed hard, trying to steady herself. "And this isn't just humans. If it's environmental, it could eventually affect plants, microorganisms, anything we bring or cultivate."
Fred nodded, finally breaking the tension.
So we keep monitoring hourly. Document every anomaly, no matter how small. And keep it from the crew for now.
Julia exhaled.
Agreed. No alarm. If we scare them, they'll panic. Morale will drop. Work efficiency will plummet. But we need total documentation. As the day wore on, they worked through more samples. Michael's sequences showed subtle neurological markers shifting in ways not seen in pre-launch data. Sarah's metabolic gene expression fluctuated, sometimes above baseline, sometimes below. Leo's immune response genes were slightly hyperactive, an early warning sign of cellular stress. Patterns repeated in small clusters, inconsistent across all crew members, yet enough to create a discernible trend.
Brett appeared at the lab doorway, clipboard in hand.
"How's it going?" he asked casually, unaware of the tension in the air. Julia took a deep breath. "We're seeing deviations in several crew members. Genetic expression. Nothing catastrophic yet, but trends are emerging. We'll need to monitor carefully."
Brett raised an eyebrow. Trends? Deviations? Julia, speak English.
Fred jumped in. "Subtle biological changes. Not disease, not illness, but cellular systems behaving differently than they should. Detectable through genetic testing right now." Brett frowned. So nothing they'd feel, right? "Some minor fatigue, coordination issues perhaps," Julia admitted. "But yes, mostly detectable only through analysis, for now." Brett tapped his pen against the clipboard. "Okay, log it, track it, watch for anything obvious in the field. Don't let this slow work too much. If they start struggling physically, we adjust tasks, rotate schedules. Safety first, yes, but we keep moving." Julia nodded. "Understood. But this is something new, Brett. Planet's effect, not mission stress. We need to anticipate escalation." He studied her carefully, the concern evident but tempered by practical necessity. "Fine. Keep me informed. Let me know if it becomes urgent. For now, keep going." Fred and Julia exchanged a glance, both silently acknowledging the weight of what they had discovered. The anomalies weren't dramatic. No one was falling ill. No sudden
failures. But they were unmistakable. The planet, in some subtle, unseen way, was already altering the crew's biology. Hours passed. DNA tests continued. Notes were logged. Charts updated. And small deviations catalogued. The process was meticulous and exhausting, but neither Julia nor Fred could afford to overlook even the slightest irregularity. Every minor anomaly could be a clue to something far larger, something that might eventually threaten the mission, or the crew themselves. By late evening, preliminary results were compiled. Julia leaned back in her chair, rubbing her eyes. "We've got enough evidence to establish a trend," she said softly. "Leo, Michael, Sarah, Tanya. Anomalies in all of them. Minor but measurable. The rate at which they appear, it's faster than natural variation. Environmental factor is almost certain." Fred nodded, quietly reviewing his notes. "We'll need follow-ups tomorrow, at least twice as many checks. And more frequent vitals on the surface. Track fatigue, tremors, coordination, everything." "Yes," Julia agreed. "And let's make a protocol for intervention if signs worsen. No. Even minor lapses could escalate quickly. We have to be ready." Brett appeared again, this time standing a little closer, peering at the monitors. "Everything under control?" Julia hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, but the first anomalies are visible. They're subtle, but they're there. The planet is already influencing the crew biologically. If it continues, we may see more obvious effects soon." Brett's jaw tightened slightly. "Noted.
Keep logs. Keep testing. Don't alarm anyone unnecessarily. We're still on schedule for setup." The hum of the sequencers continued, the soft glow of monitors illuminating their faces as Julia and Fred worked through the night. Subtle changes in DNA, shifts in gene expression, minor cellular anomalies, each one a tiny ripple in the still waters of the mission. They had seen the first signs. They knew that what came next could alter everything. And as the crew returned from surface tasks, weary but oblivious to the underlying changes in their own bodies, Julia and Fred silently catalogued each deviation, each anomaly, aware that the clock had already started ticking against them. Paradise had begun its quiet work. The lab was quieter than usual, the constant hum of the DNA sequencers replaced by a tense silence. Julia leaned over the table, hands clasped tightly, eyes scanning the preliminary data Fred had compiled. Brett stood nearby, arms folded, his usual commanding presence tempered by a rare tension that crept across his face. The room felt smaller, as if the walls themselves were pressing in with the weight of what they now knew. "These changes aren't isolated," Julia said, pointing at a series of charts. "We're seeing consistent deviations in gene expression across multiple crew members. It's subtle but measurable, and it's definitely environmental." Brett leaned closer, studying the data. "Environmental meaning?" "Meaning the planet itself is influencing biology," Julia explained. "It's not illness, not infection, but something about Paradise's conditions. Radiation, atmosphere, soil chemistry. interacting with cellular systems in ways we haven't encountered before. It's early stage, but it's undeniable. Brett's brow furrowed. And how fast is this happening? Faster than anything we'd expect under normal stress or adaptation, Julia said. Leo, Michael, Sarah, Tanya. They all show deviations in metabolic, neurological, and immune markers. It's minor but consistent. If exposure continues, it will escalate. Brett paced slowly, thinking, so far the crew hasn't noticed anything? Not yet, Julia said. Symptoms are too subtle. Fatigue, minor coordination issues, nothing alarming. But the DNA doesn't lie. If we don't monitor carefully, it will get
worse before they notice. Brett's hands flexed at his sides. And the machines? Any effect on our systems? Julia hesitated, then nodded. Possibly. Some of the biocomputers we're using, synthetic neural interfaces for environmental control and monitoring, showed slight signal drift this morning. But if the environment is influencing organic systems, it could eventually affect biocomputers as well. We need to track both crew and equipment. Brett ran a hand through his hair. So the planet could be changing both humans and machines. That's a big problem. Julia swallowed. It's more than a problem. It's a threat. We don't know the ceiling yet. The changes could remain subtle, or they could accelerate. Either way, we have to act preemptively. Monitoring, rotation schedules, limiting exposure where possible. We have to be ready for escalation. Brett nodded, pacing again. We need a plan. Priority 1. Maintain crew functionality. 2. Keep machines stable. Priority 3. Continue monitoring. Got it. But we keep the crew mostly in the dark for now? Julia hesitated. Yes, they need to work. Stay focused. Panic would derail everything. But subtle observation, vitals, fatigue, performance checks must be constant. We can't afford surprises. Fred, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. If it escalates, we're talking about possible long-term biological changes, neurological effects, immune compromise, maybe more. And the biocomputers, any drift could throw off the environmental controls. That could snowball. Brett exhaled, shoulders heavy. All right, we keep detailed logs. Twice daily health assessments, continuous monitoring of equipment, and we make contingency protocols for rapid intervention if anything deteriorates. Understood? Julia and Fred nodded in unison. The gravity of the situation was tangible, pressing down on each of them. What they had seen in the sequences was just the beginning. The crew doesn't realize it, Julia said, almost whispering. They think it's fatigue from physical labor or minor stress. They won't see the bigger picture. That's true, Brett said. And right now, ignorance is probably better. If they panic, everything collapses. But we can't underestimate it. The patterns we're seeing aren't normal. Paradise is unpredictable, and we don't yet know its limits. Julia tapped a chart. These deviations aren't random. Metabolic changes, neurological signaling, they all correlate with time spent on the surface. The longer someone is exposed, the stronger the effect. That pattern is concerning. We need rotation schedules, exposure limits, constant monitoring. Brett's expression hardened. Fine. Document every deviation, every anomaly. Create a tiered alert system for symptoms and equipment drift. We'll run simulations for rapid response protocols if things get worse. We can't predict the end result, but we can mitigate risk. Fred added cautiously. We should also consider isolating crew members showing faster deviations, not as a punishment, but as a precaution to limit exposure and understand progression. Early intervention could prevent more serious changes. Julia agreed. Exactly, Hillary. Isolation, if needed, would be temporary and controlled. But yes, that might be the only way to contain progression, especially if it's cumulative or accelerates over time. Brett rubbed his chin, pacing again. And the rest of the crew, they remain oblivious? Yes, Julia said. For now, they focus on work, construction, surface tasks. We control information. Only monitoring, only intervention if necessary. Brett exhaled sharply. God, this is going to be a nightmare. But that's the job. We don't have the luxury of ignorance. We act, quietly, strategically, preemptively. Keep everyone functional, keep the systems online, document everything. Julia looked at the data one more time. We may also need to consider long-term implications. If these deviations persist, we could be looking at permanent alterations, not just temporary fatigue or minor cellular stress. It could affect cognition, immune response, reproduction, even lifespan. And it could compound if biocomputers start drifting, destabilizing environmental controls. Brett frowned, thinking it through. All right, step 1, maintain current functionality. Step 2, mitigate further exposure. Step 3, prepare for escalation, whether it's human or machine. We run this quietly, strategically, no alarm, no panic. Fred looked uneasy. Quietly, yes, but what if it spreads faster than we anticipate? Julia's voice was calm but firm. Then we adapt.
That's why monitoring is critical. Twice daily checks, continuous tracking, logs.
And we'll need protocols for immediate isolation or intervention if progression accelerates. If Paradise—
Is this potent already? The margin for error is small. Brett nodded. Understood. And we start this immediately? Immediately, Julia said. She looked at both of them, eyes sharp. No one else needs to know yet. Only us. Only monitoring. Intervention only if necessary. We stay ahead of it. Fred exhaled, rubbing his temples. Got it. We're already behind, technically. But this we can manage. For now. Brett looked at the two of them, seeing the tension mirrored in their expressions.
All right. Document everything. Twice daily health checks. Track all deviations in sequence.
Keep biocomputers under constant review. Maintain surface operations. And most importantly, keep the crew working, unaware, for as long as possible. Julia nodded. We can do that. But the anomalies, they're real, and they're happening faster than normal adaptation. We have to assume the worst-case trajectory until proven otherwise. Brett's gaze hardened.
Then we act as
if it's worst case. Quietly, efficiently, and without anyone noticing. We stay in control. No panic, no surprises, sir. For the next several hours, they worked to establish monitoring protocols, logging deviations, developing rotation schedules, and preparing for intervention contingencies. Charts, graphs, and sequences were meticulously updated, cross-referenced, and stored in secure files. Every subtle anomaly, every minor drift, every irregularity in DNA or machine function was cataloged. And as the night wore on, with the rest of the crew asleep or recovering from the day's surface labor, Julia and Fred continued their analysis, while Brett plotted rotations and schedules. The quiet, methodical work was necessary, but heavy. The implications of what they had discovered weighed on all three of them. Paradise was no longer just a planet to be tamed. It was a force, subtle, invisible, and potentially dangerous.
No one else realized it yet.
The crew's fatigue, small tremors, and
minor lapses would be dismissed as ordinary.
But Julia, Fred, and Brett now understood the underlying truth. Something fundamental was shifting. Biological systems bending in response to the planet. And as they closed the lab for the night, carefully storing samples and securing machines, the sense of urgency remained. This was only the beginning, and Paradise's subtle power was only just starting to reveal itself. The morning light on Paradise was dim and filtered, dust particles catching in streaks of gold that fell across the partially assembled habitat modules. On the surface, the crew moved with their usual mechanical precision, hauling cargo and connecting utilities.
But subtle differences in their movements had begun to emerge. Julia watched from a distance,
clipboard in hand, her eyes tracking patterns she had begun to recognize with growing unease. Leo was the first she noticed. He had been joking with Michael, trying to lift a crate that was slightly heavier than
anticipated, but something about his motion was off. A slight unevenness in his gait, a tremor in his hands that hadn't been there yesterday. Julia's chest tightened. She didn't shout or call attention to it. Instead, she made a quick note, recording the time and activity. "Brett," she called softly, approaching him at the corner of the habitat's construction zone. "Look at Leo. Watch his hands when he lifts that crate." Brett turned, eyes narrowing. He watched Leo bend and strain, then catch the crate with a subtle wobble in his arms. At first glance it could have been fatigue, but Brett had seen enough in the past days to know this was different. "Yeah," he said, his tone low, almost a growl. "Something's changing. That's not just tired muscles." Julia shook her head, frowning. "It's more than physical, it's cellular. The markers we found in the labs. I think this is the first external manifestation. The DNA anomalies, they're starting to show." Brett glanced around. The rest of the crew continued with their tasks, unaware of the observation. Tanya and Sarah carried another crate past Leo, joking lightly. Their movements normal but slightly strained. Each of them had shown small deviations in the lab tests, yet outwardly, only Leo seemed to be displaying tangible effects. "All right," Brett said, lowering his voice. "We stay calm. No one else sees this yet. Julia, get some measurements without alarming him. Subtle. Document everything." Julia moved closer to Leo under the guise of assisting him. "Careful with that crate," she said casually. "Let me guide it." She could feel the faint tremor in his arms, just enough to affect his balance. She observed his skin closely, noting a slight change in coloration along the veins of his forearms. A faint, iridescent shimmer, almost imperceptible, unless you were looking for it. "Ed." Leo grinned at her, oblivious. Yeah, just old muscles acting up," he said, shaking his arms as if to dismiss the sensation. He had no idea he was the first to show clear, visible effects of Paradise's subtle influence. Brett walked behind them, his eyes scanning the other crew members. "No one else yet," he murmured, his jaw tight. "But this is only the beginning." Julia had her tablet ready. She recorded subtle metrics, the tremor frequency, the strain on his joints, micro changes in skin tone. Every detail mattered, because the data would establish the baseline for progression. Already, the pattern was clear. Time spent on the planet's surface correlated directly with the rate and intensity of the anomalies. "You're fine," she said aloud, mostly to herself, masking her concern with a calm voice. "We just need numbers right now." Brett's gaze lingered on Leo for a moment longer before he turned to the rest of the crew. "Keep moving. Don't stop. We need to stay on schedule. Habitats aren't going to finish themselves." As Leo lifted another crate with Julia's guidance, a flicker of something unusual appeared along the edges of his eyes, a faint darkening that didn't belong there. A slight irregularity in skin texture, almost as if tiny fibers beneath the skin were subtly rearranging themselves. Julia noted it immediately. "Subtle, but there," she whispered. "That's new this morning." Brett walked over, glancing at her tablet. "Exactly what I feared. External manifestations. Early stage, but accelerating." He clenched his fists. "We need to track this continuously. Any lapse, any delay, could make it worse." Julia looked around. The others were still busy, carrying supplies, assembling equipment, and checking environmental monitors. They had no idea that Leo's changes marked a turning point. Until now, deviations had been confined to lab reports and minor observations. Now, it was undeniable. Paradise's influence had begun to express itself visibly, externally, in living tissue. Brett motioned for Julia to follow him to a quiet corner. "We need a controlled observation protocol," he said, low and urgent. "Leo's the first. We record every hour, every movement, every change, and we isolate the data from the crew. No alarm, no rumors. The second anyone panics, everything collapses." Julia nodded, already drafting a schedule in her mind. "We'll set up a private observation station near the habitats. Controlled exposure, monitored tasks, continuous documentation. No one sees them outside the tasks we assign." "Good," Brett said, "and we need to watch for escalation. If the changes spread or intensify, we'll need contingency plans for intervention, rotation, maybe even temporary removal from surface work. For now, though, observation only." The rest of the crew continued, hauling and assembling, unaware of the observation protocol quietly taking shape. Leo moved with Julia's guidance, but every so often, his balance faltered slightly. Brett and Julia exchanged glances. "It's happening faster than the lab suggested," Brett muttered. "The environment is amplifying the changes." As the day progressed, Julia noticed other subtle effects in Leo, minor twitching in facial muscles, small adjustments in posture, faint irregularities in hand coordination. They were almost imperceptible to anyone not paying close attention, but to Julia and Brett, trained eyes and data in hand, the pattern was unmistakable. By mid-afternoon, the controlled observation station was ready. Julia led Leo there under the guise of routine medical checks. "Just a quick assessment," she said, her tone calm and casual. "We want to make sure everyone's handling the physical workload properly." Inside the station, instruments quietly recorded minute physiological and physical changes. Sensors measured muscle tremors, heart rate, skin conductivity, and subtle shifts in ocular patterns. Cameras captured every movement from multiple angles, allowing Julia to document postural changes and micro-expressions. Brett monitored the data remotely, his face set in grim determination. "First visible mutation," Julia murmured, almost to herself. "And it's only going to get faster." Leo, oblivious to the full extent of his condition, stretched and yawned. "Feels like I might need a nap after this," he said casually. Didn't realize Paradise was so exhausting. Brett exhaled through his nose, eyes narrowing. "Exhaustion is just the surface. The real effect is beneath it. If we don't track it carefully, it'll progress unnoticed until it's too late." Julia tapped the sensors, confirming everything was logging correctly. "We've got the baseline," she said. "From here we monitor continuously. Every hour, every movement, every subtle change." Brett nodded. "And we keep the rest of the crew unaware. No speculation, no panic. Only us. Only control." As Leo returned to tasks under Julia's watchful eye, the rest of the crew continued their work, moving cargo, assembling modules, and tending to the habitat systems. None noticed the subtle transformation beginning in one of their own. But for Brett and Julia, the stakes had escalated. Paradise was no longer just a planet to adapt to. It was an agent of change, actively reshaping biology, silently altering the humans who relied on it for survival. And as the sun began its slow descent behind the distant hills, casting long shadows across the terrain, Brett and Julia knew that the first visible mutation was merely the start. The subtle, pervasive influence of Paradise had begun to manifest externally, and with each hour spent on the surface, the crew's naivety became ever more dangerous. The clock was ticking, and Paradise had already begun its work. The air on Paradise had grown thick, with an almost tangible weight, a heaviness that pressed against Julia's chest and made each breath a conscious effort. The morning light spilled across the habitat modules, but there was no cheer in it.
only a strange greenish haze that filtered through the atmosphere, highlighting the uneven terrain in shades of sickly gold and brown. Julia knelt near Leo, her gloved hands hovering uncertainly over him. He wasn't moving like a man anymore. Not fully. His arms, once coordinated and controlled, now twitched sporadically, as if responding to some silent command from beneath the surface. Julia reached to lift his shoulder, but her hands met unexpected resistance. The ground itself seemed to clutch at him, wrapping around his legs with a subtle grip she couldn't explain.
"Brett!" she hissed, her voice tight with alarm.
He's fusing with the ground. Brett came running, eyes wide, scanning Leo's lower body. "What do you mean, fusing?"
"Look!"
Julia exclaimed. She tried to lift Leo, but his legs, or what used to be his legs, had begun to flatten and spread. The skin,
shifting texture in a slow, creeping motion. The flesh where his boots had been was no longer uniform human tissue. It had begun to take on a strange, fibrous consistency, almost like roots burrowing into the soil. The more she tugged, the more resistance she encountered. Brett knelt beside her, pressing his hands against Leo's shoulders with all his strength.
"Pulling him isn't going to work," he muttered, his voice tight. "It's not just his body, he's merging with the planet, the ground itself."
Julia's stomach dropped.
"We can't let this happen. He can't just become part of this place."
Brett shook his head, grim and silent for a moment.
He was scanning the surrounding area, taking in the subtle, almost imperceptible signs of change in the soil near Leo's lower body. A faint green shimmer pulsed along the edges where skin met dirt.
"It's accelerating, faster than we thought."
Julia crouched closer, placing her hand on Leo's shoulder.
The flesh beneath her gloves was no longer smooth. Fibrous strands had begun to pulse and expand, writhing slightly as if testing their new environment. She could feel a faint vibration running through him, subtle but undeniably alive. He whimpered, a sound that was human yet strained, unnatural. "Brett, he's conscious," she said, voice tight. "He's aware of what's happening." Brett's jaw tightened. "Conscious and helpless, that's worse." He tried to tug at Leo's arms, but the upper body moved slightly, almost compensating for the root-like spread of his lower body. It was a grotesque mimicry of resistance, the man he had been replaced by something that obeyed its own rules. Julia's mind raced. They had prepared for unusual medical anomalies, fatigue, subtle mutations. But this was beyond anything their protocols covered. "We need to document everything," she whispered, more to herself than to Brett. "Measurements, observations, timings. This could explain the rate of mutation in the others."
Brett ignored her words for the moment, gripping her shoulder to get her attention. "We don't have time for protocols. We need to get him out of there." Julia tried again, placing her hands under his armpits, attempting to lift. Every centimeter of movement met unnatural resistance. The ground clung to him, and the fibrous tissue from his legs extended, anchoring him more firmly. Pulling harder seemed to accelerate the process. The fibers quivered and spread faster. "It's like he's becoming part of the planet itself," Julia muttered, panic threading through her voice. "Brett, this is real. This isn't reversible." Brett's face darkened. He tried to steady his hands, calculating options in real time. "Then we don't fight it. We work with what we can control. Get him into a supported lift." Julia's brow furrowed. "You mean cargo loaders?" He nodded. "We can't carry him manually. Impossible. But with machines, we might be able to at least relocate him before it spreads further." The process was painstaking. Julia guided Leo onto the cargo loader, sliding him with painstaking care while Brett manipulated the controls. Every movement was slow, deliberate, as the fibrous extensions pulled at the loader's metal platform. Leo whimpered again, tension in his upper body obvious. "I can't move," he groaned, the sound distorted as the fibers tugged against his skin. Julia gritted her teeth, eyes wet but focused. "We've got you. Hold on, Leo. Just hold on." Brett adjusted the loader's lift arm, elevating Leo carefully, but the ground below refused to release its claim entirely. Tiny root-like strands had begun to snake up around his waist, disappearing beneath the folds of his clothes, intertwining with fibers that were no longer human. Julia felt her stomach churn at the sight. She had documented anomalies before, but seeing them actively manipulate his body into something alien was horrifying. "Speed," Brett said sharply, tension in every line of his body. "We can't dawdle. Get him to the habitat interior." Julia nodded, sweat running down her temple beneath the helmet. She leaned over Leo, trying to comfort him as he was lifted. "Almost there. Almost there," she whispered. Every movement of the loader caused the roots to writhe, stretching farther, seeking purchase in anything they could reach. Brett's hands were firm on the controls, muscles straining as he guided the loader across uneven ground. He kept one eye on the surrounding terrain, scanning for additional anomalies. The fibrous extensions seemed localized to Leo for now, but Brett knew better than to assume it would remain contained. Inside the habitat, they carefully positioned Leo near the observation area. Julia immediately set up monitoring equipment, sensors already tracking the fibrous spread, the pulse of his altered physiology, the minute electrical activity in his system. "We need continuous data," she said, voice shaking but determined. "Every second counts." Leo's breathing was shallow, erratic, his arms twitched intermittently, and the top of his head showed subtle shifts in skin texture, tiny green veins pulsating beneath the surface. Julia recorded every anomaly, scanning the readings in disbelief.
"It's systemic," she murmured. "Not just limbs, not just lower body.
The planet, it's integrating him completely." Brett, standing to one side, exhaled slowly. "We're barely keeping ahead of it. If this continues at the current rate, he'll be gone within hours, maybe less."
Julia pressed a hand to her mouth, her other hand still hovering over the sensors.
Gone how?"
He shook his head, grim. "Not dead. Transformed, altered, integrated into paradise. It's rewriting what he is." The realization hit Julia like a physical blow. They had encountered biological anomalies before, fatigue, DNA mutations. But this was instantaneous, tangible, visible. And Leo wasn't the only one who would feel it. Paradise wasn't waiting. The first human transformation into the planet's ecosystem had begun. She looked down at Leo, noting the creeping green shimmer along his skin, the subtle movements that were no longer his own. He met her gaze, confusion and fear flickering in his eyes. "I can't stop it," he whispered, voice strained, almost breaking. Julia swallowed hard, tears forming despite her resolve. "We'll try," she said, voice shaking. "We're not letting it take you, not completely." Brett placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Trying isn't enough," he said, tone low and firm. "We act. We control what we can. Get him to observation, track everything, and prepare for escalation. That's all we can do right now." Julia nodded, focusing on the screens and sensors. "Right.
Observation first. Then we figure out intervention if it's possible." The cargo loader shuddered slightly as Leo's body writhed, attempting to integrate further. Julia documented every moment, knowing they were witnessing a point of no return. Paradise had claimed its first victim, and the implications for the rest of the crew were immediate, terrifying, and unavoidable.
Brett exhaled through clenched teeth.
"We keep moving. We keep observing. We survive. That's the only option." Julia's hand hovered over the keyboard, tears dripping onto the metal surface as she typed furiously. Each keystroke recorded the moment, the transformation, and the chilling truth.
Paradise didn't wait, didn't negotiate, and certainly didn't forgive.
And as Leo's fibrous extensions pulsed and writhed, anchoring him further into the planet's soil, Julia and Brett realized something they had suspected but now knew with certainty. The planet was no longer just a setting. It was an active, aggressive force, capable of reshaping life itself. They could only watch and prepare for what was coming next. The metallic clang of shifting cargo echoed through the habitat as Julia and Brett moved from one module to another. Sweat traced lines down Julia's back, not just from exertion, but from fear. The subtle green patterns creeping along Leo's skin had been disturbing enough, but now she noticed the same faint discolorations appearing on Max's arms. "They're spreading," Julia muttered, gripping a support beam for balance. "It's not isolated." Brett's jaw tightened. "I saw Sandra's hands, those fibrous patches, like roots. We need to figure out containment now." His eyes scanned the room, landing on crew members who were fumbling with equipment, some frozen in confusion, others trying to resist the subtle tug in their bodies. A muffled cry came from the corner where two of the cargo loaders had been parked. Brett hurried over and found Lucas pressed against the wall, staring at his feet. Green tendrils had begun snaking up from the floor, wrapping around his ankles as if the planet itself was pulling him down. Brett grabbed his shoulders. "Get up! Fight it!" Lucas shook his head violently, panic in every movement. I can't!" His voice broke. "It's pulling me!" Julia knelt beside him, checking the material spreading along his skin. "We can't physically restrain it," she said, her voice tight. "Whatever this is, it's not like normal illness or injury. It's biology, but adaptive, responsive." The crew's panic was mounting. Shouts rang out as others noticed the subtle changes. Elongated fingers, slight bark-like textures emerging along the arms. A greenish shimmer on the necks and faces of those nearest to the habitat's outer walls. Brett moved fast, herding them toward the central corridor. "Everyone, hold together! Keep moving!" One of the junior technicians tripped, sprawling across the floor. His fingers were already splitting at the tips, delicate threads of green curling like tiny vines. Julia grabbed him under the arms, lifting him roughly. "We have to get him to observation!" Resistance was growing, though, not just from the transformations but from sheer terror. Some crew members tried to fight the subtle pull in their limbs, lashing out at Brett and Julia. The biological changes seemed to interfere with their coordination, making every attempt at assistance exhausting and frustrating. Julia's mind raced. She had been keeping detailed logs, tracking every change, every minute observation of pulse, temperature, skin texture. It was all pointing to one horrifying conclusion. The planet itself was altering them, and the changes were accelerating. The tendrils weren't just cosmetic. They seemed integrated, connected to their nervous systems, maybe even their circulatory networks. Brett's voice cut through the chaos. "Check your crewmates! Help them! We can't afford to lose anyone here, not like this!" Julia moved to assist Sandra, whose arms were stiffening visibly. Tiny, root-like filaments curled over her forearms, extending toward the floor. Julia applied gentle pressure, trying to push them back, but they recoiled as if alive. Sandra's face was pale, eyes wide with fear.
It's spreading faster than I thought," Julia muttered to herself, then louder. "Sandra, listen to me. Focus.
You are not alone. We're here with you."
But even as she spoke, Brett was struggling with Max, whose legs were beginning to merge with the rubberized flooring of the module. He groaned, the sound somewhere between human and not human, as if something inside him was being rewritten. Brett pulled at Max's arms, his strength barely keeping him from sinking further. "We have to keep moving! You have to fight it!" The crew's cohesion was breaking down. Some members screamed in terror, others refused to move, paralyzed by the subtle tug in their bodies.
Julia's frustration grew alongside her fear. They had training for hazards, for environmental risks, for mechanical failures, but not for their own biology turning against them. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the habitat. One of the observation windows had a greenish haze spreading across the surface, tiny veins extending outward as if the planet itself was observing them.
Brett grabbed Julia's arm.
"That's it. No more wandering. We consolidate. Everyone in the center now."
Julia nodded, moving quickly.
She assisted Fred, whose hands had begun to swell and twist, the skin hardening along the knuckles.
"Fred, you're with me."
"Keep your eyes on me," she instructed, though the calmness in her voice was a fragile veneer over the terror she felt. They reached the central hub, a small area meant for equipment storage and emergency protocol checks. Brett quickly locked down the doors, trying to create a physical barrier between the crew and the external walls, though Julia knew it might not be enough. The biological influence was pervasive, seeping through air, touch, proximity. Julia knelt beside Leo, who was partially merged with the floor now, the green tendrils wrapping around his limbs like a slow-motion stranglehold. "We need containment, but I don't know if it's possible," she muttered, glancing at Brett. Brett's face was hard, practical. "We'll buy time. Observation, notes, anything we can use to figure this out." His hands moved over the console, running diagnostic scans. But the data was erratic, fluctuating as if the planet's influence extended even to electronics. Even as they worked, the other crew members were not idle. Some had begun scratching at their skin, confused by the creeping changes. Others whispered prayers or muttered disbelief. Brett shouted for them to focus, to stay conscious, to resist. But it was an uphill battle.
Julia took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Her notes now
resembled a stream of frantic observation. The tendrils, the discoloration, the stiffening limbs, the inexplicable coordination failures. "This is faster than I imagined," she admitted quietly, as if confessing to herself more than anyone else. "We may not be able to stop it. We may only delay it." A low rumble vibrated through the floor, faint but undeniable. Julia looked up, and Brett followed her gaze. Green veins were spreading along the habitat flooring, tracing paths like rivers, seeking connection. The tendrils weren't just on the crew. They were reaching outward, seeking purchase, rooting the influence deeper into everything they had built. "We need containment units," Brett said urgently, moving toward the cargo storage. "Temporary barriers, anything. Isolate the worst cases. Keep them together, but separated from the rest."
Julia helped Sandra to a makeshift observation station. "We can't stop it completely," she said, voice trembling slightly.
"But we can slow it, monitor it, maybe find a pattern." Time dragged. Every second seemed to elongate as transformations accelerated. Julia checked her watch repeatedly, though it offered no comfort.
The crew was changing faster than they could respond. Brett barked orders, coordinating movements, shoving equipment into barricades. But even his strength could not hold back the creeping tendrils. By the time the sun, if it could even be called that through Paradise's hazy atmosphere, dipped lower, half the crew displayed visible mutations: elongated fingers, partial bark-like skin, subtle green veining along veins, and muscle fibers. Julia had barely the strength to continue logging observations. Brett, meanwhile, had assumed the role of cold efficiency. He didn't speak much, only directed movements, organized barricades, and maintained whatever calm he could. Julia glanced at him and saw the strain under his disciplined exterior. "We can't lose control," he said, quietly, almost to himself, surveying the crew. Julia swallowed hard. She knew they were past containment. They were now managing the unavoidable, buying time while the influence spread. She recorded every detail she could, every mutation, every symptom. If nothing else, there would be documentation. And if they survived, someone, somewhere, would know exactly what Paradise did to humans. And yet, as she looked at Max struggling against the green tendrils, at Fred's swelling hands, at Leo partially rooted to the floor, Julia realized documentation might be all that remained of their mission. Hope was slipping through their fingers, tangling with the creeping green influence. Brett moved beside her. "Keep your head, Julia. Observe. Guide. Don't panic." Julia nodded, though panic had already nestled in the pit of her stomach. They had no tools, no precedent, no safeguard. Paradise was rewriting life, starting with the people they had trusted, and the planet's reach was only growing stronger. They worked through the remainder of the day, isolating the worst transformations, documenting symptoms, and attempting to maintain some semblance of order. Every intervention was met with resistance, from both the crew and the planetary influence itself. Each success was small, fleeting, and hard-won. By nightfall, Julia's arms ached, her fingers stained with green residue she couldn't fully scrub off. She checked her notes. Max's condition worsening, Fred partially stiff, Sandra still conscious but displaying fibrous growths along her neck and arms, Leo nearly immobile. She looked at Brett. "We're barely holding on," she said, voice flat. Brett didn't reply immediately. He only tightened his jaw, surveyed the barricades and crew, and muttered, "Then we keep holding them." The crew's fear had settled into a tense silence, punctuated by subtle groans and the occasional whisper. Julia realized, with a cold certainty, that containment was no longer about rescue. It was about survival, for as long as they could manage it. And Paradise was showing them, in no uncertain terms, that time was slipping faster than they could track. Julia gritted her teeth as she lifted Fred into the cargo loader. His body was stiffening unnaturally, tendrils curling along his arms and legs like fragile vines. He groaned, a low, strangled sound that made her stomach twist. Brett stood beside her, arms crossed, eyes scanning the habitat for the worst-affected crew members. "Hang on, Fred," Julia said, voice tight. "We'll get you somewhere safe, just a little further." The loader shuddered under the combined weight of Fred and the encroaching green growths that were crawling over the seat and controls. Julia's muscles burned, her fingers aching from gripping the sides of the loader. But she forced herself to keep moving. Each step was deliberate, measured. She couldn't risk sudden jolts. Even minor vibrations seemed to accelerate the transformations. Brett followed closely, keeping a hand near the emergency override in case anything went wrong. "Keep him centered," he said. "Don't let the tendrils touch anything else." Julia nodded, though she knew it was already too late. The green filaments snaked across the floor, reaching for the loader like hungry fingers. With a hiss of friction, one tendril wrapped around the loader's leg, tugging slightly. Julia braced herself, heart hammering. The rest of the crew was in various stages of panic. Max had collapsed against a bulkhead, his arms and legs twisted by the creeping plant-like fibers. Sandra was gripping the edge of a console, green patches racing along her skin, her breathing ragged. Others were running, slipping, shouting. Every movement seemed to provoke the tendrils further, as if Paradise itself were testing their limits. Brett called out orders over the cacophony. "Julia, you need to get Fred to the observation module. Everyone else, barricade yourselves if you can." Julia pushed the loader forward, each inch a struggle. Fred groaned again, his voice uneven, almost unrecognizable. It's moving faster," he murmured. I can feel it." His hands twitched involuntarily, fibers curling between his fingers. Julia swallowed hard, forcing herself not to panic. "I know," she said firmly. "We'll get through this. Just hold on." The loader rolled over a small ridge of debris from the earlier cargo setup. A green filament brushed against the floor plate, curling upward like a reaching hand. Julia froze, holding her breath. It recoiled instantly, as if aware of her attention. She exhaled slowly and moved on, each step a battle against the accelerating spread. Brett, meanwhile, had taken charge of coordinating the remaining crew. He barked instructions, guiding those still mobile to barricade rooms, move supplies to safer areas, and assist in containment where possible. Yet every order seemed almost futile. The biological influence wasn't just attacking the crew. It was spreading across the habitat itself, climbing walls, burrowing into flooring, even curling along equipment. Julia could feel her own exhaustion pressing in. She adjusted her grip on the loader, shifting weight to prevent further stress on Fred's partially rooted body. "Almost there," she muttered under her breath, though she knew that distance meant little in the face of the planet's reach. The observation module came into view, a small reinforced area meant for analysis of biological samples and health monitoring. It had never been tested for active containment, but it was the best hope they had. Julia maneuvered the loader toward the entrance, tendrils brushing against her arms and the edges of the module's doorways. Inside, Brett was already preparing temporary isolation stations. Small platforms and reinforced chairs had been arranged in a rough semicircle. "Place him here,"
Brett instructed, pointing to the center.
We'll try to slow it down, monitor progression, keep everyone else back.
Julia gently lowered Fred onto the platform, careful to prevent him from touching any surface outside the reinforced area. His body had stiffened further during the ride, the green fibers curling like a web across his skin.
His breathing was shallow, irregular.
Julia held his hand, pressing her fingers against the filaments, trying to maintain some human connection as the loader's vibrations dissipated. Brett moved quickly, securing barriers between Fred and the rest of the habitat. This is temporary, he said grimly. It won't stop the transformation, it will just slow the spread.
Julia stepped back, wiping sweat from her forehead. Her eyes scanned the room.
Max, Sandra, Lucas each was showing increasing signs of the same plant-like integration with their bodies.
The crew's panic had turned into a tense, resigned fear.
Whimpers and groans filled the corridors.
Fred's eyes fluttered open, green tendrils curling around his neck.
It's everywhere, he whispered. His voice sounded strained, distorted.
Julia gripped his hand tighter.
I know, she said softly. But you're not alone. We're here.
Brett approached the platform, inspecting Fred.
We need to document this, he said. Every mutation, every progression. It's moving faster than we expected. We have to understand it before it goes beyond control. Julia nodded, reaching for her tablet. She began logging every visible change: fiber length, skin discoloration, joint stiffness, pulse irregularities. Each entry confirmed their worst fears. The biological influence was adaptive, intelligent almost, and spreading at an exponential rate. Outside the observation module, the rest of the crew had begun improvising barricades, but it was chaotic. Tendrils crept through gaps, snaking around doors, curling along railings. Some crew members tried to resist,
pulling violently against the fibers, but resistance only seemed to accelerate the spread. The panic was infectious, feeding the transformation. Julia glanced at Brett. His face was set, practical, focused on survival and containment. We can't save everyone, he said quietly, though not to her. We can only slow it down. Julia's stomach twisted. The thought was unbearable, but she knew he was right. Every intervention bought only minutes, perhaps hours. The green influence was relentless, faster than any human effort to restrain it. Fred's body shuddered as fibers curled across his chest, wrapping around his torso. Julia pressed her hands against them, trying to slow the progression, but it was futile. She felt helpless, frustrated, and terrified. This is spreading too fast, Brett said, voice low but urgent. We need to stabilize what we can. Isolation, observation, documentation. Nothing else will matter if we don't maintain order. Julia nodded, keeping her attention on Fred. Her fingers traced the lines of green as if mapping them could somehow slow the growth. She whispered encouragements, knowing they were fragile comforts against the overwhelming force of Paradise's influence. Time passed in a blur of panic, shifting tendrils, and tense silence. Julia barely noticed the hours slipping by as she documented each change. Brett remained steady, moving between the observation module and the rest of the crew, coordinating barricades, offering instructions, guiding what remained of the mission's order. By the end of the day, Fred's transformation had progressed to a frightening degree. His limbs were partially fused with the platform, fibers integrated into the metal and padding. Breathing was labored, shallow. Julia's chest ached with helplessness. Brett's calm efficiency hid his own horror, but she could see it in the tension of his shoulders, the tight set of his jaw. The green influence continued to spread outward, relentless. Julia realized, with a sinking certainty, that their first real containment attempt had only slowed the inevitable. The planet's reach was expanding faster than any human intervention could match. Survival now meant adaptation, endurance, and meticulous observation, rather than rescue. Julia glanced at Brett. He met her gaze, practical, resolute, yet unspoken fear lingered in his eyes. She swallowed hard. We can only buy time, she said. Brett nodded. And every second counts. Julia sank to the floor of the observation module, her back pressed against the cold metal wall. The hum of the life support systems was deafening in contrast to the silence of her thoughts, which were anything but calm. She tried to steady her breathing, but the sight before her refused to allow it. Fred was barely recognizable, half fused to the platform, fibers curling over his chest and face. Max and Sandra, just a few meters away, were similarly entangled. The green tendrils seemed almost sentient, spreading relentlessly, and Julia felt the crushing weight of helplessness pressing down on her. She covered her face with her hands, hot tears spilling between her fingers. What have we done? She whispered to herself. What have we even tried? Her voice cracked. The words felt pitiful, meaningless in the face of the overwhelming biological force that had turned their mission into a nightmare. Every logical solution she had considered, containment, separation, observation, had been thwarted. Paradise wasn't just affecting them physically. It was eroding their confidence, their control. Brett crouched beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder, not to comfort, but to anchor. Julia, he said firmly, his voice steady but tense. "We need to move. We can't fix what's already happening, but we can survive. We have to think about escape." Julia lifted her head, blinking rapidly through tears. "Escape?" she said, her voice trembling. After seeing Fred like that, you really think we can escape? This isn't something we can outrun." Brett shook his head, his eyes scanning the observation module. "We don't have a choice. The spread is too fast. We stabilize what we can, then we get out. We've trained for emergency evacuation, haven't we? We just need to make it count." Her chest tightened as despair clawed at her throat. She wanted to argue, to insist they could somehow reverse it. But deep down she knew he was right. The transformations weren't slowing. Every second they delayed was another inch of the crew swallowed by the green filaments. Panic whispered at the edges of her mind, but Brett's calm, focused presence forced her to recognize the truth. Action, not lamentation, was what mattered now. Brett moved to inspect the containment modules. "We need a route," he said. "Cargo loaders, the maintenance corridor, then the secondary airlock. That's our best shot. Keep everyone calm if they can still hear us. Every second of hesitation will cost us." Julia swallowed hard, wiping her tears with the back of her sleeve. "I can help." "I'll help, Brett," she said, her voice shakier than she wanted. "I'll do whatever you need. Just don't let it take them completely before we can get them out." Brett's expression softened for just a fraction of a second before returning to grim focus. "We do what we can," he said. "Nothing more. Everything else is beyond our control." Julia took a deep breath, forcing herself to stand. Her knees were stiff, her muscles trembling from hours of tension and exhaustion. She moved toward Fred's platform, checking his vitals and trying to assess the extent of the transformation. The monitor displayed erratic readings, heart rate shallow, oxygen saturation wavering. His eyes opened briefly, unfocused, and he whispered something she couldn't understand. The tendrils across his torso twitched as if responding to some internal rhythm, pulsing with a life independent of him. She pressed a hand gently against his chest. "We'll get you out," she said, though the words felt hollow. "We'll get through this somehow." The sob that escaped her was uncontrollable, breaking the fragile composure she had clung to all day. Brett returned, carrying a small toolkit and a reinforced evacuation harness. "We'll start with Fred," he said, his voice practical, matter-of-fact. "Then the rest as far as we can get them. We can't save everyone, Julia, but we can save ourselves, and a few at least." Julia nodded, swallowing hard against the lump in her throat. "Right, okay." She forced herself to focus, to push back the despair. Her hands shook as she helped Brett secure the harness around Fred's partially transformed body. Every movement needed to be careful. The last thing they needed was to trigger further growth or accelerate his merging with the platform. The loader was positioned, engines idling, ready to carry them toward the maintenance corridor. Brett and Julia worked in tandem, careful, precise, tense. The rest of the crew, what remained conscious and mobile, watched from behind temporary barricades. Max, Sandra, Lucas, each partially overtaken by the filaments, were trapped in their own transformations. Their whimpers and groans echoed through the module, mingling with the low hum of machinery and the faint whispers of green growth curling over metal surfaces. Brett glanced at Julia. "Are you ready?" She swallowed hard. "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied, forcing a nod. The weight of the moment pressed on her chest, but she pushed it down. Survival demanded action, not despair. The loader shuddered as they lifted Fred, the tendrils partially fused with the harness. Julia held onto the control, guiding the loader along the narrow path Brett had mapped out. Every inch was a struggle. Fibers scraped along the walls, twisting, reaching, testing their resolve. Julia's heart raced, but she kept her hands steady, her mind focused on the task, not the horror surrounding them. Her sets. Brett walked alongside, directing, monitoring, scanning. Slowly, slowly. Don't let him touch the walls. Keep it steady. They moved through the corridors, past rooms where the green filaments had already claimed the floors, walls, even ceilings. The sight was unbearable. Julia could barely look at the crew members, trapped in mid-transformation. She forced herself to avert her gaze and concentrate on Fred, on the loader, on every calculated movement. Reaching the secondary airlock felt like a victory, though it was bittersweet. The mechanism was reinforced, meant to separate hazardous materials or prevent contamination. Brett prepared the controls, activating the locking sequence while Julia held the loader steady. The green tendrils outside the reinforced door writhed against it, as if aware of their intent to escape. Julia exhaled, a shuddering, shaky breath, and allowed herself a moment of relief. Brett checked the loader's position and secured Fred. "We've got a window," he said. "Short, but enough. Move." They advanced slowly, each step deliberate, hearts pounding. Julia felt tears still wet on her cheeks, a mixture of sorrow, fear, and grim determination. She glanced at Brett. He was focused, calm, yet she could see the tension in his jaw, the tightness of his shoulders. Hope and realism were intertwined, coexisting uneasily. Survival demanded both. They reached the secondary airlock and engaged the depressurization sequence, isolating themselves from the areas most overtaken by the green tendrils. Outside, the habitat was almost unrecognizable. A web of filaments, writhing and curling, a planet's biological influence claiming every surface. Inside, Julia pressed a hand against the loader, checking Fred once more. His pulse was faint but steady. They had bought time, though for how long she didn't know.
Brett placed a hand on her shoulder, firm, grounding. "We can do this," he said, "one step at a time." Julia nodded, swallowing her despair. She wiped her tears and squared her shoulders. The reality of the mutations, the unstoppable spread, the loss of their crew. None of it was gone. But action and survival required control over what they could manage. As the airlock sealed behind them, Brett and Julia shared a glance. Silent acknowledgement passed between them. Despair was present. Sorrow was present. But so was resolve. They had survived the first wave. They would face the next together, with practical minds and tempered hope, knowing that paradise was far from done with them. Julia and Brett stood at the edge of the habitat module, their boots crunching against the warped metal flooring, now slick with remnants of the green growth that had claimed so much of the crew. The smell of damp, organic decay hung heavy in the air, mixing with the faint metallic tang of the equipment they had tried in vain to salvage. Their eyes swept over the scene before them, and the reality of their situation slammed into them with bone-deep force. The crew, what remained of it, was no longer fully human. Leo's form had melded with the ground, tendrils curling over his arms and face, pulsing faintly. Fred was partially fused to the platform, the evacuation harness barely containing the growth. Max and Sandra were writhing, half-formed plant matter emerging from limbs and torsos in grotesque patterns. The green tendrils moved with a rhythm all their own, as if sensing the despair in the remaining humans.
Julia's stomach churned, bile rising in her throat. She clenched her fists, trying to hold back a scream, a sob, anything that would give her emotions free rein in front of Brett. Brett, as always, remained more composed, though his jaw was tight, his eyes sharp with urgency. He had already calculated the risks a dozen times over, weighing the shuttle's limits against the spread of the biological transformation. "We don't have time," he said, his voice low but firm. "If we wait any longer, there won't be anyone left to save, including us." Julia turned to him, her eyes wide with panic and sorrow. "But Brett, look at them!
How can we leave them like this?"
Her hands shook, reaching toward the writhing crew members as if her touch could somehow undo what the planet had done.
Brett shook his head, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. "We can't save them, Julia. Not now. Not without getting ourselves killed. This isn't just about losing people. It's about survival."
He glanced back at the habitat, the green growth curling and pulsating like a living thing. "Every second we spend here is another second the planet has to change more of us. We can't risk it." Julia closed her eyes, fighting against the tide of despair. She had seen transformation before.
The subtle physical changes, the DNA anomalies, the small mutations. And she had tried to intervene, to halt them. But now, faced with the fully realized horror of their crew's assimilation, she understood Brett's words were grim truth.
Her tears fell freely, dripping onto the cold metal floor.
"I understand," she whispered, voice breaking. "But it feels so wrong." They moved closer to the untransformed members of the crew who had gathered near the shuttle, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Lucas, Sarah, and a few others stared at the green filaments that seemed to twitch and pulse in rhythm with the planet itself. "You have to come with us," Brett urged. "Now. There's no time to argue. The planet is spreading faster than we can contain." Some hesitated, frozen in place, eyes darting toward their friends who were already lost to the transformation. One crew member, a young engineer named Kira, shook her head violently.
I can't leave them
like this. We have to try, we have to help." Her voice trembled, but her stance was firm. Brett's expression hardened. "You'll die if you stay. I won't let you do that. We can't help them. We can only survive, and then we can report back. Maybe find a way to contain it in the future. But here? There's nothing we can do." Julia stepped forward, taking Kira's hands in hers, trembling. "I know it feels impossible," she said softly, trying to convey the weight of her understanding. "But Brett's right. If you stay, it's the planet or death. Come with us, please." A tense silence hung in the module, as Kira looked back at the twisted forms of her friends. She bit her lip, fighting tears, and then turned slowly, nodding with resigned fear.
Another crew member, Marco, shook his head stubbornly, refusing to move. Red approached him carefully but firmly. "Marco, you're gonna die if you stay. I can't let that happen. Move now." Marco's eyes welled with tears,
and he finally turned, following Kira and the others toward the shuttle. Brett and Julia kept their focus on those who were still mobile, still untransformed, ushering them toward safety, knowing each moment spent convincing them increased the risk of exposure to the planet's deadly influence. Finally, With the remaining untransformed crew accounted for, Brett and Julia surveyed the shuttle. Its hold was ready, partially stocked from prior preparations, but they would have to maximize space, packing essential equipment, supplies, and rations with precision. The weight was already at the upper limits of what the shuttle could safely carry. Brett muttered calculations under his breath, adjusting storage configurations, moving containers, double-checking life support systems. Julia assisted, her hands shaking, but her mind clear with grim determination. "Everything we can't take, we leave behind," Brett said, loading the last of the sealed supply crates. "No choice. The planet claims what we leave. We can't come back for it." Julia nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. Every container left, every piece of equipment, every vestige of what had once been their mission, became part of Paradise's ongoing transformation. She couldn't stop the tears from forming again, but she blinked them back, forcing herself to focus on what mattered: survival. They secured the hatch, Brett doing a final check of systems while Julia monitored the untransformed crew, ensuring they were all accounted for and ready. The shuttle engines hummed, rising to a low roar as the pre-flight systems engaged. Outside, through the reinforced viewport, the green filaments writhed across the habitat floor, consuming everything they touched. The sight made Julia's stomach churn, the horror of what they were leaving behind settling in her chest like a lead weight. Brett placed a hand on the console, eyes scanning the control panels.
"We can't delay. Once we take off, we're committed. We'll lose more than just the habitat, friends, colleagues, everything we've worked for. But staying means losing ourselves, too." Julia swallowed, nodding slowly. She looked once more at the scene outside the viewport, at Leo, Fred, Max, and Sandra, twisted, consumed, almost unrecognizable. And then at the green expanse creeping along the ground, alive in its own terrifying way. "I understand," she whispered. "Let's go." The untransformed crew moved toward their assigned positions, boarding the shuttle and securing themselves. Julia and Brett were last, taking one final, lingering look at the devastation before stepping inside. The hatch sealed behind them with a mechanical hiss, isolating them from the living nightmare outside. Brett exhaled sharply, leaning against the console. "It's done," he said. "We're leaving. There's nothing more we can do for them." Julia sat heavily in her seat, hands gripping the armrests. "No," she said, her voice quiet but resolute. I just hate that it has to be this way." Brett placed a reassuring hand on hers, though there was no comfort to be found in their current reality. "We survive," he said simply. "We report. We prepare. That's all we can do now." Outside the shuttle viewport, Paradise continued its slow, inexorable conquest of the habitat. Tendrils crawled over walls, doors, and equipment, spreading with frightening intelligence. Julia's eyes stayed fixed on the scene, heart heavy, knowing they had escaped with their lives but had left much behind. Friends, colleagues, the remnants of a mission that had begun with hope and precision, and now ended in tragedy. She let herself take a shaky breath, willing the nausea and grief to stay at bay. Brett's practical presence, his unflinching focus on survival, grounded her. The shuttle's engines rumbled to life fully, and for the first time since they had stepped onto Paradise, Julia allowed herself a thought beyond despair. They might survive, and in survival lay the possibility, however faint, of confronting the planet's horrors again, on their own terms, another day. The untransformed crew glanced nervously at one another, understanding the finality of what had been left behind. None spoke. The weight of the decision pressed on everyone, filling the cabin with tense silence, punctuated only by the steady hum of life support and engine systems. Julia closed her eyes, swallowing the last of her tears, and whispered a vow to herself. "We will survive. Somehow, we will survive." The shuttle's hold was cramped, metallic walls echoing every sound as Brett and Julia moved with urgent precision. Every crate, every container, every piece of equipment had to be accounted for, packed, and balanced to the gram. The engines could only handle so much weight. An error in distribution could be catastrophic during takeoff. The hum of the shuttle's systems filled the background, a low, persistent reminder that time was slipping away. Outside, the green filaments of Paradise continued their relentless conquest of the habitat, creeping over what had once been home to the crew. Brett surveyed the hold, clipboard in hand, ticking off items as he went. "We need 2 more oxygen tanks, and double-check the rations. They're barely enough for 2 weeks at this load. Anything extra is luxury we can't afford." His voice was calm, almost clinical, but his eyes flicked constantly to the viewport, measuring the creeping green threat. Julia was crouched beside a stack of containers, straps and hooks at the ready. Sweat slicked her hair to her forehead, and she kept glancing over her shoulder at the untransformed crew, who were helping where they could but moving slower than necessary. Fear and fatigue slowed their motions. "These supplies are heavy," she muttered, hoisting a crate with a grunt. "We need to prioritize medical and food first. Tools and equipment come next."
One of the remaining crew members, Kira, hesitated with a crate nearly twice her size. I don't think I can lift this one, she admitted, her voice tight with panic. The green growth outside seemed to press against her nerves as much as the physical weight pressed on her muscles. Brett didn't flinch. Then we work together, he said, grabbing the opposite side of the crate and pulling it with coordinated effort. Julia joined, their three bodies straining against the weight. Every second counts, Brett reminded them. If Paradise spreads any further before we're airborne, we'll lose more than we can carry. Sweat ran down Julia's temples as she hauled crate after crate, stacking them methodically. She had learned early on the exact weight limits and the precise arrangement required to maintain the shuttle's center of gravity. A mistake now would not just jeopardize the evacuation. It could kill them all. Each container, from water filtration units to comm devices, was packed with meticulous care. Food and oxygen in the forward section, Brett instructed, eyes scanning the list again. Medical, next to the starboard wall, secured with straps. Everything else goes aft. Keep it tight, no gaps. Shifts during takeoff will crush loose crates. He moved with mechanical precision, checking straps, tying knots, and issuing instructions to the others, who followed dutifully, fear lending speed to their motions. Julia paused for a moment, wiping sweat from her brow, and glanced at the untransformed crew. Some of them were quiet, haunted by the images of their friends left behind, while others tried to mask their terror with frantic activity. We're doing what we can, she murmured softly, though the words felt hollow even to her ears. The weight of leaving their transformed colleagues behind pressed on them all, a constant, silent burden. Max, one of the younger engineers, fumbled with a heavy piece of electronic equipment. Is this important? He asked, voice strained. Brett's jaw tightened. Yes, it's critical. Communications and navigation systems won't function without it. We can't afford to leave anything behind that could help us survive. He moved over and helped Max position the equipment, securing it with straps. Every second mattered. Every misstep could be fatal. And Brett's focus left no room for error. Julia moved to the medical supplies, her hands trembling slightly as she checked the inventory one last time. Bandages, emergency kits, pharmaceuticals, all carefully accounted for. She couldn't bring the lab equipment in full, not with the weight restrictions, but she prioritized what might allow them to stabilize anyone showing early signs of mutation during the escape. She clipped the straps tightly, ensuring nothing would shift when the shuttle lifted off. Brett checked the engines, toggling switches and monitoring readouts. Fuel levels are optimal, but we're at the upper limit for payload. If anything extra is loaded last minute, it could compromise takeoff. He cast a glance at Julia, whose expression mirrored the same mix of anxiety and determination he felt. Julia exhaled sharply and moved to the last set of crates, heavier than any before. The final supplies, tools, auxiliary systems, and non-essential but potentially valuable items had to fit perfectly. She maneuvered them into position, straining against both weight and the gravity of what leaving them behind meant. She could hear Brett's steady instructions, guiding every placement with exacting precision. Outside, through the viewport, the green growth pressed closer to the shuttle. Julia shivered, both from exertion and the gnawing fear that every second spent here increased the risk. Some of the untransformed crew glanced back, pale faces etched with guilt and horror, silently acknowledging that they were abandoning friends. We're done here, Brett announced, moving to check each strap and secure every container. Everything is fastened. Nothing will shift. Prepare for boarding and final check. Julia's knees ached, her muscles screaming from the effort, but she nodded, moving to the cockpit to assist with pre-flight systems. The shuttle's panels flickered with greenish light, reflected from the planet outside, a ghostly reminder of what they were leaving behind. She cast a final glance at the viewport, taking in the chaotic transformation of the habitat, knowing the crew they had left behind would be forever changed, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Brett joined her in the cockpit, running through the checklist one more time. Life support checked, navigation checked, fuel checked, cargo secured. Everyone on board? Julia confirmed the count, voice steady despite the turmoil in her chest. Everyone accounted for. Brett nodded, a rare look of vulnerability flickering in his eyes. Good. Then let's hope this is enough. The untransformed crew moved into their seats, strapping in, some trembling, some silent, all aware of the enormity of what they were about to do. Julia and Brett took their positions, double-checking controls and instruments, preparing to face the challenges of interstellar travel with a shuttle at its operational limits. The hold of the shuttle hummed with mechanical tension, every bolt, every strap, every crate a testament to their meticulous preparation. The weight of survival pressed down on them all, as heavy as the cargo they had packed. Outside, Paradise continued to pulse and writhe, unaware, indifferent, its biological reach extending further with each passing second. Julia leaned back in her seat, fingers brushing against the secured straps of medical supplies. She allowed herself one deep, steadying breath. We're ready, she said, more to herself than to anyone else.
Brett's hand hovered over the console, eyes on the viewport, voice calm but firm.
Ready or not, it's time. For the first time since the invasion of the planet had begun, the crew sat still, anticipating the moment when all their planning, all their frantic preparation, would either see them escape or doom them in the shadow of Paradise's relentless expansion. The shuttle's engines throbbed with a low, steady vibration, a heartbeat of controlled power that made every metal panel and bolt hum. Brett and Julia sat in the cockpit, hands poised over the controls, eyes flicking between readouts, monitors, and the viewport where the planet's relentless green expansion pressed outward like a living ocean. Every second was critical. Every calculation had to be exact. The difference between survival and total disaster hinged on their precision. Final systems check, Brett said, voice clipped. He tapped the console, running through life support, fuel distribution, engine alignment, and navigation. Each beep and flash of light
felt amplified in the tense cockpit.
Julia mirrored him, scanning her screens for any anomalies, running simulations in her mind of the escape trajectory. Outside, the remaining untransformed crew strapped themselves in, faces pale, muscles tight with fear. None spoke. Words would have been wasted energy. Fuel pressure nominal, engines stable, cargo secured, environmental controls functional, Julia confirmed, double-checking every line of code and every blinking indicator. Her voice was steady, but her knuckles were white as they gripped the edge of her seat.
Brett leaned forward, studying the viewport. Paradise's green filaments stretched toward the horizon, almost reaching the shuttle's edge. The subtle movement of the plant-like growths reminded him of crawling tendrils, relentless, invasive, and growing with terrifying speed. "We don't have much time," he muttered, almost to himself. "Every second counts." The countdown began on the console. T-10 minutes. Brett's fingers danced across the controls, confirming throttle calibration and engine vectoring. "Engage auxiliary stabilization," he instructed, toggling switches with precise motion. The shuttle shuddered lightly, adjusting to the distributed weight of their cargo and passengers. Every crate, every strap they had spent hours securing, now bore the stress of anticipation. Julia monitored the biosigns of the crew, eyes darting between heart rates, oxygen levels, and stress indicators. The prolonged exposure to the planet, combined with the adrenaline of imminent takeoff, had left them physically strained. "Everyone's vitals are spiking," she noted, brow furrowing. "Keep calm, stay strapped in, this is going to be rough." Brett's voice cut through the tension. "Main engines powering up. Final alignment sequence initiated. Prepare for liftoff." The shuttle groaned and vibrated as the main thrusters ignited, a controlled rumble that reverberated through the hold and cockpit. Julia's stomach tightened with the force, muscles coiling as the shuttle resisted its own weight and the pull of the planet below. "Stability check," she called, toggling the balance controls. The onboard computer responded with rapid recalibrations, compensating for the uneven weight distribution caused by the last-minute cargo adjustments. Each correction brought them closer to the narrow window of safe ascent. The green filaments outside crept closer, and the shuttle began to lift, engines burning bright against the planet's gravity. A collective breath seemed to escape from the crew, a mixture of awe and terror. Brett's hands were steady on the controls, adjusting thrust vectors, compensating for wind currents and subtle gravitational anomalies. "Altitude increasing," Brett reported. "Keep an eye on lateral drift. Don't let any shift in cargo affect trajectory." He adjusted manually, overriding the autopilot's minor corrections. The shuttle responded with precision, slowly climbing away from Paradise's surface. Julia's gaze flicked to the viewport again. The landscape below was a chaotic tangle of twisted vegetation and once familiar structures overtaken by the green growth. The speed of the transformation was shocking, and the crew could feel it even from inside the shuttle. Panic pressed against the edges of their nerves, but every member remained strapped in, knowing any sudden movement could destabilize the shuttle. "Thrusters stable, climb vector nominal." "All systems green," Brett confirmed. He exhaled, but it was short, calculated. "Keep it steady. We're not out of danger yet." The shuttle shuddered as it pierced the upper atmosphere, turbulence from the planet's unique weather patterns buffeting the craft. Julia's hands flew over the controls, fine-tuning environmental stability to keep cabin pressure and oxygen distribution balanced. Sweat ran down her temples, her uniform clinging from exertion. She caught a glimpse of Brett's expression, calm on the surface, but eyes hard, alert, calculating every risk. A sudden warning beep cut through the cockpit. Cargo shift detected. Minor displacement on starboard aft. Brett's eyes narrowed. "Hold the vector. Stabilize now." He toggled override switches, engaging emergency dampening systems. The shuttle groaned, metal straining against force, but gradually righted itself. Julia monitored oxygen flow to ensure no passengers were affected, speaking calmly to them. "Minor shift. Nothing you need to worry about. Just stay strapped in." The remaining untransformed crew glanced at each other, wide-eyed, gripping armrests, faces pale. Max let out a nervous laugh that quickly died in his throat. Julia's eyes met Brett's, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. One small misstep could undo everything. Minutes dragged, each second stretching longer than the last. The shuttle's engines burned brightly, lifting them higher, and the green tendrils below began to shrink in apparent size. Though they were aware it was only a matter of perspective. Paradise's surface fell away, revealing the planet's stark landscape, scarred by their presence and the relentless growth. Brett's hands hovered over the console, ready to adjust for any anomaly. "Entering upper stratosphere," he said, voice calm but tense. "Prepare for final propulsion burn." Julia keyed in the sequence, watching the meters climb steadily. Heat, pressure, and thrust balanced perfectly. Or, at least as perfectly as human hands could manage under extreme stress. The shuttle shivered under the surge, and the crew felt it. A violent vibration that threatened to unseat them despite their restraints. Julia's teeth clenched, knuckles white on the controls. "Engage secondary thrusters," Brett instructed. The engines roared louder, shaking the cabin, and the shuttle surged upward, breaking free from the planet's atmosphere. The hum of the engines became a roar, vibrating through every fiber of the vessel. Outside, the green chaos of Paradise's surface receded rapidly, but the terror of what they had left behind remained etched in the minds of all on board. Julia glanced at the monitors, all systems within tolerance. Heart rates slowly returned to baseline. Cargo straps held firm, but every crew member was soaked in sweat, muscles tight, adrenaline still high. "We made it," she breathed, a whispered acknowledgement that felt fragile against the enormity of their escape. Brett leaned back slightly, still vigilant, eyes scanning the displays for any sign of failure. "Not out of danger yet," he reminded, voice steady. But even in his calm, there was a hint of relief. They were climbing, ascending from Paradise's grasp, though the cost of survival, leaving friends behind, pressed heavily on them. The crew exhaled collectively, some in relief, some in grief, some unable to process the magnitude of the escape. Julia felt the weight of what they had done, the lives they had abandoned, the transformed bodies left behind, but also the undeniable reality that their actions had preserved the chance for survival. Brett's hand rested lightly on her shoulder. "We're airborne. Now we focus on distance and safety. Nothing else matters until we're clear." Julia nodded, knowing he was right. For the first time since arrival, they could let themselves think beyond immediate survival, even as the shadow of Paradise lingered in memory, a reminder that danger was not over, only postponed. The shuttle climbed higher, engines humming, systems stable. Outside, the planet's surface glowed with the last green tendrils visible from orbit, a haunting reminder of the relentless force they had escaped. Inside, silence dominated, punctuated only by the hum of machinery and the occasional whispered observation from a still-shaken crew member. Julia and Brett shared a quiet moment, scanning the displays, ensuring everything was in order. They had faced the first major test, the takeoff, and survived. The danger was far from over, but for now, they were moving away from Paradise, into the uncertain vastness of space, carrying the weight of their choices with every mile. The shuttle hung in orbit for a heartbeat longer than necessary, engines idling as Brett and Julia verified trajectory and system integrity. From the cockpit, the surface of Paradise stretched out below them, a chaotic tangle of green filaments, corrupted habitats, and the creeping forms of their transformed crew. It was impossible to look away. Each tendril, each warped figure, reminded them of what had been lost: friends, colleagues, and the fragile sense of safety they had brought with them. "Distance readings?" Julia asked, voice steady, though her eyes refused to leave the viewport. "Pulling away at half impulse," Brett replied, fingers dancing across the navigation panel. "We're out of the immediate gravitational field, but we're still within visual range." The planet below seemed alive, shifting in ways that no normal world should. Light and shadow played across the green overgrowth, as if Paradise itself were breathing. The crew behind them remained silent, a heavy quiet settling over the shuttle. Some stared blankly at the viewport, unable to process the horror they had just escaped. Others had curled into themselves, hands gripping armrests, faces pale and drawn. The reality of leaving the transformed crew behind pressed on every mind like a physical weight. Julia swallowed, forcing her attention back to her instruments. She ran scans over the planetary surface, noting the pace of the ongoing mutations. Even from orbit it was evident. The transformations were accelerating. Buds and tendrils extended further across the terrain, some of the crew's features barely recognizable amid the green growth. A wave of guilt and grief hit her, but there was no time to linger. Survival required focus. Brett's voice cut through her thoughts. "We're clear of the upper atmosphere. Systems nominal. Engines stable. We can push to full impulse now." He tapped the console, and the shuttle surged forward, engines humming as the planet fell behind them. From the viewport, the transformed crew seemed to writhe in a silent, slow-motion dance, almost as if aware of the humans leaving above. Leo's form, now fully merged with the ground, gave a flicker of motion, a subtle reminder of what they had lost. Fred and others, their bodies caught halfway between human and plant, stretched impossibly, their limbs thickening and melding with the environment. Julia's stomach churned at the sight, and she gripped the edge of her console, forcing herself to breathe.
"Keep steady," Brett said, voice low. "Do not look down. Keep your focus here."
He gestured toward the control panel, eyes flicking across monitors and readouts, every line of data telling a story of survival and danger. The shuttle responded to every adjustment, climbing higher, leaving paradise smaller with each passing second. The untransformed crew glanced nervously at one another, whispering in low tones, their expressions a mix of relief, fear, and disbelief. Max, who had been mostly quiet, finally spoke.
It's still happening down there. They're not stopping."
Julia nodded, not trusting herself to speak.
The truth was unavoidable. Paradise was relentless. The environmental factors, the mutations, the biological interference, they were accelerating without pause, unstoppable except by distance.
She could only hope that the separation from the planet would halt further spread within the shuttles. Brett reached over, adjusting the main thruster output as the shuttle navigated the upper exosphere. "We're accelerating. Soon we'll be beyond sensor range. We're leaving them behind." His voice was practical, stripped of emotion, but his eyes betrayed the weight of the choice. Leaving the crew behind had been necessary, but it did not make it easier. Outside, paradise seemed almost peaceful from this vantage, the green chaos reduced to a patchwork of bizarre textures and shapes. Yet the knowledge of what was happening there, the transformation still in progress, gnawed at every consciousness aboard the shuttle. It was a planet alive in ways they could barely comprehend, and the consequences of their presence would echo indefinitely. Julia watched the monitors, checking for anomalies in the shuttle systems and crew health. The tension eased slightly as readings normalized, but the unease remained. Each passing minute brought them further from the planet, but it also magnified the uncertainty of what awaited them in the vast emptiness beyond. "Distance to escape vector complete," Brett reported, voice a mixture of relief and lingering caution. "We're out of the planet's gravitational pull. Sensors show no immediate interference." A collective sigh of relief passed through the shuttles. Some of the crew slumped in their seats, releasing tension they hadn't realized they were holding. Julia allowed herself a brief moment to exhale, though her mind remained sharp, alert to any signs of danger. Survival was only temporary. The unknown consequences of paradise waited just beyond the stars. The remaining untransformed crew began to murmur, tentative conversations rising as nerves slowly unraveled. "Do you think it could spread?" one asked quietly, voice trembling. "Even out here?" Julia glanced at Brett. He shook his head slowly.
"We don't know. That's why every precaution matters. We've escaped immediate danger, but we can't assume it's over. Paradise may have effects that extend further than we anticipate." The shuttle's engines purred steadily as they climbed into the upper reaches of space. Stars scattered across the darkness, distant and indifferent. The planet grew smaller, a green dot fading into the distance, yet the memory of it, the transformations, the screams, the silent horror, remained vivid in every mind aboard. Brett allowed himself a moment to lean back, scanning the cabin. He caught Julia's eye, both understanding without words the complexity of the emotions they carried. Relief, guilt, fear, and determination. The choice to leave the planet had been made in an instant, but the consequences were theirs to carry indefinitely. Julia adjusted the environmental controls, ensuring that oxygen, temperature, and pressure remained stable for the remainder of the escape. Her hands trembled slightly, not from technical challenge but from the weight of the scenes they had just left behind. Every life they could not save weighed on her, a constant reminder of the fragile boundary between survival and disaster. "Full impulse, maintain trajectory," Brett said firmly. "We're not out of danger entirely. Keep all systems monitored. We can't afford a single failure now." The crew settled into their stations, eyes occasionally flicking toward the viewport, where paradise was nothing more than a green scar on the surface of a distant world. They watched, some with tears, some in silence, the transformation continuing beneath them, unstoppable and inevitable. Julia exhaled, closing her eyes briefly. The shuttle's hum, steady and constant, became a rhythm against the backdrop of loss and survival. She knew they had escaped, yes, but the experience had altered them irrevocably. No one would ever forget what paradise had done, not to their friends, not to themselves. Brett's hand rested lightly on her shoulder, a gesture of shared burden. "We keep moving," he said softly. "Distance gives us safety. Time will give us clarity. For now, we survive." Outside, the planet continued its silent, relentless work. The mutated forms of their crew stretched further into the terrain, tendrils creeping, buds forming, the transformation unstoppable. Inside the shuttle, relief mingled with fear, the duality of survival and loss anchoring every thought. They had escaped physically, but the emotional and moral consequences would follow them across the stars. The shuttle accelerated further into space, paradise shrinking behind them. Relief washed over the crew in quiet waves. But the dread of what they had witnessed, and the unknown future that awaited, lingered. They had survived, yes, but at a cost that could never be measured, and from a planet that would forever haunt their memories. The shuttle creaked under its own weight, subtle vibrations running through the floor and bulkheads. Brett sat rigidly in the pilot's chair, eyes locked on the console, hands poised but unwilling to move until he could be certain of every calculation. The star maps on the display flickered, sometimes lagging, sometimes spitting out error messages. Most systems were functional but barely. Fuel calculations were tight, navigation subroutines were glitching. Life support systems reported minor anomalies. He knew they were lucky to have even these readings at all. Julia leaned against the wall, DNA scanner balanced in her arms. She had spent hours tracking the slow, steady changes in their physiology, the subtle cellular rearrangements creeping like shadows under the skin. Each reading told the same story. The mutations weren't gone. They were only slowed by distance, by moving away from paradise, and no amount of analysis would erase the fact that time was running out.
"We don't have a lot of
options," Brett said, voice low and steady. The words carried weight because he wasn't one for drama. "The computers are barely reliable. There's one planet within range that we know is inhabited. Colony 936. That's it. If we screw this up, we have no other targets. No corrections. No detours." Julia tightened her grip on the scanner, the plastic frame digging into her palms. "We can't just drift," she said, voice sharp with urgency. "We have to go somewhere. Somewhere that gives us a chance." He nodded without taking his eyes off the console.
"This is the chance. Once we commit, it's done. One shot, no course corrections."
"The shuttle doesn't have the resources, and the systems aren't smart enough to compensate for human error. If we miss, we're drifting in space until the changes overtake us." She swallowed, the image of floating endlessly in cold, indifferent void pressing on her chest. She had imagined the mutations stopping with distance, maybe reversing, maybe buying them time. Reality had been crueler. The DNA scans had confirmed it. Even the distance slowed the transformations, but it didn't stop them. Eventually, no matter what, their bodies would succumb to the environmental changes from paradise. Brett reached for a sequence of commands, pressing each with deliberate care. The display flickered. The ship shuddered as the thrusters adjusted. Every movement felt exaggerated, every vibration a reminder of the stakes.
"There," he said finally, voice tight. "We're locked in, course set. Colony 936.
Julia stepped closer, peering at the console. She studied the star maps, the trajectory arcs tracing lines across the screen. The math was precise. Or, as precise as their failing systems would allow. But the finality of it was what struck her hardest. Once the thrusters fired fully, once the trajectory was committed, there would be no turning back. Paradise would disappear behind them forever, replaced by the unknown of interstellar travel and the fragile hope of reaching Colony 936 intact. Brett glanced at her, eyes shadowed with worry. "We can't change this. If something goes wrong with the navigation, the computers won't fix it. We have to maintain this trajectory manually if needed. And the longer the journey, the more errors we have to anticipate. Every system is degraded. Every calculation is suspect. One mistake, and it's done." Julia's mind ran through contingencies. There weren't many. The DNA scanner hummed softly, the data streaming in real time, showing patterns they could barely comprehend. Their cells were fighting an invisible force from the planet they had left behind. Time was their enemy. But it was also a constant, relentless clock ticking against every calculation Brett made.
"We'll monitor everything," she said finally.
"Thrusters, fuel, life support, the mutations. We have to stay ahead of it as much as we can." Brett let out a long breath and pressed a final key sequence. The shuttle shuddered, small vibrations resonating up through the deck plates. "Locked in," he said. "One planet, one trajectory. That's all we've got." A silence fell, the kind that weighed heavy, pressing down through the walls and the ceiling of the shuttle. Outside, the stars were indifferent points of light, indifferent to human worry, to DNA rearrangements, to the fragile lives of two people barely clinging to the edge of survival. The only constant was that they had made their choice, and there was no undoing it.
Julia sank into her seat, scanning the logs and reading the latest DNA results. The crew they had left behind, the transformed, the helpless, was a ghost in the data, a reminder of what was at stake. Brett's hand hovered over the console, adjusting life support readings, checking thruster calibrations, making sure everything was as perfect as it could be. The perfection wasn't guaranteed, it never would be. All they could do was maintain vigilance, minute by minute, for as long as possible. "You know," Julia said quietly, voice barely above a whisper, "once we commit,
there's no turning back. If we make a mistake, there's no second chance. Brett's eyes stayed on the console.
I know, and I also know that hesitation will kill us faster than a wrong calculation ever could.
We have to move forward. We have to accept that whatever happens, this trajectory is it. One shot.
She nodded, the weight of the truth pressing down.
Their future was now locked in lines of code, thruster adjustments, fuel calculations, and biological data. Nothing more, nothing less. The reality of that one shot was suffocating. Hours passed, as the shuttle hummed along its trajectory. The autopilot held the path as best it could, and Brett monitored every system manually, checking the thrusters, monitoring fuel levels, verifying life support. Julia ran repeated DNA scans, documenting the slowed mutations, but
she knew it wasn't enough. They could delay the inevitable, but nothing in the shuttle, nothing in the universe around them, could reverse it. At one point she looked over at Brett, watching him manipulate a control panel, eyes sharp, hands steady. Are you thinking about them? She asked. The crew they had left behind. Leo, Fred, the others. Brett's jaw tightened. Every second. But there's nothing we can do for them now. We can't go back. We can't fix it. All we can do is get to Colony 936 and hope we survive long enough to document this, to warn anyone else if there's a chance. The weight of responsibility pressed on them both. Colony 936 wasn't a promise. It was a target, a hope tethered by fragile systems and failing computers. The trajectory was the only thing keeping them alive, and, simultaneously, the only thing that could doom them if any single factor failed. Night fell, or rather, the shuttle rotated in orbit, the viewports framing the distant
blackness dotted with stars. There was no sunrise here, no day or night cycle, only the cold regularity of infinite space, and with that regularity came the stark truth. Every mile traveled, every hour elapsed, brought the mutations closer. Distance slowed them, but it did not stop them. Their bodies would continue to change, one step closer to the biological transformation that had claimed their crew. Julia closed her eyes for a brief moment, feeling the faint hum of the shuttle vibrating through her chest. One shot, she whispered to herself. We have one shot. Brett looked at her then, and for a moment he allowed himself to think about the impossibility of it all. One shot, one target, and the universe around them offering no mercy. The weight of paradise, the lost crew, the failing shuttle, and the one shot at survival pressed down with a pressure that no human body could truly bear. Yet they bore it, because it was all they had. He tapped a sequence, initiating the
trajectory lock, confirming the course. Colony 936 would be the destination. It was the only viable planet within range, and no matter what happened, they could not change it. One shot, one trajectory, one chance at delaying the inevitable as long as possible. Outside the viewport, the stars stretched endlessly. Inside, Brett and Julia floated in their shuttle, locked on a course that would determine not only their survival, but the very shape of the days to come. There was no plan B. There was no alternative, only forward, toward Colony 936, with whatever lay ahead uncertain, and the mutations creeping slowly closer with every passing hour. The shuttle hummed steadily, a low mechanical vibration resonating through the deck plates and into Brett's bones. Every system that remained functional was being monitored with painstaking care. Life support, thrusters, fuel levels, temperature controls. Every parameter was logged, checked, and double-checked. Outside the viewports, the stars were motionless points of light, indifferent to human struggle, indifferent to the mutations creeping beneath their skin. Julia sat at the analyzer console, DNA sequencing data streaming in real time. She scanned the patterns again, her eyes narrowing at each reading. The numbers confirmed what she had already feared. The mutations had slowed with distance from paradise, but they were far from halted. Every hour of travel was a race against time, each cell in their bodies inching toward an altered future. She tapped the console, adjusting the scanner's sensitivity to compensate for minor system errors. We're stable for now, she said quietly, but her voice lacked conviction. Stability wasn't hope. It was merely a temporary reprieve, but the longer we're in transit, the more changes will accumulate, even at this slower rate. Brett moved beside her, leaning on the rail. What's the margin of error? His voice was calm, professional, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed him. If the shuttle systems fail mid-journey, we lose more than trajectory. We lose control over the environment entirely. The mutation could accelerate. Julia shook her head. It's impossible to predict with absolute certainty. The environmental effect of paradise is unique. The mutations are stable outside the planet, yes, but only temporarily. Our bodies are still responding at the cellular level. The DNA sequences show adaptation, but adaptation doesn't equal reversal. It's only slowing. The inevitable isn't gone. Brett swallowed and adjusted the shuttle's climate controls, a subtle shift to maintain optimal temperatures for life support and slow the biological changes. Then we buy time. That's all we can do. He paused, glancing out at the distant stars. Every adjustment, every calculation we make extends that time,
even if only by hours or days.
Julia exhaled, tracing the patterns of their genetic data with a gloved finger over the holographic display.
The sequences glimmered faintly, each nucleotide shift representing countless invisible battles within their cells. "I'm recording everything," she said. "Every change, every slowed mutation. If we make it to Colony 936, we'll have the data necessary to understand this. If not," her voice trailed, leaving the unspoken threat hanging in the air. Brett placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, though it did little to ease the tension.
"We make it,
one step at a time. First, survival. Then, analysis. Then, everything else."
They fell into a rhythm, Julia scanning DNA while Brett monitored shuttle systems.
Hours passed in near silence, broken only by the occasional beep or warning from a malfunctioning display. Julia noted each anomaly, each deviation from the baseline. The mutations had slowed by roughly a factor of 3 compared to their time on Paradise. But the progress toward transformation remained steady, unyielding.
The window of survival was finite, and the numbers reminded them of it constantly. Brett leaned over, observing the display. "We're traveling at maximum sustainable speed.
The thrusters are operating at peak efficiency.
But I can't push them further without risking a systems failure. One minor malfunction, one miscalculation, and the trajectory could drift. Colony 936 is the only target we have within range. No detours, no corrections." Julia's fingers flew over the holographic interface, adjusting parameters to optimize DNA stability. She ran simulations, cross-referencing each genetic sequence against environmental data. "The farther we are from Paradise, the slower the changes," she said. "But it's clear. Our biology is still being influenced by something we don't fully understand. Cellular restructuring, epigenetic triggers. It's as if our very DNA remembers Paradise and continues to adapt to it, even in the void." Brett's jaw tightened.
"Then we keep moving. We maintain the shuttle. We document everything. That's the only way to survive long enough to reach Colony 936. Once we commit to that course, it's final. One shot, Julia. One shot." Her gaze lingered on the distant points of light outside the viewport. Each star, each planet, seemed like a cold, indifferent observer. But Colony 936 represented hope, fragile and improbable.
"I know," she whispered. "And if we make it, we'll understand more. If we don't," her voice faded again, but Brett didn't need the words. He understood. Hours blurred into one another. The hum of the shuttle, the constant readouts, the relentless monitoring of DNA and systems became the only reality. Sleep was fleeting, fragmented by the need to check the environment, verify life support, and track their biological changes. Each nap carried the risk of missing a subtle drift in mutation rates or an unnoticed system error. Brett leaned back for a brief moment, rubbing his temples. "We need a record," he said, his voice low. "Every adjustment, every sequence change, every mutation rate. If we make it, that data is our bridge to understanding, to warning anyone else who might follow us here. And if we don't..." He let the sentence hang, unspoken but understood. Julia's fingers paused over the console. "We'll survive long enough to document it. We have to. The sequence patterns are already showing adaptation, but the progression is slowing. That's all we can control. Everything else is inevitable." Brett nodded. Cheers. He glanced at the trajectory lock again. Colony 936, fixed as the only destination. The weight of inevitability pressed down on both of them, heavier than the vacuum of space outside. No choice existed beyond this one path. No alternative. A shuttle, its faltering systems, and their bodies were all aligned toward a single goal. One point in space that represented the sliver of survival they could grasp. "Distance is our only ally now," Brett said. "We're leaving Paradise far enough that the mutations slow, but nothing stops them entirely. That's reality. Every calculation we make, every adjustment we implement, only buys us time." Julia tapped the console one final time, recording the data. "Time is all we have," she said. "And Colony 936 is the only target. Once we commit, it's irreversible. One shot, one trajectory, one chance." Outside, the stars remained indifferent. Inside, 2 humans, fragile and changed, worked against the clock of their own biology. Every shift in DNA, every slowed mutation, every adjustment to shuttle systems, brought them closer to a fragile hope, closer to Colony 936, and yet ever closer to the inevitable transformation that would claim them if they did not reach the destination in time. The shuttle hummed, steady and relentless. They documented, adjusted, and prepared. The course was set, the DNA sequences logged, and the knowledge of one irretrievable choice weighed on them. Colony 936 was the only light in the darkness, the only anchor against the steady pull of inevitability. Brett finally allowed himself a breath, though it carried no relief. "We move forward," he said. "We keep monitoring. We survive as long as we can. We do everything possible to record this. That's all we can do." Julia nodded, scanning the sequences once more. "And hope that distance gives us enough time." The shuttle's interior seemed smaller than ever, compressed by isolation and the constant awareness of their shared fragility. Every system hummed and clicked, a mechanical heartbeat echoing through the narrow cabin. The air smelled faintly metallic, carrying the subtle scent of recycled oxygen and the lingering chemical tang of biological monitoring equipment. The fluorescent lights above flickered in uneven intervals, casting harsh shadows over the consoles and instruments. Brett stood at the control panel, adjusting life support calibrations. Each subtle shift required careful calculation. One misstep could destabilize the fragile equilibrium they had achieved. The DNA sequences Julia had been tracking filled the display screens in front of him, scrolling endlessly like a digital waterfall. Their mutations were still progressing, though far more slowly than on Paradise. Still, the numbers reminded him, with each minute and hour, that their biology had begun a journey it would not stop, no matter how far they traveled. Julia sat on the floor near the central console, knees drawn up, her hands moving quickly over the holographic interface. Every time she thought she had a handle on the sequence patterns, another anomaly appeared. A cluster of nucleotide shifts she hadn't expected, subtle but undeniable. She traced them with her finger, pausing to adjust the scanner, then logging the results. Her concentration was fierce, but exhaustion had begun to leave faint dark rings beneath her eyes. She had slept only fitfully, snatching moments of rest while the shuttle's systems demanded constant attention. Brett glanced down at her. "How long before the next significant drift?" he asked, his voice quiet but tight. Julia hesitated, biting her lip. "It's hard to say. The progression has slowed, yes, but the patterns are inconsistent. Some cells are stabilizing, others continue minor adaptations. Even with our distance from Paradise, we're still moving toward the inevitable. If we had more time, more control over the environment, we might intervene. But we don't." Brett exhaled, running a hand over his hair in frustration. He could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down on both of them. He wanted to offer comfort, reassurance, but even his own thoughts were clouded with anxiety. "We'll have to plan for contingencies," he said. "Every system, every variable, every failure mode. We prepare for every outcome, Julia, because otherwise—" He let the sentence hang. She nodded, understanding without needing the words. "Otherwise, we lose everything, including ourselves." The silence that followed was heavy, not the comfortable quiet of shared focus, but the oppressive stillness of isolation, awareness, and mutual fear. Every beep from a console, every subtle vibration of the shuttle was a reminder. They were trapped within their bodies, bound to a trajectory they could not change, heading toward a single point in space that represented both hope and the last chance at survival. Colony 936. Brett moved closer, kneeling beside her. "We can do this," he said softly, but there was a quiver in his voice that betrayed the tension. "We have to. We survive long enough to reach the colony, and we record everything. That's our mission now. Survival first, documentation second. Hope is optional, but necessary." Julia gave a small, humorless laugh. "Optional? Feels less like optional and more like the only thing keeping us from panicking completely." She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them to scan the display again. "But it's the truth. One miscalculation, one system failure, and we're finished. That's our reality. No second chances, no alternate planets, no course corrections. Colony 936 is it. One shot. That's it." Brett nodded, pressing a hand to her shoulder. His thumb brushed over the fabric of her sleeve, a small gesture of comfort in the midst of incomprehensible stress. "I know," he said, "and we'll make that shot count. One step at a time." Hours passed as they continued their assessments, but the tension between them grew despite the shared purpose. Fatigue began to fray their nerves. Small irritations, misplaced tools, minor delays in DNA scans, flickering indicators on the life support system, sparked arguments that were short, sharp, and full of frustration. Each time, they would step back, recognize the absurdity, and force themselves to reset focus on the task at hand. Survival demanded discipline, but emotions had a way of creeping in. At one point, Julia slammed her hand on the console, making Brett flinch. "The sequence drift," she muttered under her breath. "It's faster than expected in some areas, even with distance." Her voice faltered, the fear she usually kept hidden slipping through. Brett reached out, taking her hand gently. "We adjust. That's all we can do. Every small change we make extends our time, even if it's only a fraction of what we need. We adapt, we plan, we survive." She looked at him, her eyes reflecting exhaustion and fear but also determination. "And if we don't? What then, Brett? If we miscalculate, or the shuttle fails?" He swallowed, staring at the swirling stars outside the viewport. Then we document until the end. We record everything we can, our DNA, the systems, the data from paradise. Someone else may learn from it, eventually. But, he paused, the weight of inevitability heavy in his chest. We won't stop trying until that last second. Julia leaned against him briefly, seeking the small comfort of human contact, though even that was tinged with tension. The shuttle cabin was too small, the isolation too oppressive. But it was all they had. Every calculation, every careful adjustment, every DNA scan was a battle against both time and biology. They worked in shifts, alternating monitoring duties and attempts at brief rest. Even moments of sleep were interrupted by subtle alarms or minor system deviations. Every vibration, every change in temperature or oxygen level, demanded vigilance. Julia kept the DNA scanners active at all times, and Brett monitored shuttle systems, recalibrating thrusters, checking fuel reserves, and keeping logs of every adjustment. As the hours stretched into days, the psychological strain deepened. Small disagreements escalated, tempers flared, but they always returned to the mission. They reminded themselves constantly that Colony 936 was the only viable target. No other course was available, no alternate planets within range. One shot, one chance. And with every minute that passed, that one shot became both more precious and more terrifying. Despite the tension, moments of intimacy emerged. A glance, a touch, a whispered reassurance. Each small gesture was amplified by the isolation and shared stress. It was not comfort born of ease, but of necessity. They relied on each other not just for survival, but for the mental and emotional fortitude required to endure the journey. Every touch, every word of encouragement, reinforced the unspoken agreement. They would face whatever came together, as long as the shuttle held, as long as the DNA changes slowed, and as long as they could continue toward Colony 936. At time. During one particularly long stretch, Julia adjusted the scanning protocols while Brett recalibrated oxygen levels. They sat in silence for several minutes, the only sound the low hum of shuttle. We're lucky, in a way, Julia said softly. The mutations are slowed. It's buying us time. Not a lot, but enough to plan and monitor. Brett nodded, not looking up from the controls. Lucky doesn't feel like the right word. It's more fragile. Every small error could undo everything. Every drift in trajectory, every system failure, every mutation, it's all critical. We have no margin for mistake. She sighed, leaning back and stretching her fingers across the console. Fragile, that's perfect. Fragile, terrifying, exhausting, but still moving forward. The shuttle remained their entire world. Outside, stars streaked by in the illusion of motion, though they were traveling steadily toward a single point of light. Colony 936. That planet was no longer a distant possibility. It was their only target, their final destination, the only hope they could anchor to. Every calculation, every careful observation, every fleeting moment of human connection existed solely in the service of reaching it. And with every heartbeat, every scan, every meticulous adjustment, the reality pressed in, no second chances. Colony 936 was it. One shot. One chance. One fragile thread of survival, stretched across the endless void of space. The shuttle's small laboratory was suffused with the low, constant hum of active equipment, a sound that had become almost a companion in the endless void. Julia leaned over the scanning array, eyes narrowed as the DNA sequences scrolled past in endless, shifting columns of letters and numbers. The data was mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time, patterns forming, breaking, and reforming, as if the crew's biology were whispering secrets only she could attempt to interpret. Brett hovered near her shoulder, hands resting on the counter, eyes darting between the readouts and the navigation console. The subtle green glow of the biocomputer reflected on his face, highlighting the tension etched into his features. He had learned to read Julia's concentration, the way she tilted her head, the slight narrowing of her eyes when a pattern didn't fit expectations. Anything new? He asked, his voice low. Julia's fingers paused over the holographic interface. Maybe. It's subtle, but there are recurring motifs in the mutations. Not random drift, not entirely chaotic. It's as if the genome is adapting to environmental triggers in specific ways, like the planet set the stage, and our cells are learning the choreography. Brett's brows furrowed. Adapting? You mean the cells are responding to paradise even now, at a distance? She nodded slowly, her gaze returning to the scrolling sequences. Yes. Slower but definitely still active. The farther we are, the more gradual the change, but it's ongoing. The DNA is still sensitive to the environmental imprint of the planet. Even the separation doesn't erase what was embedded during our time there. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Great, so our biology has a memory, and it's decided it likes paradise more than we do.
Julia allowed a thin smile, but it faded immediately. It's more complicated than that. There's adaptation, yes, but it's constrained. Not every mutation is catastrophic. Some sequences appear to be stabilizing, even self-correcting in small ways. The question is whether this is enough to counter the underlying progression or if it's just delaying the inevitable.
Brett leaned back, running a hand through his hair.
So we're watching a battle inside us that's part biology, part environment, and we don't get to intervene except by monitoring? Julia shook her head. For now, we can document, analyze, maybe one day apply interventions, simulations, computational models, theoretical manipulation.
But right now, we only have observation, data,
and our one chance at survival is the shuttle and the course we've set.
The weight of that reality pressed on them both. The shuttle was more than a vessel. It was their lifeline, their laboratory, and the only mechanism separating them from the fate that had claimed their crewmates. Every calculation, every DNA reading, every slight correction to the course was a reminder that time was finite, and options were gone. Colony 936 was their destination, their single shot, the planet toward which all effort and hope converged. Julia tapped the interface, highlighting sequences that had shifted in patterns reminiscent of adaptive environmental responses. "See these?" she said, pointing. "These are the most stable adaptations. The cells seem to recognize triggers, respond in a predictable way, and then stabilize. If we could somehow amplify that mechanism." Her voice trailed off, as if finishing the sentence might invite impossible responsibility. Brett followed her gesture, studying the highlighted sequences. "You think it's possible to stabilize completely?" he asked, carefully, aware of how fragile the hope sounded even when spoken aloud. She exhaled, leaning back with a hand over her eyes. "I don't know. That's the thing. There's potential. But we have no way to verify it. No ability to control the variables. The moment we try anything more direct, the risk increases exponentially. All we can do is track, monitor, and hope that distance buys us enough time to reach Colony 936 before the environment inside us overwhelms us entirely." The shuttle's engines hummed beneath them, a subtle reminder of the void outside. The stars streaked past in slow, unchanging patterns, constant, indifferent observers to the tiny, fragile humans trapped within a trajectory that could not be altered. Julia and Brett were alone, tethered to the path they had chosen, with only the shuttle, the data, and each other. Hours passed with little interruption. Julia cross-referenced the DNA sequences with Earth-based controls she had digitized, noting the differences with meticulous care. Some sequences showed epigenetic shifts that suggested the genome was attempting to anticipate environmental conditions, a reaction to stimuli that were long gone. Other sequences revealed minor regressions, small failures in the stabilizing mechanisms that hinted at fragility beneath the surface. Brett moved quietly, reviewing system logs, checking fuel levels, and monitoring life support. The shuttle responded with the precision he could manage, but he knew every adjustment was only temporary. The long-term reliability of the aging systems was uncertain, just like their own biology. Every flicker of a console light or misread sensor was a potential disaster. They had no redundancy, no backup plan, no alternate trajectory. One chance, one course, one fragile line toward Colony 936. Julia noticed subtle shifts in the crew DNA data they had preserved from Paradise. Comparisons revealed that even slowed, distant adaptation mirrored the same types of cellular responses that had occurred near the planet's surface. "We're seeing echoes of Paradise," she said softly, "but they're faint, like afterimages. The mutations are still active, but stretched out over time." Brett leaned in, trying to reconcile the technical data with their lived reality. "So time is on our side, sort of. But it's not a reset. We're just slowing the inevitable?" "Yes," Julia said with quiet finality. "Slowed, stretched, but not reversed. We buy time, we monitor, we analyze. But the underlying trajectory hasn't changed. We're racing a clock we can't stop." For a long moment, silence filled the shuttles. The only sound was the gentle whine of the engines, the steady pulse of lights, and the occasional soft beep from DNA monitors. Each of them carried a personal weight. Anxiety, fear, hope, and a fragile sense of responsibility. The realization settled on them like gravity. They were alone. They were moving inexorably toward a single point in space, and what awaited them there could not be changed, only confronted. Julia touched a console lightly, activating a simulation of potential interventions. She watched as theoretical models adjusted sequences in response to environmental stimuli, showing minor gains, small windows of opportunity, but nothing conclusive. "These models," she said, "give us insight, but they're not a guarantee. They're hypothetical, and our reality is fixed. Colony 936 is our only target. Everything we do is preparation for arrival, not recovery." Brett rested a hand on the back of her chair. "Then we do everything we can with what we have, one step at a time.
Every scan, every record, every decision matters. The rest.
His voice trailed, carrying the weight of their inevitable unknown. Julia nodded, turning back to the data with renewed focus. Her eyes scanned patterns, numbers, and sequences with a precision born of necessity. Each discovery, each subtle insight, was a reminder that while hope might be faint, it existed only because they were vigilant, careful, and together. They had no other options, no alternate worlds to turn to. One course, one trajectory, one shot at survival. Colony 936. And in that fact, stark and unyielding, there was clarity. The DNA might still drift, the body might continue its gradual adaptation, and the environmental echo of paradise might persist. But they could control what they could control. Monitoring, documentation, and preparation for the moment their trajectory intersected with the planet. And the hours passed into an endless rhythm of observation, adjustment, and analysis. Stars outside the viewport remained indifferent, unmoving witnesses to the fragile human lives contained within their shuttle. Every calculation, every new reading, every subtle insight brought them closer to understanding the mechanisms at work. Though certainty remained elusive, anxiety, hope, and meticulous planning coexisted in a fragile balance. A balance that would carry them forward on the one path available. Toward Colony 936. Toward the unknown. Toward the consequences of a single, unchangeable decision. In the end, the shuttle became more than a vessel. It was a repository of knowledge, a laboratory, and a fragile sanctuary. Within its small, humming interior, Brett and Julia held the last threads of control over their bodies, their minds, and their survival. The mutations were slowed but ongoing, the environment of paradise left indelible marks, and the unknown still stretched before them. Yet they moved forward, unwavering. One shot, one destination, one chance. The shuttle's interior was quiet, but the silence pressed in on Julia with the weight of 100 unspoken fears. She sat at the observation console, eyes fixed on the endless black beyond the viewport, though she barely registered the stars. Each one was a distant spark, indifferent to the turmoil inside the tiny vessel. Her mind, however, was alive with memories she could not escape. Scenes of paradise, of crew members changing before her eyes, of Leo's silent struggle as his body rooted itself into the alien soil. Brett's presence was nearby, a constant shadow at the edge of her awareness. He moved with the careful precision of someone aware that every action carried consequences, that even the smallest error could jeopardize their fragile lives. Yet, even he could not escape the mental echoes of the planet. Julia's thoughts were drawn again to Fred, to the hesitant way he had followed orders, to the flicker of confusion in his eyes as his body began to betray him. She remembered the way the others had argued, had complained, had resisted the reality of their circumstances, and how quickly their own humanity had been compromised. She swallowed hard, trying to focus on the readings in front of her. The DNA sequences blinked on the screen, but each pattern reminded her of paradise, more than of the present moment. Her fingers hovered, almost unconsciously tracing the lines of data, as if she could will the changes to reverse by touch. The notion was absurd. She knew it. Brett knew it. But the human mind is stubborn in its hope, even when confronted with inevitability. Brett's voice broke the silence, soft but firm. "You're staring at it again," he said, not accusingly, but stating what was obvious. "The sequences, the mutations, the everything that happened back there. I see it in your eyes, Julia. You're reliving it." She didn't look at him, not yet. Instead, she closed her eyes, letting the memories wash over her like waves, each one heavier than the last. She remembered Leo's last moments before he became almost unrecognizable. How the soil seemed to claim him piece by piece. How she had tried and failed to pull him free. She remembered the way Fred had cried, the way panic had overtaken rational thought, the way the rest of the crew had fractured in those hours of helplessness. Her stomach churned, not with nausea, but with the memory of impotence. "I can't stop seeing it," she admitted quietly. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, fragile and tremulous. "Every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, watching everything I couldn't fix." And Brett's hand rested lightly on her shoulder, a grounding presence in the turbulence of her mind. "We didn't have a choice," he said carefully. "We did what we could with what we had. We survived. That counts for something." Julia shook her head slightly, a small, bitter motion. "Counts for something?" she whispered. "They're gone, Brett. Every one of them. Even those who survived the first night. It doesn't matter anymore. And now it's just us, floating through space, watching the mutations continue. We can't help them. We can't undo paradise." Brett pressed his lips together, silent for a moment. Peace. He had said this same thing to himself countless times during the voyage. The pointlessness of regret, the impossibility of undoing what had been set in motion. And yet, hearing it spoken aloud, he felt the weight of it anew. He remembered the decisions they had made. Who to try to save,
who to leave behind, and how every choice had carried consequences that would follow them for the rest of their lives. The moral weight was a physical thing in the small shuttle, almost as tangible as the vibration of the engines. Julia's gaze returned to the viewport, and she traced the distant points of light that marked the far-off stars. Each one seemed both impossibly distant and intimately tied to their fates.
A cruel reminder of the isolation they faced. "Do you ever wonder," she said softly, "if we're doing the right thing? If leaving everyone behind? If pointing this shuttle at Colony 936, if it's right?" Brett exhaled slowly, the words heavy in the confined space. "I think about it every day," he admitted. "Every time we make a course correction, every time I check the engines or run a diagnostic, I think about what we left behind. But we can't change that now. We have one chance, one trajectory. Everything else is gone. We do what we can for ourselves, for what remains, because that's all there is." The shuttle seemed to press closer around them, a physical manifestation of their psychological strain. The confined quarters amplified every sound. The soft hum of the engines, the occasional beep of a monitor, the faint rustle of equipment as Brett checked the systems again. Each small noise reminded Julia of her fragility, of the tenuousness of life in a vessel hurtling through a void that would not pause, would not wait, and would not forgive. Her mind flickered back to paradise again. She remembered the arguments among the crew, the exhaustion etched into their faces, the subtle changes in posture and gait that she had noticed but not fully understood until it was too late. Fatigue, fear, mutation, all blended into a tapestry of stress that she carried like a shadow. The shuttle was supposed to be a place of safety, a controlled environment where they could monitor, analyze, and prepare. But the memories of helplessness intruded relentlessly. She felt a shiver run through her and wrapped her arms around herself. "I keep seeing their faces," she whispered. "The ones we couldn't save. The ones who changed. I can't." Her voice broke, and she turned abruptly, pressing her forehead to the console, as if the physical act could somehow absorb the grief. Brett moved to stand behind her, careful not to crowd her but close enough to lend his presence. "I see them too," he said quietly. "I see what happened. But right now, we have to focus on what's in front of us. We have to survive, Julia. That's our responsibility now. To ourselves, to the shuttle, to the data. To what's left." "Cam." She nodded, a small, shivering motion. "No," she said, though the word felt hollow. She closed her eyes again, drawing in a deep, uneven breath. The memories remained, insistent, but she forced herself to push them into the background, to anchor herself in the present. The screens glowed in the dim light. The engines hummed, and the shuttle moved forward on a path that could not be changed. Colony 936 waited somewhere along that trajectory, a single point of possible hope, a destination they could not alter. Minutes passed. Or was it hours?
Time had lost its usual markers aboard the shuttle, measured only in blinking lights, humming engines, and the slow accumulation of data. Julia returned to the DNA sequences, scanning them methodically. The mutations continued at a slower pace, but each adjustment, each subtle shift, reminded her that paradise had left an indelible mark. She was still carrying the echoes of that place in every cell, a silent witness to the inevitability that lay ahead.
Brett watched her quietly, noting the tightness in her shoulders, the way her jaw clenched when a sequence defied expectations, the way her fingers hovered uncertainly over the console. He could see the strain etched into every line of her face, the exhaustion that had nothing to do with sleep. They were both prisoners of the same reality. A shuttle hurtling through space, a trajectory that could not be changed, and a body slowly but relentlessly responding to the ghost of paradise. Finally, Julia leaned back, closing her eyes for a brief moment. "We survived," she said quietly. "We made it this far." The words were faint, a whisper that might have been spoken to the shuttle itself, to the stars, or to the memory of those left behind. "That's something."
"That has to be something." Brett nodded, a faint shadow of a smile crossing his face. "It is something," he said. "It's all we have right now, and it's enough. We focus on what we can control. One step, one scan, one course correction at a time. Colony 936 is ahead. That's our path."
The weight of guilt, grief, and helplessness did not vanish. It could not.
It hovered in the air, subtle but persistent, a reminder of the cost of survival. Yet within that weight was also clarity. One shot, one destination, one trajectory that could not be altered. Survival, monitoring, observation, and in the small, confined space of the shuttle, that was enough to keep them moving forward, together, toward the unknowns. As the shuttle continued on its silent path, the interior lights casting muted shadows across panels and consoles, Julia allowed herself a long, slow breath. The past remained, the grief remained, and the inevitability of mutation still lingered. But so too did a fragile sense of purpose. They were the last witnesses, the last active participants, in a chain of events that had begun on Paradise and continued in the void. And somewhere ahead, faint but undeniable, Colony 936 awaited.
The shuttle hummed, low, constant vibration.
A sound that seemed both reassuring and oppressive at the same time. Julia pressed her palms against her eyes, trying to shut out the interior lights, trying to escape the pressure that had been building inside her chest for hours, days it felt like. The memories of Paradise clawed at her mind relentlessly. Leo's silent struggle, Fred's frantic panic, the rest of the crew's slow surrender to the inevitable transformations. Brett moved beside her, silent at first, observing her with that quiet intensity he had perfected over the long voyage. He could read her like an open console, every flicker of tension, every trembling breath. His own mind, however, was not free of the strain. Every decision they had made replayed endlessly in his thoughts. The refusals to leave, the attempts to save who they could, the overwhelming sense that nothing they had done mattered in the face of Paradise. "I keep thinking about what I could have done differently," Julia whispered, voice cracking. Her hands twisted in her lap as if she could knead the guilt out of herself. "Every choice, every moment I hesitated, it led to them, to all of them, turning into..." She trailed off, unable to finish the thought aloud, the words too grotesque to name.
Brett placed a hand on her shoulder, firm but gentle, a grounding presence amid her storm. "I think about it too," he admitted. "Every single one of them. But we can't change what happened. We did what we could, Julia. You know that." She shook her head, tiny, almost imperceptible movements that carried the weight of 1,000 regrets. Do you really believe that? Because I keep seeing Leo's hands, rooted into that soil, struggling, reaching, and I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't strong enough. And now," her voice quivered, "now it's us. Floating here, powerless to stop it. The mutation, it's inside us. There's no reversing it." Brett's jaw tightened. Had known this day would come, the day when guilt and fear would threaten to consume them. He leaned down slightly, looking her in the eyes, trying to pierce through the fog of despair that had claimed her. "Listen," he said firmly. "We're alive."
"That's what matters right now. Alive, and moving forward. Colony 936 is the only option. That's the one path we can take. There's nothing else. You know that." Julia's lips trembled as tears threatened to spill. "Nothing else," she echoed, the words tasting like ashes. "One shot, one trajectory, one chance. And yet I can't help thinking about all the ones we left behind. All the faces, Brett, all of them, staring at me in the dark, screaming in silence.
I keep hearing them."
The shuttle's vibration was suddenly unbearable, a relentless reminder of the void around them, the emptiness pressing in. Brett exhaled, trying to steady himself, trying to calm both his own rising panic and the fragile tether of Julia's mind. He had to think rationally, even as the panic clawed at him from the shadows. They were alone, drifting through interstellar space, their bodies changing subtly, inexorably. And there was no one to witness it, no one to intervene. "I hear them too," he admitted quietly, almost a confession. "I hear every cry, every protest, every panicked plea. But right now, that's all we can do. Survive. Monitor our DNA, maintain the shuttle, keep the course. That's it. Nothing else matters." Julia looked at him then, really looked, and saw the strain etched in his face. The same strain mirrored in her own. For a moment, they were two shadows, suspended in the harsh, artificial light, two humans adrift in a void that had swallowed an entire crew. The enormity of isolation hit her like a physical blow. They were no longer rescuers, no longer leaders. They were survivors, forced to carry the guilt and memories of those they had left behind, forced to endure the slow,
creeping reality of mutation within themselves. Her hands shook as she clutched the edge of the console. "Do you ever fear what's coming?" she asked, voice low, barely audible over the shuttle's hum. "Not just for us, but for the moment we reach Colony 936. What if we can't control it? What if we're walking in carrying this thing inside us?" Brett's eyes darkened. He had thought about it every day since leaving Paradise. The mutations were slowed, yes, but they were still inevitable. Within a certain span, they would manifest fully. They would become something the human mind could not yet comprehend. And there was nothing he could do to stop it. He swallowed hard, the words heavy on his tongue. "Time. I think about it," he admitted. "Every day. But fear won't help us. It never did on Paradise, and it won't help now, home. All we can do is stay on course, keep monitoring, keep each other steady. Colony 936, it's our only target. One shot. That's it." Julia exhaled shakily, tears finally escaping and streaking down her cheeks. "One shot," she whispered again. "It feels like a death sentence. For all of us, even me." Brett reached over, pressing a hand to her back. "Then we face it together," he said. "That's all we can do. Together." She nodded, but the gesture was fragile, tentative. The guilt and despair were still there, lurking like predators at the edge of consciousness. She thought of the crew she had failed, of the faces that would never be seen again. The weight of moral responsibility pressed down, unrelenting. Every heartbeat was a reminder of what they had lost, every movement a reminder of what they could not reclaim. Hours passed, or was it minutes? Time had become meaningless aboard the shuttle, a suspended reality, measured only in system checks, scans, and the slow accumulation of DNA data. Julia's eyes never left the screens, as she ran through the sequences again and again. Each anomaly was a ghost, each mutation a memory of paradise. She could almost see Leo, rooted in the soil, Fred's panicked gestures, the crew's futile attempts to resist what had been set in motion. Brett worked silently beside her, hands moving over the controls with methodical precision. He had no illusions. Every calculation, every system check, every adjustment to trajectory was a reminder that one misstep could doom them entirely. Yet, even in the midst of fear and guilt, he clung to a fragile hope. The one chance at Colony 936, the only point of possible future contact. One chance. One shot, nothing more. Julia spoke again, voice quivering but deliberate. "Do you think when we get there, if anyone is still alive, they'll understand what happened, what we went through? Will they see the decisions we had to make? The choices we were forced into?" Or Brett paused, eyes narrowing on the distant points of light beyond the viewport. "Maybe," he said finally. "Or maybe not. Maybe they'll see two people who made it here and wonder how we survived. Maybe that's all it will be. But the point is, we survive. And we document, and we try to pass on what we know. That's all we can control." Julia drew a deep breath, shaky but resolute. The words didn't erase the fear, didn't erase the guilt, didn't erase the horror of paradise. But they anchored her, just enough to prevent a complete collapse. The shuttle hummed its relentless song, indifferent, yet somehow offering a perverse sense of companionship. It was the vessel of survival, the vessel of memory, the vessel of inevitable mutation, and they were inside it, together, holding on to each other as the universe stretched endlessly ahead. I'll try," she whispered. "I'll try to keep it together. For us, she faltered, the weight of the unspoken names pressing down. "For what's left." Brett squeezed her shoulder gently. "That's all any of us can do," he said. "Just hold on. One step, one breath, one system check at a time. Colony 936 is out there. That's our path. Nothing else matters." The shuttle drifted onward, silent in the void, the lights casting muted shadows across consoles and panels. Outside, the stars shone cold and indifferent, the universe vast and unknowable. Inside, two humans clung to each other, tethered by necessity, fear, and a fragile thread of hope. They could not change the past, could not undo paradise, could not escape the inevitable mutation creeping within their cells. All they could do was survive, and survive meant facing each day, each hour, each breath, in the weight of guilt and memory, moving toward Colony 936, and the uncertain future beyond. The metallic taste of recycled air clung to Julia's mouth as she gripped the console. Her fingers trembled. Not from fatigue alone, but from the weight of all that had happened. Somewhere deep in the ship, Brett's muted curses rattled through the narrow corridor as he wrestled with a misaligned navigational ray. The shuttle vibrated subtly under their hands, a reminder that even the smallest mechanical hiccup could ruin everything. It wasn't just the machinery that demanded their attention. It was the relentless ticking of time, counting down toward inevitable changes in their own bodies. Every task felt monumental. Julia adjusted the sensors monitoring their DNA, eyes darting between the readouts as she tried to hide the flicker of panic rising in her chest. She thought of Leo, Fred, the others, and her stomach tightened. The mutations had been swift, unyielding, and entirely unstoppable, even at this distance. With the shuttle moving away from the planet, she could feel the lingering biological influence in her bones, subtle but persistent, like a tide pulling at her from within. Brett's voice broke through her thoughts, sharp but low. "The stabilizers are holding for now, but I need you to verify the readings on the secondary array. I can't recalibrate again without your numbers." She exhaled, forcing her panic into a controlled rhythm. "I'm on it," she replied, moving to the adjacent console. Sweat slicked her palms, and she wiped them on her jumpsuit, grimacing as the motion triggered an unwelcome shiver down her spine. Every minor task, the flip of a switch, the push of a button, felt monumental, compounded by the creeping sense of decay within her own cells. Minutes stretched into hours. They monitored oxygen levels, fuel efficiency, and the fragile equilibrium of their remaining food supply. Each screen blinked with subtle reminders of scarcity,
Each calculation could reveal a flaw that meant the end of their one-shot plan. Brett worked silently beside her, jaw tight, eyes scanning instruments as if sheer will could coax perfection from machines that had long since begun to fail. Julia's thoughts drifted despite herself, slipping back to paradise.
The smell of the planet's soil, wet and pungent in the morning fog, pressed itself into her memory. The sound of Leo's panicked shouts as he rooted into the ground. Fred screaming as Julia had carried him, heavy in her arms, and the others had been slower to succumb but inevitable all the same. Guilt clawed at her chest, relentless and sharp. Every movement she made now felt like an act of betrayal and survival at once. She hated that she had to focus on the tasks in front of her. Hated that she had to set aside grief just to keep breathing, keep the shuttle moving. A low, persistent alarm pulsed from the navigation console, cutting through the hum of the life support systems. Brett's hand shot out, fingers flying over controls. "Trajectory's slightly off," he muttered. "We're drifting a hair to the starboard side. I can't compensate fully without you on the secondary. Come on." Julia moved quickly, her legs protesting, muscles stiff from tension and stress. She crouched at the console, recalculating the angle, inputting data, cross-referencing environmental and positional metrics. Each adjustment was a gamble. Too little, and they would miss their target entirely. Too much, and the shuttle's failing systems might fail to cope. She glanced at Brett. His eyes were hard, determined, lined with fatigue. But the tension around his mouth betrayed the fear he would never admit. "Unlocking the trajectory," she said finally, voice almost shaking despite her effort to sound calm. "It's fixed. We're heading toward Colony 936. For a fleeting second, relief flickered. But it was immediately swallowed by the immensity of what they had done. Colony 936 wasn't just a destination. It was a commitment. A one-shot gamble they could never undo. The computers were failing. The biological threat was ongoing. And they had no margin for error. If the shuttle veered even slightly, the consequences would be catastrophic. This was the culmination of everything. No return, no backup, just a thin line of hope stretching across the void. Brett nodded, exhaling slowly. "That's all we can do. One shot. We make it. Or we don't." His voice wavered, despite his attempt at stoicism, a raw acknowledgement of the reality they faced. Julia swallowed, pressing her hands against the console as if to steady herself. Her mind raced through every contingency. Navigational failure, biological acceleration, potential hazards en route. Everything they could not predict. But the most pressing dread lay inside her. The knowledge that they themselves were not immune to the planet's influence. Even as the shuttle moved farther away, the slow transformation had begun in both of them. They were racing against time, but they were not racing against it alone. Time was a predator hunting from within. Every practical task became infused with this emotional weight. Monitoring DNA readouts, checking fuel levels, adjusting life support systems. Each action carried not just technical consequence, but moral and existential significance. Julia felt her pulse quicken, her breath shallow, the pressure of responsibility pressing down like a physical weight. One mistake, one miscalculation, and their one chance at survival would vanish. Hours bled into each other, the shuttle's hum a monotonous reminder of relentless passage. They ate little, forced themselves to sleep in staggered shifts, never letting exhaustion compromise vigilance. Occasionally, a sudden spasm of panic gripped them both, and they would sit silently in the narrow cabin, letting the weight of memory and fear settle like a thick fog. Brett would brush a hand against her shoulder, a grounding gesture, and she would take a shaky breath, holding on to the fragile sense of partnership that still tethered them to the here and now. Even amid the technical demands, the physical signs of transformation were creeping more obvious. Small patches of discolored skin, subtle stiffening of joints, a faint tinge in their irises. Tiny markers that each passing hour brought them closer to the inevitable. Julia tried not to think about it, forced herself to focus on controls and charts. But her mind wandered, despite her best efforts. What would Colony 936 see if they arrived in this state? Could they even survive long enough to communicate their findings? Could they survive at all? And yet, despite the fear, the grief, the slow gnawing mutation, there remained a sliver of determination. They had chosen this path. They had accepted the consequences. Survival was the only option left. And though the odds were stacked against them, though the universe seemed indifferent, they were united in their struggle. As the hours stretched onward, Julia felt a strange clarity settle in her mind. She and Brett were a team forged in extremes. Trauma, grief, near loss, and now the relentless march of biological change. Each calculation, each adjustment, each shared glance became an affirmation. They were alive, they were aware, and they would see this through to whatever awaited them at Colony 936. In the small, claustrophobic cabin, surrounded by failing systems, monitors, and the quiet, insistent pulse of the shuttle, they continued their work: navigation, DNA monitoring, supply checks. Each action a bulwark against despair. Outside, the void stretched endlessly, indifferent and unfeeling. Inside, the human spirit fought, a fragile flame against the coming storm. They had no other choice, no second chance, no backup. One shot, one path. The shuttle was locked on course, and everything depended on what came next, both in the universe beyond and within themselves. A cold, unyielding silence settled over the cabin, pressing in from all sides, heavier than any gravity they had ever known. Julia sat cross-legged on the floor, knees pulled tight to her chest, and traced patterns in the scratched metal beneath her palms, as if mapping the chaos inside her mind onto the ship itself. Thoughts of paradise, the screaming, the transformations, the helplessness, pounded relentlessly against her skull. Each memory was sharper than the last, and each brought a hollow ache that no physical rest could soothe. Brett moved quietly behind her, every step measured, almost ritualistic, as if pacing could somehow exorcise the ghosts of their crew. He paused, watching her hands tremble as she made small, obsessive circles over the worn surface. For a moment, he wanted to speak, to reassure her, to anchor himself in something human. But the weight of their shared experience rendered words meaningless. Instead, he simply knelt beside her, letting his presence serve as a silent testament that they were still alive, still fighting against inevitability. Julia's breathing grew shallow, tight with panic she refused to voice. She could feel the subtle changes in her own body, tiny shifts that betrayed the mutation lurking beneath the skin. Her eyes drifted to the datapad on the floor, charts tracking the slow but inexorable progression in their DNA. Each reading was a reminder that time was slipping away faster than they could measure, that every decision now carried the irreversible weight of survival or surrender. A sharp metallic clink from the storage locker startled them both. Brett's hand went instinctively to the control panel nearby, not out of fear, but in reflexive readiness. Julia's heart thudded painfully against her ribs, a drumbeat of terror. Yet the sound was mundane. Tools, supplies jostling in zero gravity. But it was enough to break the fragile thread of calm they had woven around themselves. They were acutely aware that their senses were heightened. Every sound, every vibration amplified by the tension coiled within their bodies. "You know," Julia said finally, voice low and hoarse, "even if we reach Colony 936, what then? What can we even offer anyone?" Her gaze met Brett's, desperation flickering like a candle in storm winds. "We're changing. Slower maybe, but it's still happening, and we have nothing to show for the people we left behind." Brett didn't answer immediately. He felt the same gnawing guilt that made his stomach twist. But he also felt the pragmatic drive that had kept them alive this far. "We survive. We make it there, and we document everything," he said at last, voice rough. "That's all we can do. And maybe they'll understand someday. Maybe they'll see why we had no choice." Julia's eyes flicked to him, wet and shimmering. "Survive," she repeated, the word tasting like ash on her tongue. "Survive as what? As what are we becoming, Brett? Do you even see yourself in the mirror anymore?" He shook his head, an almost imperceptible movement. "No," he admitted. "And that's why we focus on the things we can control. Charts, navigation, readings, maintaining what little humanity we can while it lasts." His words were steady, a fragile anchor, but Julia could see the shadow of doubt creeping at the corners of his resolve. Hours passed in a silence that was anything but empty. They moved through their tasks methodically, running system checks, monitoring DNA sequences, rationing dwindling supplies. All the while, the planet they had left behind receded further, its horrors embedded in their memories. Each action was mechanical, almost ritualistic, a way to keep panic at bay. And all the while, the inevitability loomed. No matter how far, no matter how slow, the mutation would continue. They were racing against themselves, against biology, against the cruelest of fates. Julia tried to recall snippets of her life before paradise, images of sunlit streets, laughter, meals shared with friends. But every memory felt distant, surreal. The contrast was brutal. She and Brett alone, two humans suspended in the void, carrying the knowledge of what had been lost and what was yet to come. She could feel the fragile threads of her identity unraveling, replaced with a new, incomprehensible awareness that even thought itself was bending around the inevitability of transformation. Brett, sensing her growing despair, reached for her hand once more. This time she didn't flinch. They held each other in silence, a shared acknowledgement of mortality and futility. No words could diminish the magnitude of what lay ahead, but there was solace in mutual recognition, in the fact that neither faced the creeping, unstoppable changes alone. Time stretched and blurred. Days, hours, maybe weeks, Julia couldn't tell.
The data confirmed the slowing of mutation with distance. But there was no comfort in the truth. It was temporary. Their bodies were still changing, their identities still eroding. And Colony 936 remained nothing more than a destination on a chart. A single point of hope they might never fully reach. The tension of inevitability weighed heavier than gravity itself. Yet amid the despair, there was a spark, however fragile. They focused on the tasks that mattered. The calculations, the observations, the documentation. Even if the outcome was beyond their control, even if the end was certain, there was meaning in resisting passively giving in. They were observers, chroniclers, survivors. In a world where survival no longer guaranteed safety, where existence itself was an experiment beyond their comprehension. Finally, Julia exhaled, long and ragged. "We do what we can," she said, voice small but determined. "That's all we have left. And as long as we have each other, maybe that's enough."
Brett squeezed her hand, a silent agreement, a promise in the face of inevitability. The universe beyond the hull was cold, empty, and indifferent. But in that cabin, amidst charts, DNA readouts, and rationed supplies, they were still alive, still aware, still clinging to the faintest thread of human will. The future was uncertain. Colony 936 lay ahead, distant and unreachable in more ways than one. And beyond that point, no one could predict what would become of them. For now, all they could do was continue, bound together by necessity, knowledge, and the quiet, stubborn persistence of life. And somewhere deep inside, that persistence, human, fragile, and desperate, was enough to hold the tide of dread at bay, if only for a little longer. The cabin's hum was a constant, low-level vibration that seemed to echo inside Julia's skull, pressing against her thoughts with a weight she could almost touch. She sat on the edge of the observation platform, datapads spread across the floor like fragments of some shattered world. The sterile glow of the instruments illuminated her face, revealing the tension in her jaw and the exhaustion in her eyes. Every chart, every sequence she examined carried the same cruel message. The mutations were predictable, unstoppable, and yet, in some ways, maddeningly methodical. Her hands trembled as she tapped through the rows of sequences, comparing Paradise-derived DNA against archived Earth data. She could feel the fatigue gnawing at her body, not just from sleep deprivation, but from the relentless, growing pressure of understanding something that defied every natural law she had ever trusted. "It's like watching a disease unfold in slow motion," she muttered, voice raw, barely audible over the cabin's electronics. "But it's precise, calculated." Brett leaned over her shoulder, shoulders hunched, his eyes darting between her datapads and the scattered instrument readouts. "Epigenetic shifts?" he asked, almost rhetorically, his tone carrying the same disbelief she felt. He had studied mutations before, seen viruses rewrite genetic material, watched organisms adapt under controlled conditions. But this was something else entirely. "Julia. The speed, it's like the planet itself is writing into." Julia shook her head, fingers flying across the pad. "Not writing, Brett. Reprogramming. Environmental triggers. Something in Paradise's soil, atmosphere, or radiation. It's designed to interact with organic DNA. Every change is deliberate. Patterns repeat. Triggers are predictable. We can forecast the sequence of mutations almost like reading a map." Her voice cracked, and she buried her face in her hands for a brief second before pushing the pad forward, scanning graphs filled with jagged spikes of epigenetic activity. Brett swallowed hard, chest tight. "So distance, does that help at all?" His question wasn't just scientific. It was survival wrapped in desperation. He needed an answer. Even if it was bad, he needed a strategy. "Yes, in a sense," Julia replied, voice trembling. "The farther we get from the planet, the slower the progression. But it doesn't stop. It's like pouring water into a cracked vessel. You can slow the leak, but the vessel will eventually be empty." Her hands gripped the edges of the table, knuckles white. She looked up at him, eyes burning with a mixture of fear and frustration. "We can't outrun it, Brett. We can't fight it. All we can do is delay it, document it, maybe find a temporary measure." Brett exhaled, slow and heavy. His mind raced, flipping through every contingency he had ever considered on Paradise, every scenario that could allow them to survive long enough to reach Colony 936. Every plan ended in the same place: limitation, constraint, inevitable biological transformation. His stomach churned at the inevitability, but he forced himself to focus, to put one thought in front of the other. Panic would achieve nothing. Documentation might at least give someone else, some future humans, a chance to understand what had happened. Julia's fingers hovered over the pad,
reluctant to touch the delicate data with her trembling hands. Each sequence, each
comparison to Earth's genetic archives revealed a horrifying elegance. The mutations weren't chaotic. They followed a rule set, almost as though paradise itself had been designed to reshape DNA in its image. "Look at this," she said finally, pointing at a series of epigenetic markers. "See the methylation patterns here? And here? They repeat exactly across multiple samples. The triggers are chemical, thermal, possibly photonic. Everything we thought we understood about random mutation is wrong. This is intentional." Brett bent closer, his hand brushing hers momentarily as he peered at the pad. The closeness should have offered comfort, but instead it was a sharp reminder that the two of them were alone, carrying knowledge that neither could share with anyone else. "Intentional?" he repeated, voice tight. "You mean the planet itself is engineered to do this?" Julia nodded, voice a whisper. "It's not conscious, Brett. Not like a person.
It's precise. Like a program embedded in the environment. Every cell, every strand, is being nudged toward a specific outcome. We can see the steps, but we can't stop them, and we're in the middle of it." For a long moment, they sat in silence. The weight of inevitability pressed down, filling every corner of the cabin. Outside, the stars were cold, distant, indifferent. Each pinprick of light mocked their tiny struggle, reminding them how small, fragile, and alone they truly were. Brett finally leaned back, running a hand over his face. "We have to catalog it," he said, voice hoarse but steady. "Every shift, every marker, every symptom, everything." His gaze fell on her, and he added softly, "We owe it to ourselves, and to anyone who comes after." Julia wiped at her eyes, nodding, though her movements were mechanical, robotic almost. "I know, I've started logs, charts, comparative models. But it's overwhelming. The sequence is accelerating. Bursts, slow one moment, then faster the next. And no matter how far we get, it's still progressing." She tapped the pad again, scrolling through dozens of readings, the patterns etched in bright green against black backgrounds.
"We're documenting the inevitable. We're chroniclers of our own decay."
Brett's jaw tightened. "Chroniclers of our own decay," he echoed, the phrase tasting bitter. He stood and ran his hands over the controls, adjusting the sensors to pick up more refined readings. It was futile, he knew. But action, even meaningless, repetitive action, was necessary to keep despair at bay. The shuttle floated in the void, inert, yet alive, with the faint vibrations of monitors, data streams, and the unceasing hum of life support systems. All the while, paradise faded behind them, a distant planet whose legacy of mutation had irreversibly followed them into the stars.
Julia's voice broke the quiet.
"Do you realize what this means?" she asked.
"Can't survive as we are. Distance slows the mutation, yes, but we're still changing. And we have only one destination we can aim for. Colony 936. Brett's lips pressed into a thin line. "One shot," he muttered. "We set the course, and that's it. No reroutes, no do-overs. The computers are failing. If we miss it, we miss everything." The realization settled between them like a lead weight. They had no options, no safety net, no second chance. Everything rested on a single, fragile decision made from a cabin floating in the cold void. Julia buried her face in her hands, sobs muffled but shaking the small cabins. I can't imagine what we're becoming, but we have to survive just a little longer, just enough to reach them. Someone has to understand. Someone has to know what happened." Brett knelt beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder. "And we will," he said firmly, though the words carried the tremor of fear he refused to show. "We'll get there. We'll document it. And maybe someone will be ready to learn from us. For now, that's all we can control." Time passed in a blur of readings, charts, and meticulous documentation. Their exhaustion was absolute, gnawing at their bodies and their minds, yet they persevered. Every sequence entered into the pad, every DNA anomaly logged, was a small defiance against the unstoppable tide of mutation. Their fear was relentless, but it was channeled into action, each moment of focus a temporary shield against despair. And somewhere in the midst of it, they found a quiet solidarity. Despite everything, the isolation, the trauma, the relentless biological clock ticking against them, they had each other. That tenuous bond, fragile and trembling, was the only anchor in a universe that seemed determined to strip them bare of all hope. The stars beyond the cabin walls were cold, indifferent, yet inside the small, metal shell, a desperate human will burned. Could not stop the changes overtaking them. They could not undo the events of paradise. But they could understand, record, and bear witness. That knowledge, and their shared determination to survive long enough to deliver it, was their last bastion of humanity, amid the creeping certainty of mutation. The air in the shuttle felt thicker today, heavy with the smell of recycled oxygen and the faint tang of stress. Brett crouched over the main console,
fingers dancing across keys with a frantic precision that belied the exhaustion pulling at his limbs. The biocomputers, designed to monitor the crew's organic systems and regulate life support adaptations, now flickered unpredictably. Screens blinked, numbers jumped, warnings flashed red, but he ignored the alerts. Nothing was going to make this easy, and he had learned long ago that hesitation was death.
Come on, he muttered, voice low, taut with tension. Every module he accessed screamed instability. Data streams collapsed mid-analysis. Patterns that should have been clear were scrambled, corrupted, distorted by what he could only assume was the ongoing planetary effect on both the human and mechanical systems. The thought made his stomach twist. If Paradise's influence could compromise computers, it meant their situation was far worse than he had allowed himself to admit. Julia hovered nearby, pacing in a small, tight circle, datapad in hand. Her eyes were wide, darting between him and the failing displays. She was exhausted, skin pale under the cabin lights, but her mind refused rest. "Brett," she said, voice sharp, "any progress?" He exhaled slowly, grinding his teeth.
"Partial," he admitted. "Some modules are stable. Some biofeedback loops are still functioning. We can maybe slow the progression temporarily."
He hesitated, staring at a stream of corrupted DNA readouts.
"Temporarily, that's all. Nothing permanent. And it's going to cost us." "Everything?" Julia asked, not really needing an answer. She knew. They both did. Every temporary fix, every system override, was a bandage on a wound that could not be sewn shut.
Brett's hands moved faster.
"If we can integrate these stabilizers into the life support matrix and apply continuous monitoring, we can delay the mutation's advance for maybe hours, possibly days." He tapped a command key, then another.
"It's not enough. Not really. But it's something. We're buying time. That's all we can do." Julia crouched beside him, leaning close to the console. Her voice was quieter now, fragile but determined. "And during that time, we document everything, every change, every symptom. It's our only leverage. If we survive this, someone has to know what happened here." Brett nodded, eyes fixed on the flickering screen.
"Yeah,"
he muttered.
"Someone has to know. And if we fail..." His voice faltered, swallowed by the hum of machinery. He shook his head, pushing back the thought. Failure wasn't an option. Not yet. Not while they still had partial control over the stabilizers. Hours bled into one another. Brett's fingers moved almost automatically now, manipulating code sequences, rerouting power to specific modules, attempting to isolate the biofeedback loops most critical to slowing the mutations. Each adjustment brought a faint glimmer of stability. Numbers that stopped jittering, displays that held steady for minutes instead of seconds.
But the relief was always short-lived.
Every solution was temporary, precarious, balanced on a knife edge that could collapse at any moment. Julia sat back, watching him work, noticing the tremor in his hands that he refused to acknowledge. "You're pushing too hard," she said softly. Her voice was gentle, but her gaze cut through the tension.
"You can't fix everything, Brett. Not by yourself." He didn't look at her. "I know," he said, almost bitterly. I can't stop trying. Not while we're still breathing." He tapped a command key again, muttering under his breath as the console blinked, stabilized, then flickered with a warning.
"Damn it." Julia stood, pressing a hand to his shoulder. The contact was grounding, a tether to reality amid the chaos. "We're buying time," she reminded him, "and that's all we can do. It's enough." Brett finally looked up, eyes weary but determined. "It has to be enough." He pushed another sequence, rerouted a power module, and held his breath as the screen steadied, the warnings minimized. A small victory, but a fleeting one. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, each second measured against the creeping dread of the mutations advancing inside their bodies. They had learned to notice the subtle signs. Muscle stiffness, changes in skin texture, tiny
tremors in their fingers. Each anomaly was a reminder that Paradise's influence was relentless. The biocomputers could only do so much. They were fragile lifelines in a universe that had already shifted the rules against them. "Look at this," Julia said suddenly, pointing at a readout. "The stabilizers. They're working. Not fully, not perfectly, but the rate of mutation is slowing in this sector. Maybe if we focus on the critical systems, we can stretch it longer." Brett leaned in, eyes scanning the data. A small spark of hope flared. "It's temporary, but yes. Concentrate life support modulation on these loops. Monitor oxygen, metabolic feedback, cellular markers. Keep everything in check. Every second counts." The two of them moved in sync, a silent rhythm born of desperation. Brett manipulated the biocomputer modules, while Julia recorded the responses, noting which interventions yielded even the slightest delay in mutation. They were scientists, engineers, and desperate survivors, all at once. Their movements were precise, almost ritualistic. Each keystroke, each note, each observation, a small resistance against the unstoppable tide of biology that had claimed their crew.
But the strain was undeniable. Sweat ran down Brett's temple, eyes burning from the harsh glow of the displays. Julia's back ached from crouching, fingers stiff from rapid typing. They pushed forward, ignoring exhaustion, ignoring hunger, ignoring the gnawing fear that no measure, no matter how clever, could stop the inevitable. And yet there were moments, tiny, fragile sparks, when the partial stabilizers worked, readouts flattened, metabolic rates aligned closer to normal ranges, heart rhythm steadied. It was enough to make them pause, even if briefly, and remind themselves that action, even temporary, was meaningful. You know, Julia whispered, almost to herself, it's like holding back a storm with your bare hands. You can redirect it, slow it, maybe even change the path slightly, but the wind still comes, the rain still falls. Brett didn't reply immediately. Instead, he tapped a final sequence and exhaled, slow and deliberate.
We're buying time, he said finally. That's all we have.
We just hold it at bay until we reach Colony 936. His voice carried the weight of both hope and resignation, the impossible knowledge that they were fugitives from a fate they could not prevent. As night, or whatever passed for night in the isolated shuttle settled around them, they continued their work in near silence, each fully aware that every intervention was fleeting, every stabilization temporary. Yet they worked with a shared purpose. A fragile tether of determination and necessity. The future beyond the shuttle doors was unknowable, the mutations inevitable. But they had each other, and for now, that was enough to keep going. The small cabin felt oppressive, a pressure cooker of recycled air and unspoken fear. Julia hunched over the simulation console, eyes bloodshot, hair falling in damp strands across her forehead. Brett sat opposite her, jaw tight, arms crossed as he scanned the same datasheets that promised no relief. Every parameter, every variable they tried to manipulate, stubbornly refused to yield the results they needed. The mutations, relentless and inexorable, were only ever slowed, never halted. Julia's hands trembled as she adjusted the simulation inputs for what must have been the 15th time in 2 hours. If we alter the environmental triggers here, no, she muttered. It only delays the progression by minutes. Not hours, not days. She slammed the console's edge with a fist she didn't mean to raise, the sound harsh and hollow in the quiet cabin. The frustration wasn't just with the machine, it was with reality itself. The universe had become a cruel experiment, and they were the unwilling subjects. Brett leaned forward, rubbing his temples.
We're trying to fight a storm with a teaspoon, he said bitterly. Every intervention we simulate, every adjustment we make, it's a pause, nothing more. You can slow it down, but eventually, it catches up. That's the truth we're ignoring. Julia's gaze lifted, eyes meeting his. No, she said quietly, her voice breaking under the weight of what she knew. I keep hoping there's some loophole, some variable we missed, but there isn't. Paradise doesn't care. The mutations, the transformations, they're inevitable. All we can do is delay it long enough to survive this voyage. Brett's fists clenched, white-knuckled. He slammed the side of the console this time, muttering curses under his breath. Survive, survive! He let the word hang, bitterly ironic. They weren't just racing against time, they were racing against themselves. The very DNA in their own bodies shifting, twisting in ways they could document but not control. We're already halfway into the process. Any delay we simulate is just a few precious hours. Nothing permanent, nothing absolute. Julia looked down at the readouts again. Tiny markers on the simulation interface blinked with stubborn persistence. Every genetic shift, every epigenetic indicator, followed a pattern that was as predictable as it was terrifying. It's not random, she said softly, almost whispering to herself. We can predict the sequence, the order of changes, but prediction doesn't equal prevention. We're documenting a fate we can't escape. Brett leaned back, chair creaking under the sudden movement. His eyes scanned the cabin, the equipment, the screens, the small confined space that had become both sanctuary and prison. He could see Julia, pale and strained, every muscle in her body rigid with tension. We're scientists, he said, voice harsh, cracking at the edges. We find patterns, we make predictions, we mitigate risk. But this isn't something science can stop. Not really. We can measure it, maybe delay it, but that's all. That's everything we have. Julia's hands flew across the keyboard, adjusting parameters once again, running simulations she already knew would end the same way. Redundant loops, environmental variables, metabolic feedback, each one meticulously tested, catalogued, and ultimately found wanting. Every success was fleeting, a momentary reprieve before the inevitable caught up. The screens flickered, warning signals buzzing faintly, echoing the dread that filled the cabin. She leaned back, exhaling slowly, shoulders sagging. We're just delaying the inevitable,
she said, voice barely audible. Every intervention, every stabilizer, every calculation, it doesn't stop what's coming. It just gives us more time, and even that time is shrinking with every minute we spend out here.
Brett's eyes softened as he watched her, recognizing the exhaustion etched
deep into her face. I know, he said quietly, his voice calmer now, almost intimate despite the looming dread. I feel it too. Every adjustment we make is a battle against time itself. Every moment we gain is another borrowed second, not a solution.
But, he hesitated, searching for a thread of resolve.
But it matters. We have to keep doing it. Not because we'll win, because if we stop, there's no chance at all. They fell into a rhythm then, the shared silent understanding of their task. Julia fed simulation results into the console. Brett adjusted inputs, recalculated sequences, and toggled stabilizer modules. The process was mechanical, precise, yet every keystroke carried a weight of desperation, a recognition of their fragility. Time itself was slipping through their fingers, measured in DNA strands, in epigenetic shifts, in the subtle tremors in their own hands.
Hours passed.
The shuttle's small artificial lights cast harsh shadows across their faces.
Julia's eyes flicked constantly between readouts, occasionally darting to Brett. Look at this, she said, pointing to a graph that showed mutation progression. Even with maximum stabilizer input, the curve only bends slightly. It never flattens, never stops. We're just slowing it down, just enough to survive until Colony 936. Brett nodded, grim. That's our reality. Every intervention is a delay. That's the limit, nothing more. We can't cheat it. We can't fight it. We can only stretch the time we have left. His words were calm, but beneath the surface was a storm of frustration, fear, and grief. And they were witnesses to their own undoing, documenting a future they couldn't escape. Julia leaned back in her chair, eyes distant. It's like trying to outrun a river that's already risen above the banks. No matter how fast we run, the water reaches us. We just pick the path. Maybe avoid the worst of it for a moment, and hope we last long.
Enough. Brett exhaled sharply, rubbing the back of his neck. And that path is Colony 936. It's our only shot. Point the shuttle. Hold course, maintain what we can, and survive the rest until we arrive. Everything else is out of our hands. Julia nodded slowly, fingers still hovering above the keys. Then we document everything, every sequence, every transformation, every temporary stabilization. Someone has to know what we're leaving behind, what we're surviving through. Even if we can't stop it ourselves, the data has to exist. Brett's hand brushed hers, a fleeting touch in the dim cabin, a reminder that amid the inexorable march of mutations, they still had each other. Then we keep going, he said softly. Every simulation, every stabilization, every second we buy, it counts. It's all we can do. The cabin fell silent, save for the faint hum of the life support systems and the low buzz of the consoles. They worked through the night, or what passed for night in the confines of their shuttle, running simulation after simulation, documenting each fleeting success and inevitable failure. Every result was a testament to both human ingenuity and the cruel limits of the universe. And as the hours dragged on, the stark reality settled around them. Paradise's mutations were unstoppable. All they could do was delay, measure, and prepare for what was coming, keeping their shuttle pointed at Colony 936. Their only shot, their one possibility, the fragile thread upon which their survival now depended. There was no return, no second chance. Every simulation, every adjustment, was a desperate attempt to stretch time, and nothing more. Even as exhaustion pulled at their minds and bodies, even as the futility of their efforts loomed over every calculation, Brett and Julia pressed on. Their hands moved automatically, driven by instinct, determination, and fear. Hope existed only in the smallest increments, flickering numbers on a screen, a temporary stabilization, a slowed mutation, but it was enough to keep them alive, for now. And that, Brett realized, was everything. Julia leaned back in her seat, hands trembling as she stared at the console screens. Numbers and sequences scrolled past like a river she couldn't stop, each line a reminder that Paradise's biological influence was not a puzzle to solve, but a fate to endure. Her eyes burned, raw from hours of scrutiny, yet she couldn't look away. Every alteration she had tried, every stabilizer adjustment Brett and she had devised, had failed to stop the mutations. They could slow them, yes, only just enough to keep the worst at bay for a little longer. But the underlying inevitability remained. Brett's voice broke through the hum of the shuttle, low and steady but carrying the weight of exhaustion and fear. It's time we accept it, he said, rubbing his temples as he leaned forward, eyes fixed on the flickering data. We can't stop what's happening. Paradise doesn't negotiate. We can monitor, we can delay, and that's it. That's all we have. Julia exhaled shakily, shoulders slumping. I know, she trailed off, swallowing against the lump in her throat.
I want there to be something more. Something we're missing. She pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling the ache of fatigue and despair settling in. But we've run every scenario, every sequence, every variable we can think of. Nothing changes the outcome. Brett's gaze softened as he watched her, his own exhaustion mirrored in the tension coiled in her body. He reached out, briefly touching her arm, a fleeting anchor in the storm. Then we focus on what we can do. We document everything. We monitor, and we survive the journey. That's it. Julia nodded, biting her lip. She turned back to the console, fingers flying across the controls as she began cross-referencing the latest DNA sequences with earlier data. The patterns were clear, terrifyingly precise. Rapid epigenetic shifts. Environmental triggers that could not be bypassed. The mutations unfolded like clockwork in each crew member they had lost. And now, in themselves. Every sequence, every marker, screamed the same truth. There was no stopping paradise. Only survival. Delayed, measured, recorded. Brett stood behind her, scanning the data displays with a mix of scientific fascination and helpless dread. Even in the simulations, we can't halt it. We can slow it for a while, but it picks back up again. The process isn't random, it's systematic. And it's relentless. He ran a hand through his hair, voice dropping to a whisper. Every intervention is temporary. Every moment we buy only prolongs the inevitable. Julia exhaled slowly, her gaze fixed on the scrolling sequences. Temporary. It's all temporary. That's the cruelest part. We can't fix it. We can't stop it. We can only hope we make it to Colony 936 before it catches up with us. Her voice trembled, caught somewhere between fear and despair. And even then, what happens after that? What happens when the mutations eventually reach their peak? The shuttle? The controls? Even us? Nothing is immune forever. Brett leaned back, exhaling sharply, the shuttle's recycled air heavy around them. We have one shot, he said quietly, almost to himself. One chance to point this shuttle at an inhabited planet. The computers can't plot another course. We can't turn back. We can't even stop midway. Colony 936 is the only option within range. He paused, letting the words sink in. And we've chosen it. The trajectory is set. That's our lifeline, and our doom. It's a one-shot deal. Julia turned, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light from the consoles. I know, she whispered, and I don't even want to think about what we're leaving behind. The crew, everyone else, they didn't have a chance. And now, we're next. A long silence fell between them. The hum of the shuttle, the faint blinking of warning lights, and the endless scroll of DNA sequences became the only background to their despair. They both knew the truth, but neither wanted to fully articulate it. The inevitability pressed down on them like gravity, heavy and unyielding. Brett's hand brushed over the console, his fingers tracing the course to Colony 936. We can't save them, he said finally, voice low and solemn. All we can do is make sure we survive long enough to deliver the data. That's our mission now. Everything else is beyond us. Julia swallowed, tears pooling in her eyes. I've documented every mutation, every delay, every stabilization attempt, she said softly. Someone, someday, will understand what happened. They'll know how paradise works, what it does to living systems. But it won't save us. It won't save anyone on that planet. Brett's jaw tightened, wanted to argue, to promise, to fix it, but the truth was inescapable. He could feel the subtle shifts in their own bodies, the early stages of the transformation they could neither ignore nor control. All we can do is keep going, he said quietly. Monitor, document, survive until we reach Colony 936. Julia nodded again, returning to her work, her hands moving mechanically across the console. Every simulation she ran, every adjustment she made, was a desperate act of defiance against a fate she could not avoid. And yet, in the midst of that defiance, there was also clarity. The mutations were unstoppable. Paradise had marked them, imprinted its biology onto their very cells, and only distance, more time away from the planet, could slow the inevitable march. Hours passed, marked by the dull pulse of machinery and the steady rhythm of their own breath. They ran simulations, documented changes, and monitored stabilizers, each flicker of delayed mutation a small, fleeting victory. Yet the victory was hollow, a reminder that no matter how long they delayed, no matter how precise their calculations, the underlying truth remained unchanged. Paradise's influence could not be undone. It could only be postponed. Brett leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of every loss, every mutation, every life snuffed out before its time. We're alone out here, he said finally, voice rough. Alone with this shuttle, this data, and the knowledge of what's coming, and we can't turn back. Not ever. Colony 936 is the only option. That's our path, whether we're ready or not. Julia exhaled, eyes burning from fatigue, her hands still moving across the console.
entering sequences and logging results. We'll survive as long as we can, she said softly, almost to herself.
Not because we can stop it, but because we have to. We have no choice but to keep the course. Keep the shuttle pointed at Colony 936. Endure whatever comes next. Brett reached over, placing his hand on hers, a silent affirmation. They didn't speak for a long time. Just shared the weight of inevitability. The understanding that every second they delayed, every intervention they performed, was a battle against time they could not ultimately win. Yet they had each other, and for now, that small anchor was enough. The hours stretched on. Day or night held no meaning within the enclosed cabin. Only the relentless continuation of calculations, simulations, and monitoring. Each moment brought small confirmation that Paradise's mutations could be slowed, but never stopped. Each success was temporary, a fragile reprieve that could vanish at any second. Yet they persisted, because to stop meant surrender, and surrender was not an option. Brett's voice broke the silence after what felt like an eternity. We document everything. Every temporary stabilization, every delayed mutation, every failed simulation. This is our legacy, Julia. Someone will know. Someone will understand. And if we survive, even partially, maybe we can use it. Maybe they can use it. That's all we have. That's all we can do. Julia nodded, eyes flickering between the console screens and the course plotted toward Colony 936. They could not turn back. Could not change trajectory. Could not undo the mutations already in motion. The shuttle was their lifeline. The only option in an unforgiving universe, and it carried them toward the unknown, with no guarantee of survival beyond the slow, merciless creep of genetic transformation. The inevitability weighed on them, a heavy, suffocating certainty. Paradise had claimed them, its biology written into every cell, every strand of DNA. Distance would delay the process, yes, but nothing could stop it. Not simulations, not stabilizers, not hope. Only endurance, only persistence, only the steady, agonizing march of time. And so, as they worked tirelessly, documenting, monitoring, surviving, the shuttle remained locked on its course toward Colony 936. One shot, one chance, one unavoidable future unfolding with every passing second. The mutations could not be halted. The end could not be avoided. But as long as they could breathe, as long as the consoles hummed, and as long as the shuttle obeyed their command, Brett and Julia pressed forward, determined to endure the inescapable, living on borrowed time, carrying knowledge, and waiting for whatever awaited them at the end of their trajectory. They could not escape Paradise's shadow. They could only move toward a future where the shadow would stretch and lengthen. But where, for a fleeting moment, they remained conscious witnesses of their own survival. The shuttle glided through the void, silent but for the low hum of the engines and the faint beeping of the monitoring systems. There was a strange calm to the emptiness surrounding them, an illusion of serenity that belied the creeping horror inside the cabin. Julia sat at the central console, her fingers moving with practiced precision over the keyboard, entering the latest readings from the DNA analyzers. The screens displayed sequences that looked almost orderly at first glance, but the subtle patterns were anything but normal. The mutations that Paradise had imprinted on their bodies were still there, still advancing, though at a slower rate. Distance from the planet was buying them time, but not freedom. Brett leaned back in his chair across from her, arms folded tightly, eyes scanning the same data. His face, usually calm and methodical, was taut with worry. He noticed the slight tremor in Julia's hands as she typed, and the way her jaw was set so rigidly it looked like it might crack. The subtle changes in them both were undeniable. Skin elasticity, faint discoloration along the fingertips, minor fluctuations in pulse and reflex. Small, almost imperceptible signs, yet they were growing with each passing hour. "They're slower," Julia muttered, finally breaking the silence. Her voice carried the fragile note of relief she didn't dare indulge. "The mutations, they're slowing down. The epigenetic markers aren't progressing as fast as they were near Paradise." She hesitated, glancing at Brett to gauge his reaction. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, reflecting the flickering light from the console. "It's not much, but it's something. Some progress." Brett nodded, though the tightness around his eyes betrayed a worry he wouldn't voice. "It's progress only in comparison," he said softly, leaning over to examine the data with her. "It's still happening, Julia. The progression isn't stopped. It's just delayed, that's all. We're farther away, and the environment of deep space buys us time. But the sequences are still shifting, just slower." Julia exhaled sharply, a sound that was half frustration, half resignation. Her fingers hovered over the controls, reluctant to press the next batch of tests into motion. Each run confirmed the same truth. Paradise's influence was not something they could outrun entirely. Even though the shuttle's trajectory toward Colony 936 was steady and precise, the mutation marched relentlessly on. I can see subtle cognitive effects too, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. Reaction times, memory lapses. Nothing catastrophic yet, but there. I've documented it. It's minor, but it's progressing. We're not just talking physical changes anymore. She paused, running a hand through her hair and letting out a breath that shuddered in the tight space. Even with the slowed pace, it's still altering us from the inside out. Brett leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, staring at the floor for a long moment. And we're isolated, alone out here, no one to confirm, no one to intervene, just us, monitoring ourselves and each other. His voice was quiet but firm, each word weighted with grim determination. We can record everything, try to understand the mechanisms, but we can't stop it. That much is clear. Julia's eyes flicked up, meeting his, full of raw emotion. She wanted to argue, to hope that the distance might mean salvation, that slowing the mutation could eventually allow them to reach Colony 936 intact, but she knew better. The DNA didn't lie. The sequences were precise, predictable, relentless. Paradise had left its mark, and time was only a temporary ally. We need to keep running these tests, she said finally, regaining some measure of professional detachment. Her fingers returned to the keyboard, entering commands with a renewed sense of urgency. If we don't continuously monitor, we'll miss something. Even small fluctuations matter.
They could tell us how to extend the delay further, even if it's temporary.
Brett exhaled, a long, slow release that seemed to carry the weight of the void outside.
Moved to the adjacent console, scanning the environmental controls and stabilizers that, until now, had provided some semblance of normalcy. Every flicker of a warning light made his stomach tighten. Every minor fluctuation in oxygen or pressure a reminder that they were vulnerable, fragile, and subject to forces far beyond their control. The more I look at it, he said quietly, the more I realize there's nothing we can do to mask it completely. Our bodies will continue to shift, subtly at first, yes, but inevitably more noticeable as time goes on. The longer we wait, the more pronounced the changes become, and there's no going back. Julia nodded, biting the inside of her cheek. I know, but even documenting the slowed progression matters. Every sequence, every deviation, every temporary success. It all contributes to the understanding of Paradise. Even if we don't survive intact, someone will know what happened here. That's something.
Brett leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. We're approaching Colony 936, he muttered, more to himself than to her. That's our one shot. Nothing else is within range. The computers won't allow for adjustments. If we miscalculate, if anything fails, we're stuck. We have to accept that the trajectory is fixed. We've committed to it. Julia's hands froze for a moment, hovering above the keyboard. The weight of his words pressed on her. An inescapable reality she had tried to ignore. The shuttle's path was a single line through the void, unchangeable, inexorable. They had no alternative. One shot, one chance, and all their survival depended on the calculations already entered, and the integrity of the failing systems. Her voice was barely audible. We're at the mercy of the computers now. One path, one course. If anything goes wrong. She couldn't finish the sentence. The thought of failure, of drifting endlessly with the mutations creeping silently through their DNA, was unbearable. Brett reached over, placing a hand on hers, the brief contact of fragile reassurance in the vast emptiness. We can't think about what-ifs right now, he said. We manage what we can. Monitor the DNA, maintain the systems, survive. That's all we have. They worked in silence for a while, the hum of the shuttle and the flickering lights the only constants. Julia ran tests, meticulously logging every marker, every epigenetic shift. Brett maintained the environmental stabilizers, monitoring power levels and mechanical integrity, with the precision of a man aware that every minor detail could mean the difference between life and death. Each test confirmed the same unyielding truth. Paradise's influence was slowed but ongoing. Each subtle alteration was a reminder of what awaited them if they failed to maintain vigilance. As the hours passed, subtle changes became more evident. Small shifts in posture, micro-expressions, minor hesitations and reflexes. They were all documented meticulously, each one a testament to the unrelenting progression of the mutations. The fact that the effects were subtle now offered only a fragile sense of reassurance. They knew from experience that subtle would soon become undeniable. Brett glanced at Julia, noting the strain in her shoulders, the dark rings under her eyes, the way her fingers occasionally faltered on the keys. We're changing, he said quietly, subtly. But it's happening, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Distance only delays the inevitable. Delay. Julia nodded, swallowing hard against the rising tide of emotion. We'll survive longer, yes. Maybe even make it to Colony 936 intact enough to record our findings. But the truth remains. Paradise doesn't let go. And the mutations? They will continue. Slower, yes, but relentless. Brett exhaled, staring at the scrolling sequences. One shot, he whispered. That's all we have. Colony 936.
That's the only option. The rest, whatever happens after, is beyond our control. Julia pressed her palms to the console, leaning forward as if she could somehow influence the outcome by sheer force of will.
Then we monitor, we document, we endure.
That's all we can do, and we keep the course steady. Colony 936, it's our one chance. One chance to see what comes next. A long silence followed, punctuated only by the quiet hum of machinery and the distant stars streaming past the viewport.
The mutations were slow but unyielding. Their bodies, their minds, their very essence carried the mark of paradise. And yet, despite the fear, the anxiety, and the creeping inevitability, they persisted. They worked, observed, and endured, knowing that survival depended on diligence, focus, and acceptance of the unchangeable truths. Colony 936 loomed as a distant point on their plotted course, a singular destination in an infinite void. The shuttle carried them
inexorably forward, and with every passing hour, the DNA sequences confirmed that while the mutation was slowed, it remained unstoppable. Their survival was temporary, their respite fragile, but they had one shot, and they had chosen to take it. Brett and Julia exchanged a glance, a silent agreement passing between them. They would continue, as they had since the moment Paradise claimed them, documenting, monitoring, enduring. No hope of reversal, no chance of escape. Only forward, only Colony 936.
Only survival measured in borrowed moments against the inevitability that awaited them. The silence between them was heavy, thick with unspoken thoughts, the kind that pressed on the chest and refused to be ignored. The shuttle continued its course toward Colony 936, a single point of certainty in the vast, unknowable darkness of space. Outside, stars stretched into streaks of light as if mocking their stagnation, but inside, the atmosphere was suffocating in a different way. Sat hunched over her console, eyes scanning DNA readouts that offered no comfort. Every sequence told the same story. Paradise's influence lingered. His distance slowed it, yes, but it was relentless. Brett leaned against the wall of the cabin, head tilted back, eyes closed. He tried to block out the quiet hum of machinery, the blinking lights, the reminders that they were utterly alone. The cabin felt smaller with each passing hour, like the walls were creeping inward, closing around them with the inevitability of the mutations that marked their bodies. Every so often he opened his eyes to glance at Julia, noting the tension etched into her posture, the faint tremor in her hands, the subtle shifts in her expressions that weren't quite right. Even without speaking, he could feel her fear, mirrored and magnified by his own. "We can't escape it," Julia whispered, breaking the heavy silence. Her voice trembled, though she tried to steady it. "No matter how far we go, no matter how slow it gets, Paradise is still in us, and we can't change that. Not really." Brett shifted, moving closer. "I know," he said softly. He tried to inject a tone of reassurance, but it sounded hollow, even to his own ears. "Distance is buying us time, but that's all. We can't outrun it. We can't erase it.
All we can do is endure, document, and hope that Colony 936 will offer something more than we've had here." Julia's fingers hovered above the keyboard, unable to decide whether to enter more data or simply stop, shut everything down, and stare at the unchangeable truth before them. She pressed a sequence of commands, running tests anyway, each one confirming what they feared. The DNA was still shifting. Subtle, but steady. The changes were imperceptible to a casual observer. But anyone trained, anyone like her, could see the marks being etched deeper into their biology. Brett pulled up a chair beside her, leaning over the console to read the results. Jaw was tight, the tension almost painful to see. He didn't try to soften the truth. "It's still progressing. Slower, yes, but the mechanism hasn't stopped. And the cognitive markers, they're subtle, but they're there too. Reaction time, memory retrieval, focus, tiny lapses that grow with each cycle. We're being changed in ways we can't fight."
Julia's shoulders slumped. "I feel it," she admitted, her voice barely audible.
I catch myself forgetting things I know I shouldn't. Pausing mid-thought, it's like my own mind is betraying me. "And you're fine physically, but I can see the tension, the fatigue. It's wearing on both of us. Every day it gets heavier." He nodded, rubbing his face with one hand. "Isolation makes it worse. We can't talk to anyone else. No one to share the burden with, no one to help process it. It's just us. Just the two of us. And the knowledge that every passing moment, the changes continue, no matter what we do."
They sat in silence again, the only sound the low, constant hum of the shuttle's systems. It was a sound they had grown used to, yet it became a reminder of their vulnerability. Julia finally looked up at him, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you ever wonder if we're going to lose ourselves entirely before we reach Colony 936? Not just physically, but mentally, emotionally?" Brett's hand hovered over hers, hesitating before he grasped it. "I think about it every hour,
he admitted. Every time I see the sequences. Every time I notice a small change in you, in me, in both of us. And yes, I worry. I worry about losing who we are, what we've always been. But that doesn't change the path we've chosen. Colony 936 is the one shot we have. That's all that matters right now. Julia pressed her hand into his, holding on to the small anchor it provided. It feels impossible, she whispered. The mutations are a constant reminder that
paradise isn't done with us. It's in our cells, in our minds, in everything we do. And there's no undoing it. No running, no hiding. It's relentless. Brett exhaled, a sound that trembled with exhaustion and tension. We can't fight it. We can't stop it. But we can endure it. We document it. We monitor it. We survive. That's all we can do. The weight of guilt hung in the air. Julia thought of the crew left behind on Paradise, transformed, helpless, irrevocably changed. They had chosen survival over intervention, leaving their friends and colleagues to an unknown fate. The memory of their last moments with the crew replayed constantly in her mind. Leo's resistance, the helpless struggle to prevent the transformations, Fred's eyes reflecting both trust and fear. She shivered at the recollection, gripping the console as if it might somehow anchor her sanity. We left them, she said softly, almost to herself. We chose to leave them behind. Brett didn't flinch. He didn't argue. He simply acknowledged it with a heavy nod. We had no other choice. We couldn't save everyone. Trying to do so would have meant sacrificing ourselves and the chance to preserve knowledge of Paradise's effects. We did what we had to do to survive, and to record the truth. That's all anyone could do. Julia's gaze fell to the data, the sequences scrolling like an endless waterfall of inevitability. It's still in us, she said. Even here, in deep space, it's still changing us. The longer we wait, the more pronounced it will get. Distance slows it, yes, but it won't stop. And that's terrifying, because we're alone out here. There's no one to intervene, no one to notice before it's too late. Brett leaned back, head resting against the cabin wall. We're isolated, he agreed, and that's part of the strain. There's no relief, no distraction, no human interaction beyond the two of us. It magnifies every small effect, every minor lapse. That's the reality we have to endure, along with the slow mutation in our DNA. Julia's voice broke slightly. Do you ever feel hopeless? Every day, he admitted without hesitation. But hopelessness doesn't change anything. It doesn't slow the mutation. It doesn't get us to Colony 936 faster. It doesn't restore what we lost. The only way to survive mentally is to focus on what we can do, what we can control. That's all that matters now. A long silence followed. Both of them turned back to their consoles, fingers moving over controls and keyboards with precision, mechanical, almost detached. Every data point, every epigenetic marker, every cognitive test became a lifeline, a tether to reality, amidst the isolation and dread. Hours passed like this, a cycle of observation and documentation, punctuated by brief exchanges of words, gestures of reassurance, and occasional quiet moments of despair. The subtle physical changes continued to creep in. Minute shifts in posture, slight alterations in skin tone, the faint tremor of a hand as a reflex lagged. These were the visible marks of an invisible battle, one they were losing slowly but inevitably. Julia closed her eyes briefly, leaning back in her chair. We'll never fully escape Paradise's influence, she said softly. No matter what happens at Colony 936, no matter how far we get, this is ours to carry. It's permanent. It's unavoidable. Brett reached out, brushing a lock of hair from her face. And we carry it together, he said, a quiet vow that seemed to echo in the cabin. We endure it together. We monitor, document, survive. We've faced it before, and we'll face it until the end of our path, until Colony 936, until the shuttle stops, until... He trailed off, unwilling to finish the thought. The shuttle hummed steadily, the solitary constant in a universe that seemed indifferent to their suffering. They had slowed the mutation, yes, but they had not stopped it. Their isolation, their guilt, and the creeping inevitability of Paradise's influence weighed heavily on them. Every thought, every glance, every small lapse was a reminder that time was finite, and the mutations unyielding. And yet, through it all, they persisted. They continued their tests, documented every subtle change, and held on to the fragile tether of companionship. The shuttle moved steadily toward Colony 936, carrying two humans marked by Paradise, haunted by the past, burdened by the present, and facing an uncertain future that stretched out endlessly before them. They could not undo what had happened. They could not escape what was to come, but they endured, they documented, they survived. And for now, that was everything.
The day unfolded with a rhythm that had become both familiar and oppressive. Julia and Brett moved through their tasks like automata, driven more by necessity than motivation. Every procedure they ran, every DNA sequence they analyzed, was a reminder that their lives were no longer just their own. The mutations were subtle, insidious, creeping through their cells with a persistence that no amount of testing, monitoring, or self-discipline could halt. Distance had bought them time, yes, but it had not offered safety. Julia started with the latest set of samples, her fingers moving deliberately, checking and rechecking sequences. She tried various interventions in their lab simulations: chemical inhibitors, environmental adjustments, partial gene editing, even temporary refrigeration cycles to slow cell metabolism. Each attempt yielded small delays, but nothing permanent. Every success was fleeting, ephemeral, and she could feel her hope dwindling with every passing result. "It's no use," she said softly, her voice tight with frustration. "We can slow it a little, we can mask some effects in tests, but in the long run, it's inevitable. Every marker is still moving
forward. Every cycle, it progresses." Brett leaned against the bulkhead, arms folded, jaw tight. "I know, I've seen the same results. Every adjustment, every tweak. It's just a temporary delay. Nothing stops it. Nothing changes the trajectory. Paradise's influence is still active, it's just slower. That's all we have." Julia ran her hand through her hair, tugging at the strands in stress. She wanted to scream at the data, at the sequences, at the very DNA that betrayed them. Every point on the graphs, every subtle shift in the color-coded markers, was a scar etched into her mind. And yet, they kept repeating the same processes, because doing anything else would be surrender, would be negligence, would be worse than helplessness. Attempts to mask the mutations were similarly frustrating. They tried isolating themselves in different environmental zones of the shuttle, varying radiation exposure, adjusting light cycles, even changing cabin humidity and temperature. Each minor adjustment created a ripple of change in the readings, sometimes slowing the progression, sometimes causing unexpected reactions. The shuttle systems were failing incrementally, failing as much as their own bodies were, and the limited control they had over environmental factors became another reminder of how fragile their situation was. Brett observed the subtle signs in Julia as she worked: the tremor in her hands, the tightness of her shoulders, the occasional blank stare mid-task. "You're pushing too hard," he said. "You don't need to try to fix what can't be fixed." Julia shook her head. "I have to try. Every day we delay it, every second we buy it counts. Even if we can't stop it entirely, even if we're doomed eventually, we have to do what we can. For documentation, for analysis, for us." He didn't argue further. He knew the futility of confrontation. Instead, he returned to his own monitoring tasks: the shuttle systems, backup power, supplies, fuel reserves, navigation corrections. Everything that could fail, he monitored. Every blinking light, every flicker on a screen, reminded him that perfection was impossible, that the mutations in their bodies and minds were creeping forward relentlessly. Despite these repeated attempts to control or manipulate the changes, subtle signs of deterioration continued. Julia noticed fleeting lapses in Brett's cognitive function, misremembering previous readings, momentarily losing track of time. Small miscalculations that he corrected instantly but still left a nagging unease, and she saw the same in herself: small errors in timing, slight hesitations in decision-making, subtle physical changes that weren't yet catastrophic but undeniably real. They tried to maintain routines as a way of asserting control. Every meal, every rest period, every monitoring cycle was logged meticulously. They repeated daily physical exercises, careful stretches to maintain circulation and prevent muscular atrophy and microgravity. Their movements became ritualized, almost ceremonial, a structured rhythm to anchor them against the chaos of their altered biology. Yet even this order could not disguise the fact that the mutations were constant, unavoidable, a force they could only observe but never fully resist. "Even if we do everything right," Julia said one night, voice barely above a whisper, "the changes don't stop. We keep trying, but it's like we're swimming upstream in a river that's already carried us far from shore. Every stroke helps, but the current never relents." Brett paused, his fingers hovering over the console. He looked at her, and for a moment the exhaustion and fear in his eyes mirrored her own. "We're caught in it," he admitted. "Caught, and moving forward whether we like it or not. The mutations will continue, and all our routines, all our tests, all our precautions, they just slow it down. That's it. We can't stop. What's coming?" The emotional weight of these realizations pressed down on them. Isolation magnified every thought, every regret, every memory of Paradise and the crew they left behind. Guilt gnawed at them both, sharp and unrelenting. They had survived, while others had not, and that survival was a complex mix of necessity and horror. They could not undo it. They could not rescue anyone left behind. All they could do was endure, monitor, and document.
Days blurred together. The shuttle continued its steady trajectory toward Colony 936, the stars streaking past in endless lines that offered no comfort. The passage of time became almost meaningless, measured only by the cycles of observation and data collection. They spoke less, not because they were distant from one another, but because words sometimes failed to capture the enormity of what they were experiencing. Even dialogue became a form of documentation, each exchange an effort to maintain connection and sanity. Their attempts to mask or counteract the mutation were methodical, almost ritualized, but always tinged with desperation. Every intervention, every adjustment to the shuttle systems, every simulated environmental change was an act of defiance against inevitability. And yet, with each passing day, the limits of what they could accomplish became clearer. The mutations would proceed, no matter what. Their routines and monitoring were not cures. They were merely ways to make the slow progression slightly more predictable, slightly more manageable. Even small successes in delaying visible effects were bittersweet. Julia would note a minor improvement in reaction time or cellular markers, only to realize the next round of tests would reveal the subtle, relentless continuation of the changes. It was a cycle of hope and despair, each minor victory shadowed by the certainty that the process was ongoing, unstoppable. Brett took moments to observe her silently, noticing the tension in her posture, the fatigue in her eyes. He could see the strain, the psychological toll of unending monitoring, and the futility of their attempts. "We can't mask it forever," he said quietly, almost to himself. "But every step we take, every measure we try, buys us time. That's all we have. That's all we can ever have." Julia's response was a nod, almost imperceptible. Her focus remained on the DNA readouts, her fingers typing commands that controlled simulations and tests, designed to delay what could not be stopped. The silence of their shared work was punctuated only by the soft clicking of keyboards and the quiet hum of failing systems. Even in moments of despair they pushed forward, because stopping was not an option. Survival required effort, even against the inevitability written into their very cells. Every analysis, every simulation, every meticulous log entry was a small rebellion against the certainty of Paradise's influence.
And even as they acknowledged that the mutations would not be stopped, even as guilt and isolation weighed them down, they continued. They had no illusions of victory. They understood fully that their routines and interventions would not restore them to what they were before. They could not return to a normal state. The shuttle's controls, the DNA monitors, the environmental adjustments, they were all temporary measures, not solutions. Yet in the face of hopelessness, these acts of persistence became their only anchor to reality. And so the days continued, repetitive yet filled with subtle shifts in both body and mind. Attempt after attempt to delay or mask the mutations yielded only temporary results. Their vigilance was exhaustive, their resilience stretched to its limits. But they endured, because endurance was the only choice left to them. Every passing hour brought them closer to Colony 936, closer to whatever awaited them there, yet closer also to the point where the mutations would manifest more visibly. And, through it all, they monitored, documented, and persevered. No matter how relentless, no matter how inevitable, they could still control one thing: their actions, their routines, their commitment to observe and survive. The mutations could not be reversed, but they could witness them. And in that act of observation, they retained a fragment of control in an otherwise uncontrollable situation. The shuttle systems continued their hum, the screens continued to blink, the sequences continued to scroll, and Julia and Brett continued to work, side by side, determined in the face of inevitability. The mutations would not stop. The influence of Paradise would persist, but their vigilance, their documentation, their endurance, that was theirs to command, even as the threat moved inexorably forward. Time had become a distorted continuum. The stars outside the viewport stretched into endless streaks of light, a backdrop to the monotony and terror of their floating existence. Were no longer merely observers of the slow degradation of their own bodies. They were participants, trapped in a cycle of inevitable change. The shuttle maintained its trajectory toward Colony 936, steady and unyielding, yet within the small confines of their vessel, every second felt heavy, weighted by the relentless progression of mutation. Julia stared at the latest readings on the biomonitor, her finger tracing the subtle spikes in epigenetic markers. Each number was a cruel reminder. The mutations were ongoing, even if slowed. The DNA of their cells continued to bend under the influence of Paradise's biological signature. They were no longer fully human in the sense they had known, yet they were not yet fully transformed. It was a liminal state, a cruel middle ground where awareness of the inevitable was acute, inescapable. "Look at this," Julia whispered, voice tight with tension. "Even at this distance, it's still progressing. Not as fast,
but it's there. Every single marker shows forward movement. Her eyes flicked toward Brett, who was reviewing the shuttle's environmental systems, making minor adjustments to keep what control they had. His jaw was tight, the faint lines around his eyes deepened by sleepless nights and unspoken dread.
He nodded, understanding perfectly. We can slow it, yes.
But it's never stopping. Not really. The influence diminishes slightly with distance, but it's still unstoppable.
It's part of us now. Part of everything in this shuttle.
There's no reversing it. They had both come to terms with that simple, brutal fact. Yet the mental toll was immense. The shuttle's hum, once background noise, had become a metronome of impending transformation. Every vibration, every flicker of the control panels, reminded them that time was not on their side. And though they had kept the shuttle pointed toward Colony 936, that decision, made with urgency and desperation, was final. They had no alternative, no backup, no chance to recalibrate. One shot, one trajectory, one unknown future waiting at the end of a long, cold voyage. Even the smallest physical changes were starting to become apparent. Julia noticed it first in Brett's fingertips. The faintly greenish tint creeping along the edges of his nails. Subtle, almost imperceptible, yet unmistakable to her trained eyes. She felt the same in herself. A stiffness in her joints that hadn't existed days earlier. A strange tingling under her skin that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the shuttle's engines. The signs were slow, frustratingly slow, yet undeniable.
Are we seeing it now? Brett asked quietly, not looking up from the readings, voice measured but tense.
Yes,
Julia said, her gaze scanning the display again, noting the progression.
Slow, subtle, but yes, we're seeing it, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Just monitor and document.
Their work became almost ceremonial.
Every scan, every sample, every minute adjustment was a ritual of endurance. The more they documented, the more tangible the evidence of Paradise's influence became. It was no longer an abstract threat. They were living proof of it. And yet, paradoxically, the act of recording it, of observing it, provided a strange kind of stability. It was the one thing in their lives they could control. Their own attention, their own documentation, the precision with which they monitored the slow but unrelenting changes in themselves. Despite this, the mental strain was unbearable at times. Isolation magnified every doubt, every fear. Memories of Paradise, the crew they had left behind, and the grotesque transformations they had witnessed, haunted them both. The guilt was sharp, a constant companion, an ache that could not be ignored. They had survived, and yet survival was not victory. It was merely the continuation of suffering, stretched over an uncertain future.
Brett found himself pausing more frequently, staring at the patterns on the screens, tracing the slow march of change through the DNA sequences. Each line of code, each spike on the graph, was a reminder that they were powerless in the face of biological inevitability. Yet he also recognized the subtle beauty in the pattern's order within chaos, predictability within horror. And in that, he found a strange focus, a way to channel dread into something productive. Julia, meanwhile, wrestled with her own emotions.
Frustration, sorrow, fear, all coexisted with fleeting sparks of determination. She spoke to Brett less frequently, not because she had nothing to say, but because words sometimes failed to convey the magnitude of what they were enduring. Dialogue became a tool for coordination rather than comfort. And yet, in rare moments, when the hum of the shuttle seemed to recede and only their shared breaths filled the cabin, they found silent companionship and mutual understanding. Attempts to slow or mask the mutation continued, but they were largely symbolic now. Every adjustment to temperature, every minor calibration of the shuttle's life support systems offered only temporary respite. Nothing could alter the fundamental trajectory. They ran simulations, tested hypothetical interventions, even attempted temporary stabilization using partial biocomputer interventions. But all were fleeting successes. The mutations pressed forward, unyielding and patient, and each passing hour emphasized their helplessness.
Sleep, when it came, was fitful.
Dreams were haunted by images of Paradise, of crew members entwined with plant-like structures, roots replacing limbs, leaves sprouting where flesh once was. Waking brought no relief. Every glance at the monitors reminded them that they were, themselves, subject to the same fate. And still, the shuttle moved inexorably toward Colony 936, carrying them on a one-shot trajectory that could not be changed. Brett and Julia talked little, but their silences were
heavy with unspoken acknowledgement. They understood that this journey was as much mental as it was physical. The threat was no longer just the mutation. It was the knowledge of what awaited them, the isolation, the certainty that the life they had known was gone. And yet in the midst of this relentless anxiety, they clung to the one certainty that remained: their partnership, their cooperation, their shared will to endure, Every task, every reading, every routine act of monitoring was a reaffirmation of survival. Even as subtle changes crept into their bodies, even as their cognitive and physical faculties began to show hints of the inevitable transformation, they maintained their diligence. Each entry into the logbooks, each sample stored, each environmental adjustment performed, was a small act of defiance against the unstoppable progression of Paradise's influence. As they observed the subtle changes, green tinges in skin, faint stiffening of joints, slight deviations in
cognitive function, they acknowledged their own mortality in new terms. They were no longer fully human in the sense they had been. The mutations were ongoing, inexorable, a reminder that the life they had left behind on Paradise was permanently lost. Colony 936 awaited, a distant and uncertain point of hope, but the journey itself was a liminal, harrowing passage, punctuated by guilt, fear, and awe at the persistence of biological forces they could not control. In this way, the shuttle remained on course. The trajectory toward Colony 936 was unwavering. The physical and mental changes continued, subtle but persistent. Anxiety and tension filled the cabin, yet they endured, documenting, monitoring, surviving. The story of Paradise's influence was written in their cells, in their behaviors, in the patterns of DNA sequences scrolling across the monitors. And though the outcome at Colony 936 was unknown, and though their own bodies were slowly succumbing to the inevitable,
Brett and Julia continued their vigil, the steadfast observers of a process they could neither halt nor escape. They had no illusions. Colony 936 represented the end of one journey and the start of another unknown chapter. But the mutations would persist. Their bodies, their minds, their very DNA carried the imprint of Paradise. And every heartbeat, every breath, every action was a testament to endurance in the face of biological inevitability. The shuttle carried them forward, and forward they went, into uncertainty, into tension, into the slow, relentless progression of the changes that would define the remainder of their lives. The shuttle hummed with a low, insistent vibration that had become almost a part of their perception, a constant reminder of the journey and the inevitability it carried. Outside, the endless expanse of stars stretched into patterns that might have been beautiful under different circumstances. But for Brett and Julia, beauty had long since been overtaken by calculation, observation, and dread. Every glance at the monitors reminded them that their bodies, their very DNA, were still under siege, still transforming, still bending under the slow, relentless influence of Paradise. Julia leaned over the latest DNA scans, her eyes scanning the sequences with a mixture of exhaustion and grim fascination. The markers had changed again, minute but undeniable. She traced a finger along the columns of data, following the epigenetic shifts, the subtle but steady mutations.
It's slowed, she whispered, almost to herself. Much slower than on Paradise. But it hasn't stopped. It's still moving forward. Every line, every marker, it's all the same pattern we saw before.
Brett glanced over her shoulder, jaw tight. He didn't need her words to know the truth.
We've bought time, he said quietly, but that's all it is. Time. Not freedom. Not a cure. Just a delay.
His voice carried the weight of inevitability, a solemn
acknowledgement that the path forward could not be altered. They had pointed the shuttle at Colony 936. That course was fixed. The computers were compromised enough that recalculation was impossible. One shot. One trajectory. And somewhere along that path lay a destination that could either offer hope or extend catastrophe. The thought of Colony 936 brought a new layer of tension. They had discussed it endlessly, debated it even, but the reality was unavoidable. They might carry the seeds of infection with them. They didn't know if physical presence on Paradise was necessary to transmit the mutation, or if simply being in proximity to the biological influence was enough. The uncertainty was maddening. Julia had run countless simulations and cross-references against Earth-origin DNA data, yet the results only deepened the ambiguity. There was no way to predict whether opening the shuttle at the colony would expose its inhabitants to the same slow transformation, or if their
mutation would remain confined to themselves. Her hands shook slightly as she logged the latest findings, the rhythm of typing almost hypnotic. Each entry in the database was a mix of scientific precision and desperate record-keeping, a lifeline tethered to reason in the midst of mounting fear. Every change, she murmured. We're recording everything. We have to. Even if it's only temporary, even if it's just for our own understanding, it matters. We can't let it go unrecorded. Brett's eyes followed the console lights, each blink a reminder of systems that were functional yet fragile. We're running on borrowed time, Jules, he said. Everything's fragile. Computers, life support, even us. If something goes wrong, there's no recovery. One misstep and we're done. He paused, swallowing the lump of fear lodged in his throat. And then Colony 936, we have to consider that. If we open the hatch, what happens there? We don't know if it spreads. We don't know if they'd survive.
And if it does?
His voice trailed off, the unspoken consequence heavy in the cabins. Julia turned her gaze toward him, her expression taut with the tension of shared understanding. "We can't control it," she said, voice low. "We can only document. We can only observe. We can only hope that distance gives us an edge, even a small one. But the uncertainty, it's real. And it's ours to live with, whether we like it or not." They fell into a heavy silence, each lost in the awareness of their own bodies. The subtle green tinges on their skin, the stiffness in their joints, the occasional strange pulse beneath the surface of their muscles. All reminders that the mutations were still ongoing. Each passing hour brought more minor changes. A faint lengthening of a finger, the slow shift of tissue density, the creeping suggestion of an adaptation that was neither human nor fully something else. It was a living calculus, a cruel equation, written in the language of biology and time. Julia's fingers hovered over the keyboard again, logging every new observation, every slight adjustment, every minute fluctuation in their condition. She recorded the subtle cognitive effects too, the occasional lapse in memory, the difficulty maintaining focus for long stretches, the faint but persistent distraction that seemed to shadow every task. "We're documenting everything," she said again, almost to herself. "Every single change. Even if it's useless to anyone else, it might matter someday." Brett rubbed his eyes, exhaustion pressing down on him like a physical weight. "Someday, if anyone ever sees this," he murmured, "if we ever reach Colony 936, and they open this shuttle, what will they find? Will they even survive? And if not, what have we done?" Julia didn't answer immediately. She could feel the weight of that moral dilemma pressing down on her chest. They had left Paradise behind, the mutated crew members locked in their inevitable fate, and now they faced the possibility of carrying the influence further, potentially jeopardizing an entire colony. The unknowns were infinite, but the responsibility felt tangible, pressing, suffocating. "I don't know," she admitted finally, voice trembling. "I don't know if exposure requires being on Paradise itself, or if the biological imprint we carry is enough to propagate it. We can only hope the distance and containment measures give us protection. But we won't know until it's too late." The words hung in the cabin, heavy as metal. Silence followed, interrupted only by the low hum of machinery and the faint creak of the shuttle's frame under pressure. Each sound was magnified in the small, pressurized environment. Each vibration a reminder of how delicate their situation was. Every decision, every action, every miscalculation could have consequences far beyond themselves. Despite the dread, they continued their meticulous logging, their ritualistic scanning and monitoring. They documented each subtle physiological shift, the faint chemical changes in their blood, the barely noticeable alterations in neural response. Even the smallest observation might offer insight someday, might help others understand the mechanics of Paradise's influence, might provide the key to mitigations. Yet every record was also a grim reminder. They were cataloging the slow death of their human selves. Julia paused, letting her gaze drift over the cabin, the confined space, the endless repetition of tasks, the slow but unrelenting transformation. Everything seemed amplified in this enclosed world. Every heartbeat, every breath, every shift in muscle tension was a note in a dirge written for their species. And yet, even in this oppressive atmosphere, she found a fragment of focus, a shard of determination. They could do nothing to stop what was coming, but they could observe, record, survive, and perhaps, someday, make the story of Paradise understandable to those who might encounter it next. Brett, noticing the tension in her posture, reached over, placing a hand briefly on her shoulder. It was a small gesture, barely there, but it carried the weight of shared experience and understanding. They had no illusions about their survival, no expectation that their transformation could be halted, but they clung to the knowledge that, together, they could endure the journey. Each other's presence was the only constant in a universe that had already stripped them of so much. Outside, the stars stretched in frozen brilliance, indifferent to their suffering. Colony 936 waited somewhere along the trajectory, a destination filled with possibilities they could not measure, outcomes they could not predict. They had set the course, and there was no turning back. Their future, and the future of those who might encounter them, remained unresolved. The mutations pressed on, slowed but relentless, and the documentation of every change became both a lifeline and a burden. Time ticked forward, a quiet, immutable force. DNA sequences continued their subtle evolution, epigenetic markers shifting in patterns that suggested the influence of Paradise was persistent and adaptive. Brett and Julia watched, logged, and endured, understanding that their journey had no simple end. The shuttle's path was fixed, their mutations were ongoing, the fate of Colony 936, uncertain, theirs, inevitable. And so, in the cramped cabin, amid blinking monitors and the soft whine of machinery, they continued, observing, recording, waiting, surviving.
bearing witness to the slow, unrelenting reality of paradise, carrying its influence with them toward an uncertain horizon. This love. Julia sat frozen in her seat, hands clutching the edge of the console, as if it could anchor her to some remnant of stability. The cabin, always cramped, felt suddenly like a tomb, a mausoleum suspended in the void. Each blink of the overhead lights through shadows that seemed to mimic the slow, creeping transformations within her own body. She could feel it. The subtle stretching of tissue, the faint alteration of pulse and breath, the realization of their inevitable fate was no longer theoretical. It pressed on her like a living weight, pressing against every thought. Brett, seated across from her, didn't speak. He stared at the monitors, jaw tight, fingers resting over the controls without touching them. His body, like hers, was changing, and he felt the strain in every movement, the subtle stiffness in his spine, the faint greenish tinge along his knuckles, the way his vision seemed sharper and yet oddly filtered.
It all reminded him that Paradise's influence was not bound to the planet. It had followed them, embedding itself into their DNA, waiting, calculating. Their silence stretched for minutes that felt like hours. When Julia finally spoke, her voice was hoarse, nearly a whisper. "I keep thinking about the crew, about Leo, Fred, everyone we left behind." Her eyes glistened, reflecting the console lights. They didn't have a choice. And now we're carrying it, carrying the thing that changed them. And we don't even know if it'll survive outside Paradise or if it'll spread. Brett's hand moved, brushing briefly over hers. It was a gesture meant to comfort, but the weight of their shared knowledge made it hollow. "We did what we had to do," he said quietly, though even he didn't fully believe it. "We couldn't stay there. We'd have become part of it ourselves, and maybe we'd have carried it further by staying." Julia shook her head, pulling her hands back as if the gesture could remove the guilt from her veins. "Do you think Colony 936 even knows what's waiting for them?" Her voice cracked, a mixture of fear and sorrow. "If we open the shuttle, if anyone touches this, we could doom them. And we wouldn't even know until it's too late." The emotional strain pressed against them both, a tidal wave of grief, fear, and helplessness. Every breath carried a memory of Paradise. The heat, the strange foliage that seemed to pulse with life, the sound of their friends, voices shifting into silence as the mutations took hold. Julia felt tears threatening to spill, but she swallowed them back, biting the inside of her cheek. Every attempt to maintain composure was like holding back a flood with trembling hands. Brett's jaw worked as he tried to steady his own breathing. "We can't let it paralyze us," he said, though even he admitted the lie. "We're alive, Jules. We're still ourselves, as much as we can be. And we have to keep going, keep recording, keep observing. That's all we can do. That's all that matters now." Julia's hands hovered over the console again, her fingers trembling. She ran another scan of their DNA, watching as the sequences shifted, markers subtly moving, the mutations slowing but stubbornly persistent. Each alteration was a small death, a microscopic concession to Paradise's will. She could feel the cumulative toll on her body, fatigue, the strange tingling in her extremities, a mental haze that dulled focus just enough to be dangerous. Each symptom was mirrored in Brett, and each mirrored symptom amplified the emotional pressure between them. "I can't stop thinking about what it means for us, for everyone we meet next," Julia admitted, her voice shaking. "If it spreads, if we contaminate the colony, we could be responsible for the same fate that befell our friends. And I can't stop thinking about it." And Brett's hands clenched into fists on the console. He didn't answer at first, the words lodged in his throat like shards of glass. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, tight with anger and sorrow. "I think about it too, constantly, and it terrifies me. But thinking doesn't change what we have to do. We're here. We're alive. We're the only witnesses left, the only ones who can record this, understand it, maybe even prevent it for someone else." Julia leaned forward, resting her forehead against the cool surface of the console. Her hair had fallen loose, and the faint green highlights along the strands caught the light. She could feel the physical changes in her body, subtle yet undeniable, and the dread of what they portended gnawed at her relentlessly. The realization that their survival didn't mean safety, that living didn't mean escape, pressed down on her chest like a boulder. "I hate that we have to keep going like this," she whispered. "I hate that it's never going to stop, that we can't turn back. I hate that everything we do might doom someone else." Brett moved closer, placing a hand on her back, though his own tremor betrayed the strain he felt. "I know," he said softly. "I hate it too. But hating it doesn't change it. We've already made the choices, Jules. We set the shuttle toward Colony 936. That's it. One shot. One trajectory. We can't turn back. We can't recalculate. All we can do is keep moving forward, as much as we're able, and record everything for anyone who might come after us." The cabin seemed smaller than ever. The air, Recycled and filtered, smelled faintly metallic, a constant reminder that life support depended on fragile systems that could fail in an instant. Julia shivered. Partly from the recycled air, partly from the emotional intensity that had taken over. She closed her eyes, trying to imagine a world outside the shuttle, where the mutation wouldn't exist, a world where Paradise's reach ended at the planet itself. But the thought was a fleeting ghost, impossible to sustain. They sat together in a silence filled with unspoken fears. Every hum, every flicker of the lights, every subtle vibration in the cabin was amplified by the weight of inevitability. They had no control over the mutations. Now, each passing moment was another step toward the slow transformation of their bodies, a grim countdown to what would ultimately befall them. And yet, despite the dread, there was the fragile, trembling spark of determination. Julia opened her eyes, staring at the sequence monitors with renewed resolve. "We can't undo what's happening," she said firmly, though her voice quivered. "But we can document it. We can understand it. We can make sure someone someday knows what we went through, what Paradise did. Even if we can't stop it ourselves, someone might. Maybe someone can prevent it for others." And Brett nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "And we'll do it together," he said. "Even if everything else falls apart. Even if we're the last, we'll see it through. For us, for them, for anyone who comes after." And so they continued, hands moving over consoles, fingers typing out the minutiae of every genetic change, every physical shift, every tremor of fear and fatigue. Every moment of observation was a defiance against the inevitability that surrounded them. A small assertion that their consciousness mattered, even as their bodies continued to transform. Outside the viewport, stars streaked past in silence, indifferent witnesses to the private agony inside the shuttle. Colony 936 awaited somewhere along the trajectory, a potential haven or a disaster zone, its fate intertwined with the mutations they carried but could not control. The knowledge that they might contaminate it pressed against their minds with every passing second, an ethical and existential weight that could not be ignored. Julia exhaled slowly, letting the tension ebb just enough to continue. The mutation pressed on, relentless but slowed. A constant, living reminder that Paradise's influence had followed them into space. Every heartbeat, every breath, every flicker of consciousness was a testament to endurance, even in the shadow of despair. Through it all, they recorded, logged, and survived, aware that the future for themselves, for Colony 936, and for any others who might encounter the results of Paradise's reach, was uncertain beyond comprehension. Their faces reflected the twin burdens of dread and responsibility. Every glance, every touch, every sigh carried the weight of grief for what had been lost, for what could never be recovered, and for the ethical minefield of their decisions. They were survivors, yes, but survival did not equate to innocence, nor to safety. They were living reminders of the cost of Paradise, and nothing could erase that truth. In the oppressive silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery and the subtle, inexorable changes in their bodies, Julia and Brett held on to each other and their work. Each logged observation, each DNA scan, each careful note became both shield and confession, a record of existence under impossible circumstances, a testament to human persistence in the face of biological inevitability, a plea to the unknown future waiting at Colony 936. Time moved on, relentless and indifferent, carrying them closer to a destination they could not control, with mutations that could not be halted. And as the shuttle pressed forward, the enormity of their emotional burden, the weight of ethical uncertainty, and the certainty of their own transformation bore down upon them with unyielding force. They had survived Paradise, but the cost was written in their very bodies, and the full consequences of their journey remained unknown. The cabin was quiet, almost eerily so, save for the faint hum of life support and the low mechanical whispers of the shuttle's failing systems. Julia sat hunched over the console, staring at the DNA sequences, with a concentration so intense that she barely registered Brett moving beside her. Every shift in the strands, every subtle epigenetic alteration, gnawed at her like an itch she could never scratch. The mutations were relentless, creeping through their cells with quiet inevitability, yet for some reason she still clung to a thread of hope. Brett, she said finally, her voice low, raw with tension. I think if we can just get to Colony 936, with the right equipment, the right labs maybe I can." Her words faltered, swallowed by the weight of impossibility. She didn't even finish the sentence. But Brett knew what she meant. She hung everything she had on the slim chance that science could claw back the transformation, could undo or at least slow it beyond what distance had already achieved. Brett placed a steady hand on her shoulder, feeling the faint, almost imperceptible rigidity spreading beneath her skin, the early signs of the mutation that had begun in Paradise and continued despite their flight. "I know," he said quietly. "I know that's why we're still going. It's the only reason, isn't it?" Julia nodded, biting the inside of her cheek to keep the tremor from her lips.
Her hope wasn't rational. She knew that. Deep down, she knew that the mutation might never be reversible. That the very biology of paradise had rewritten their DNA, with rules she didn't fully understand. But without that hope, there was nothing, no purpose. No reason to face the endless hours of monitoring. The slow but steady deterioration. The creeping dread that accompanied every glance in the mirror. "Oh, do you ever think about what happens if it's too late?" Brett asked, his voice barely audible over the soft mechanical hum. He had been asking himself the same question for hours, maybe days. The thought of reaching Colony 936 only to discover that the mutations could not be reversed, that their bodies would continue to transform regardless, pressed against him with crushing weight. Julia closed her eyes, taking a trembling breath. "I can't. I won't. If I start thinking about that, then we might as well stop. We might as well drift into the void and accept it. I can't." Her voice cracked with the strain of holding so much fear and hope in the same fragile space. "There has to be a chance, Brett. A chance that someone, somewhere, can help us. Someone who can take what I know and fix it." Brett looked at her then, really looked, and saw the tight thread of determination she clung to. It was fragile, yes, but it was also luminous, cutting through the fear and the suffocating weight of inevitability.
"We'll do everything we can," he said.
"Whatever you think is possible, we'll try it. Even if the chance is small, even if it's just a whisper, it's still there. We have to follow it." They fell into silence again, each wrapped in their own spiraling thoughts. Brett could feel the subtle changes in his own body. The stiffness in his joints, the greenish hue creeping across his skin, the faint tingling that made his fingers feel like they weren't entirely his own. Julia's changes
were more pronounced in some areas. The tingling at her extremities, the slight stretch of tissue along her forearms, the strange warmth in her chest that wasn't quite blood, not quite anything she could name. Yet despite all of it, she worked tirelessly, typing, monitoring, analyzing, logging every observation, clinging to the hope that somewhere ahead, all of this might be undone. "I keep running simulations," she murmured finally, not looking up from the console. "I run every combination I can think of. Different chemical compounds, different stabilization procedures. And every time, it's just delayed. Nothing stops it completely. But if I had a lab, proper equipment, maybe I could slow it further, maybe even reverse the early changes." Brett sighed, pressing his forehead against his hand. And that's why we're pointed at Colony 936, because that's the only place left where it could even be possible." "Yes," she whispered, almost to herself. "The only one. If we were wrong, if I misread the sequences, then—" She let the thought dangle, unfinished, and Brett didn't force it. There was no need. They both understood what hung in the air. The possibility that there would be no salvation, no reversal, that they were hurtling toward a fate they couldn't change. He took a deep breath, trying to steady the tremor in his own voice. "Even if it's impossible, Julia, you're not just chasing hope for yourself. You're chasing it for us, for anyone who might benefit from what you discover. That's why we can't stop. That's why we're still going." Julia's hand reached for his, gripping it tightly. Her green-tinged skin pressed against his fingers, and for a moment it felt almost normal. "I can't give up," she said firmly. "I just can't. There's too much riding on it, Brett. Too much. Even if we fail, I have to try. If I don't, then everyone, all the crew back there, it was for nothing." Brett's chest tightened at the weight of her words. He thought of Leo, of Fred, of the others who had succumbed to the planet's influence. The guilt, the helplessness, had gnawed at him since the first signs of mutation appeared. And now, staring at Julia, he understood that their survival wasn't just physical. It was emotional, moral, ethical. They had to keep moving, not because they might succeed, but because to stop would be to surrender to despair. "And we won't give up," he said, voice steadying as he found the resolve to match hers. "We'll do everything in our power, every scan, every test, every note. We'll make sure that if someone else ever has to face this, they'll know exactly what it is, exactly how it spreads, exactly what it takes to survive, at least for a while." Julia nodded, letting a small, almost imperceptible smile touch her lips. It was faint, fleeting, but it carried a weight of shared determination. Even as the mutations crept through their bodies, even as the inevitability loomed like a shadow over every thought, they found a fragile anchor in each other. Their bond, strained and stretched by fear and isolation, became their tether to purpose. The shuttle continued its steady trajectory, nothing to alter it, nothing to divert it. The computers flickered occasionally, screens flashing with warnings that they had learned to ignore, systems failing one by one. It didn't matter. The course was set, and the decision had been made. Colony 936 was the only chance, the only hope, however fragile or illusory it might be. They were committed. There was no turning back. Julia leaned back, rubbing her temples. The exhaustion pressed down like a physical weight, heavy and relentless. "I keep thinking," she said softly, "that maybe if we get there, maybe if the equipment is right, maybe if I'm not wrong about the mechanism,
Maybe, just maybe, we can undo some of this. She swallowed hard. If it's just enough to buy time. Brett placed a hand on her back again, feeling the warmth through the strange tinges of change in her skin. That's all we can do, he said. Hope, try, record, and hold on to each other. Outside, stars streaked past in silent, indifferent patterns. The shuttle was a lone vessel in an immense void, carrying 2 humans altered by a planet whose reach extended even into space. They were a testament to perseverance in the face of inevitability, clinging to the thinnest thread of hope in a universe that had shown them none. And yet, within the quiet cabin, as the DNA sequences shifted on the monitors, as their bodies subtly changed, as the weight of guilt and dread pressed down upon them, Julia and Brett found a reason to continue. Not because they would succeed, not because the mutations could be fully reversed, not because the future held certainty, but because hope, however fragile, was all that remained. It was enough to keep them moving
forward, one log entry at a time, toward the only destination that still offered a chance, however slim. Colony 936. Time passed in quiet, heavy increments, each moment a mixture of anticipation, fear, and unwavering determination. The inevitability of mutation pressed on them, the relentless passage of their altered biology, a constant reminder of Paradise's reach. And yet, they clung to the fragile notion that what awaited at Colony 936 labs, equipment, expertise, might give them a fighting chance. Even a fleeting chance was enough to keep them awake, to keep them observing, documenting, surviving. In the isolation of the cabin, with nothing but each other, and the slow, unyielding changes coursing through their bodies, Julia and Brett made a silent pact. They would see it through. No matter how bleak, no matter how impossible, they would continue toward Colony 936. For themselves, for the crew they had lost,
for the knowledge that might save someone else in the future, and maybe, just maybe, for the faintest glimmer of hope that Paradise's grip could be challenged, if only temporarily. The stars outside the viewport stretched in long, indifferent streaks, a galaxy of cold light that bore no witness, offered no guidance, and demanded nothing from the 2 humans trapped within their shuttle. Time had taken on a different dimension in these past weeks. A slow, grinding continuum, where every second brought subtle, unrelenting change to their bodies. Julia's fingers brushed against the console, greenish tints creeping along her skin, faint but undeniable. Brett sat across from her, jaw tight, veins under his hands standing out, as if his very blood was aware of the relentless transformation happening inside them. They were closer to Colony 936 than they had ever been, the navigation systems confirming a steady trajectory that left them with no room for deviation. There was no detour, no second option, no safe way to drift into the void and escape the consequences of their flight. Every system on the shuttle had been pushed beyond its limits, and the moment they set their course toward that solitary, inhabited planet, they had committed themselves, and, unknowingly, anyone there, to a gamble with catastrophic potential.
Julia's gaze lingered on the distant blip that marked Colony 936 on the navigation map. Her chest tightened, a mixture of anticipation, fear, and fragile hope. We're almost there, she whispered, though her voice trembled under the weight of what that really meant. Almost there. And yet she knew, fully, that almost there might already be too late for them. Too late for the bodies their DNA no longer recognized as entirely humans. Too late for the fragile thread of hope she clung to so desperately. Brett watched her, his own thoughts swirling with a dark clarity. Every choice they had made, every desperate measure to flee Paradise, had led to this moment. They were moving closer to survival, closer to
the possibility that Julia's calculations might buy them a temporary reprieve, but they were also moving closer to the unknown fate of an entire colony, a population unaware of what they carried across the void. The shuttle might bring salvation for 2, but at what cost?
Brett's stomach churned with the unspoken guilt, the moral weight that sat heavy on his chest. Do you think about them? He asked quietly, his voice strained. The colony? What happens if they open that shuttle, if someone on the other end doesn't understand what we've brought with us? Julia's eyes darted to him, wide and haunted. She didn't need to answer. The question hung between them, heavy and inescapable. She had considered it. Every day, every moment she spent analyzing the DNA sequences, she ran the scenarios over and over. The mutations were slowed by distance, yes. But nothing had stopped them entirely. There was a real chance, a terrifying chance, that opening the shuttle could introduce the very transformation they had fled from into the colony population. Entire generations could be affected. Civilization could be at risk. But the other truth, the one she clung to like a lifeline, was this: they had no other choice. The shuttle's systems were failing, navigation redundancy was gone, the computer's memory and capacity were critically damaged. Colony 936 was the only viable target within range. It wasn't a decision, it was an inevitability. And with every fiber of her being,
Julia justified it in her mind.
This was survival, not malevolence.
They were still human, still capable of hope, still deserving of the chance to fight for their own existence.
Brett's voice broke through the cabin's oppressive silence. "We're risking it all for ourselves," he said, the words bitter on his tongue.
"A whole planet for the sake of our bodies. For the chance that your work might actually buy us a little more time. That's selfish." "We're the selfish ones, Julia." Julia flinched at the accusation, but she didn't turn away. Her hands shook as she scrolled through another series of sequences, her eyes scanning the green highlighted mutations, noting their predictable, slow progression. "I know," she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I know it's selfish. But if we don't try, if we don't go, then it's not just selfish, it's surrender. We'd just accept it, accept what Paradise has done. And I can't, I won't." The weight of their actions pressed against them both, a moral gravity heavier than any physical restraint. They had left the crew behind, helpless to the planet's influence, and had chosen survival for themselves, above all else. They had justified it at the time as necessity, as the only way forward. But now, hurtling closer to Colony 936, that justification felt fragile, like a thin veneer stretched over an abyss of guilt and dread. Brett leaned back, running a hand through his hair, feeling the subtle changes in his muscles, the slow stiffening that mirrored what he saw in Julia. "It doesn't matter if it's justified," he said, voice low and even. "The fact is, it's happening. We're the only ones left alive, and anyone else is at risk if we make a mistake. And mistakes are inevitable. That's the part that terrifies me."
Julia's eyes filled with tears, greenish rivulets tracking down the sides of her face, reflecting the dim console light.
"I know," she whispered. "I know it's a gamble, but if we don't do this, then all we have left is the void. At least there's a chance."
Chance. That was all they had.
A sliver, a thread, a possibility that their altered biology could be stabilized, temporarily delayed, perhaps even partially reversed. Every scan they had performed, every calculation, every late-night experiment, had reinforced the same grim conclusion. The mutation could not be stopped. It could only be delayed. Colony 936 offered equipment, expertise, hope. Without it, the thread snapped. Brett swallowed hard, feeling the helplessness crawl up his spine like cold fingers, and yet, looking at Julia, seeing the raw determination, the desperate hope that clung to her even as her body subtly betrayed her, he understood why they were doing it. They were human. They were alive. And they were willing to risk the unimaginable to remain so. The shuttle hummed, a constant reminder of life and motion and inevitability. Each flicker of the failing systems echoed their fragile existence. Every warning light a heartbeat counting down to the unknown. They had reached a point where action was required. The shuttle could not wait, could not hesitate.
The course was set, the destination fixed. The risk was absolute. There would be no turning back, no possibility to reconsider, no safety net to catch them if their gamble failed. Julia stood and moved to the viewport, staring into the endless black between stars, into the silent void that separated them from the inhabited planet that held their only hope. "It's almost there," she whispered to herself, and then louder, to Brett. "It's the only chance we have. We have to see it through." Brett joined her, standing close enough that their shoulders brushed, a tangible anchor amid the swirling uncertainty. "I know," he said. "We'll get there. We'll survive for now. And then we deal with everything else. Whatever that means." And in that moment, they accepted it fully. The inevitability of their own transformation, the possibility of harming an entire colony, the moral and ethical consequences that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. They had no choice but to continue, to trust the fragile hope that Julia held, to cling to each other as the mutations crept onward, slow but relentless. Time became a haze of monitoring, logging, observation. Their bodies continued, their subtle, insidious changes, every measurement a reminder of the planet they had fled and the impossibility of complete escape. And yet, through the cabin's dim lighting, through the tension and the guilt and the creeping dread, there remained a single fragile truth. Colony 936 was within reach, the only hope they had, the only place where Julia's knowledge, her calculations, her desperate gamble might buy them a moment, a reprieve, a chance at life beyond Paradise's reach. The stars stretched endlessly, indifferent and cold, while inside, two humans, altered, fragile, terrified, desperate, continued their journey. They had survived Paradise, escaped the immediate threat, and now were hurtling toward a planet that could either save them or, in an unimaginable twist, become the stage for a catastrophe that was entirely their responsibility. There was no answer yet. There might never be.
But for now, it was enough to continue, to keep moving, to hold on to the one sliver of hope they had, to embrace each other in silence, and to accept the terrible, unavoidable truth. The mutations were relentless, the future uncertain, and the ultimate consequences of their actions, both for themselves and for the inhabitants of Colony 9.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share. Check out this other video if you haven't already.